You stand now at the threshold of a profound journey, one that will awaken the dormant power within you and align your very essence with the cosmic forces that shape your reality. In this sacred space we're about to create together, you will discover the true nature of your being. A being of infinite potential, intimately connected to the vast, pulsing energy of the universe. The Secrets of Reality Creation by Brian Scott. Introduction. Welcome to The Secrets of Reality Creation, a comprehensive guide drawn from my most important YouTube episodes on the art and science of conscious reality creation. Whether you're new to manifestation practices or looking to deepen your understanding, this exclusive audiobook collection brings together my essential teachings that have helped thousands of viewers transform their lives. Throughout this journey, I will explore the fundamental principles of reality creation, from understanding how your thoughts shape your experiences to mastering the subtle energies that influence your manifestations. You'll learn practical techniques from clearing emotional blockages, managing your energy field, and working with universal forces to bring your desires into reality. This collection addresses the questions and challenges I've seen my community face most often. Why do some manifestations seem to work instantly while others remain elusive? How can you maintain your manifesting power when you are faced with doubt? What role does emotional energy play in the creation process? Through each chapter, you'll gain not just theoretical knowledge, but practical tools you can implement immediately. What makes this collection unique is its comprehensive approach. I'll move beyond basic manifestation concepts to explore advanced topics like working with pendulums, the crucial role of detachment, how to clear your energy field from optimal manifestation results. The journey culminates in a powerful manifestation activation session designed to help you integrate all you've learned and amplify your creative potential. Whether you're looking to manifest specific goals, create lasting positive change, or simply understand the deeper mechanics of reality creation, these carefully curated teachings will provide you with a complete toolkit for conscious manifestation. Welcome to the Reality Revolution. Chapter 1. Your Thoughts Create Reality. There are a lot of people who are offended by the idea that we create our reality. They see it as a version of blaming the victim. Nobody asked for bad things to happen to them. Of course not. But as someone who's been helping people change their thinking and behavior, I can also say that I couldn't agree more with the idea that we do indeed create much of our reality. Denying this denies your power. So it's very important that you accept this fact before you do anything else. Your thoughts create reality. If you Google the power of thoughts, you get a lot of results, including words like consciousness and Swami and manifest and unleash. To me, these words suggest a basis not rooted securely in science and more rooted in marketing hype, but they are all based in truth. But let's see if we can find the science behind this. I want you to know that the influence your thoughts have on your physical and perceptual reality is well documented by scientific evidence. I think more articles should emphasize this point because it is the very real power we have to change our lives. If I was talking to my dad, who is really the scientific version of me, he would say, "Brian, this is just magical thinking." I can assure you, it is not. Thoughts are real, tangible, measurable things, electrical impulses. They are powerful, and you can direct and use them to help you. Unfortunately, most of us let them hurt us unknowingly. My thoughts used to really hurt me, and I have chosen to change my thoughts, and it has changed my life. So the first concept I want you to understand that is really important is that your reality is the product of your unique brain. At the most basic level, your unique reality is constructed by your unique brain. Your brain is unlike anyone else's, and so is your reality. Making sense of the world and what happens is the result of your individual brain's interpretation of the signals it receives as you go about your days interacting with your environment. Much of what you think of as reality is really a construction of your brain. This is really important for you to understand, and I continually try to remind myself of this. You do not actually experience the world directly. In the neuroscience of reality, Debbie Hampton writes, it may feel as though you have direct access to the concrete physical world through your senses, but you don't. Your senses do not experience the world directly. When you touch something, it feels like the touch is happening in your fingers. However, it is not. It's happening in your brain. The same is true for all your senses. Seeing doesn't happen in the eyes. Hearing doesn't take place in your ears. Smelling does not happen in your nose. These are all activities of your brain. In his book, The Brain, The Story of You, David Eagleman writes, here's the key. The brain has no access to the world outside. Sealed within the dark, silent chamber of your skull, your brain has never directly experienced the external world, and it never will. Instead, there's only one way that information from out there gets into the brain. Everything you experience, every sight, sound, smell, rather than being a direct experience, is an electrochemical rendition in a dark theater. This is an important distinction. It means that your brain assigns meaning to the electrical signals it receives. Its interpretation is determined by your subconscious. Each of us experiences the world subjectively as our brains interpret stimuli determined by our physical brain function, memories, beliefs, and attitudes about ourselves, others, and the world, shaped by family, religion, school, culture, and life experiences past and present. These influences are typically below conscious awareness and determine how a person responds to the world, interacts in relationships, and thinks of and talks to themselves. So stimuli coming into your brain are neutral. Nothing is good or bad or associated with any emotions or actions until your brain attaches those things to it. Therein lies the power to influence your reality. You can consciously direct and influence your thoughts at that point. As Stephen Covey said, each of us tends to think we see things as they are, that we are objective. But that's not the case. We see the entire world as we are, or as we are conditioned to see it. And there is science to prove this. In Jonah Lehrer's book, Proust was a neuroscientist. He tells of experiments conducted by Frederic Brochet in 2001 at the University of Bordeaux. Appropriately enough, the experiments involved wine. In the first one, Brochet took 2 glasses of the exact white wine, colored one of them red with food coloring, and proceeded to get observations from 57 wine experts. The experts described the red wine in terms of its jamminess and other red wine jargon. Not one of them identified it as a white wine. In another test, Brochet took the same medium quality Bordeaux and served it in 2 different bottles. One bottle was labeled to look like a fancy fine wine, while the other was labeled to resemble a common table wine. The wine experts gave the exact same wine in different bottles very different ratings. The wine in the expensive bottle was described as agreeable, complex, balanced, rounded, while the identical wine with a cheap-looking label was said to be weak, short, light, flat, and faulty. What these wine experiments illuminate is the omnipresence of subjectivity. Our human brain has been designed to believe itself, wired so that prejudices feel like facts. Opinions are indistinguishable from the actual sensations. If we think the wine is cheap, it will taste cheap. If we think we are tasting a Grand Cru, then we will taste a Grand Cru. Your brain is a subjective lens through which you view your life. Blair explains that the taste of wine, like everything in life, is more than the sum of our senses. What we experience is not what we literally sense. Our experiences are the interpretations of sensations by a subjective brain which factors in our unique beliefs, biases, memories, and desires every time. In a very literal sense, your brain is a subjective lens through which you experience life. Blair goes on to say that even if we could experience the wine exactly as it is, without subjectivity, we would still all taste it differently because each of our brains is unique on a cellular level, and the part of the brain which interprets taste and smell is extremely malleable. It is forever growing and pruning neurons throughout our lives. The research of Stanford psychologist Carol Dweck further illustrates the influence of our minds on our reality. Her research is the basis of an understanding of how your brain and mindset affect your reality. In her book, Mindset, The New Psychology of Success, she explores the power of our beliefs, both conscious and unconscious, and how even the simplest changes can have a measurable impact on almost every aspect of life. She writes, "For 20 years, my research has shown that the view you adapt for yourself profoundly affects the way you lead your life. It can determine whether you become the person you want to be and whether you accomplish the things you value." Harvard psychologist Ellen Langer studied the effect of thoughts on hotel maids. Even though these women spent all day moving their bodies, pushing vacuum cleaners, going up and down steps, bending and stretching, 67% of them said they got no exercise. Langer told half the maids that their activity level met the U.S. Surgeon General's definition of an active lifestyle. The other group did not receive similar information. Both groups just did their jobs as usual for a month. Langer's team measured the maids' physical health statistics. At the beginning of the study, the findings matched the maids' perceived lack of exercise. When measured a month later, the group that was told their job actively qualified as exercise saw a decrease in weight and waist-to-hip ratio and a 10% drop in blood pressure. None of the maids had changed their routines. The only differences were in how one group viewed what they did. According to Langer, if you believe that you are exercising, then your body responds as if you are. One study showed that being told you slept well or poorly determined how people's bodies physically responded. In the study, researchers explained the effects of REM sleep on sleep quality and told participants that average REM sleep should be around 20 to 25% of total sleep. Participants were then divided into groups assigned a sleep quality fitted with sensors and told that the researchers were monitoring vital signs in REM sleep. The monitoring was false, as were the group labels. The below average group was led to believe they got 16.2% REM sleep, while the above average group was told they got 28% REM sleep. After the results were dispensed, the researchers administered cognitive tests to the study participants, assessing basic math and verbal skills. People who were told they had low-quality sleep performed worse on the tests and showed more cognitive deficits than the control and high-quality sleep groups. Everything in your life is similar to the wine, the maid, and the sleep experiments. Everything. Every situation or event, past, present, or future, becomes what your brain defines it to be. In a recent interview I had with Nick Zay, he refers to the universe as a placebo universe. So when you look at everything that you're defining your life as, it is all happening within. There is no true reality. It is only subjective. In this way, in this understanding, your experience of reality is your own creation. Your brain even physically responds by reinforcing neural connections that coincide with your predominant habitual thinking, a concept known as neuroplasticity. In other words, your recurrent thinking patterns physically shape your brain's form and function, which then reinforces and encourages more of the same kind of thinking. It might feel in some situations like you can't choose your thoughts, that everything is subconscious. But at a minimum, you can choose how you respond to your thoughts. There is your control. This is your power you have to change your brain and life for the better. Controlling your thoughts, changing your thoughts, is directed neuroplasticity. It gives you the power to choose. Change your thoughts and change your world, as Norman Vincent Peale says. Neuroplasticity is actually an umbrella term referring to the many capabilities of your brain to reorganize itself throughout your life due to your environment, behavior, and internal experiences. Science used to believe that the brain was only changeable during certain periods in childhood. While it is true that your brain is much more plastic in the early years and capacity declines with age, plasticity happens throughout your life, from birth to death. Science has confirmed that you can access neuroplasticity for positive change in your own life in many ways. Harnessing neuroplasticity in adulthood isn't quite as simple as some people promise, but it can most definitely be accomplished under specific circumstances. From childhood through adulthood, the events of your life shape your brain. As little people grow, interact with others, and explore the world, connections are wired in their brains based on their experiences. When you're young, most of what happens is out of your control, or it feels like that. As adults, our brains are reflections of our daily routines. Your habits, both good and bad, literally get wired into your brain. As an adult, neuroplasticity does not happen as readily as it does in a child's brain, at least according to science, but it does happen. There are ways you can intentionally encourage and guide neuroplasticity to change in adulthood. You can try something new, mix things up, turn off your GPS, change your habits, exercise in a different way, train your brain, take trips and be social, do things that you don't normally do, and you change the way your brain is normally working. Your mind sculpts your brain. Everything you think, hope, feel, and imagine physically changes your brain for better or worse. You can intentionally harness this process for your benefit. Daniel Amen writes in You Are Not Your Brain, the 4-step solution for changing bad habits. We can actually use the mind to change the brain. The simple truth is that how we focus our attention, how we intentionally direct the flow of energy and information through our neural circuits can directly alter the brain's activity and its structures. There's ways we can do this through mindfulness. Research about the positive impact of mindfulness on the brain and mental health points to neuroplasticity as the cause. In mindfulness, by intentionally directing attention inward and cultivating awareness of the breath or thought and feelings, you are becoming aware of your brain's default mode network and exerting control over it. When you guide your default mode network, you're interrupting habitual thought patterns and orienting your brain in the present moment. Secondly, meditation. Along with many scientifically proven benefits of meditation for your brain, it increases neuroplasticity. Meditation has been proven to decrease stress, anxiety, and depression, which has been shown to limit neurogenesis and the birth of new brain cells. And you don't need to meditate for years to start reaping benefits. One study showed brain changes after just 8 weeks of regular meditation. Third, visualization. Neurons fire and chemicals are released in your brain whether something is real or imagined. Because as I said before, you're not experiencing the actual world. Sometimes the brain doesn't know the difference. So on brain scans, imaginative thoughts activate many identical brain areas which directly influence you physically and emotionally. From a neuroscientific perspective, imagining an act and doing it are not that different. Visualization allows you to put your imagination to work for you to change your brain. Research has validated the practice influences physical changes from muscle strength to brain pathways. Now, I've spent the last 15 minutes giving you the scientific rationale. This is directed to people I've met recently that have tried to tell me that there is no scientific basis on the fact that thoughts create reality. The truth is, your thoughts are all powerful. But let's move beyond that. And have you really ever stopped to consider the profound power of our thoughts and what they hold over our lives? The age-old adage, "you become what you think," is not just a poetic statement, but a truth that holds deep resonance in the fabric of our existence. So let's explore the transformative power of our thoughts and how they sculpt the very reality we experience. At the core of our being, our thoughts are the genesis of everything. They are the silent architects that build our beliefs, influence our actions, and ultimately shape our destinies. Each thought, no matter how fleeting, sends ripples into the vast ocean of our consciousness, influencing our perspective and in turn our reality. Consider for a moment the power of belief. A child who believes they can achieve great heights will take actions aligned with that belief. In contrast, a child who believes they are limited will often not venture beyond their perceived boundaries. Both realities are crafted by the foundational thoughts and beliefs they hold. The world did not tell them what to be. Their beliefs derived from their thoughts painted their world. Scientifically, the power of our thoughts has been demonstrated through the placebo effect. Patients, when given sugar pills but told they were receiving medication, have shown significant improvements solely based on their belief. Their thoughts about healing and recovery without any actual medicinal intervention influenced their physical reality. But the influence of our thoughts goes beyond the individual. Thoughts, especially when amplified, collectively shape cultures, societies, and the course of history. When a group believes in a cause, be it justice, innovation, or revolution, their collective consciousness becomes a force of nature, moving mountains and redefining reality. When we start to really think about thoughts, we start to think about imagination. Something that we've talked a lot about, particularly with Neville Goddard, who really loved to use the term imagination creates reality, referring to the imagination as God. The realm of the imagination is often considered the playground of the artist, the inventor, or the child. It's seen as a divergence from the real world, a place of dreams, fantasies, and fleeting whimsy. But what if I told you the power of the imagination is the very crucible in which our reality is forged? At its essence, imagination is the ability to form images, ideas, and sensations in our mind without any immediate input from the senses. It is the canvas of creativity where everything and anything is possible. Every great invention, piece of art, or social movement at its inception was just a fragment of someone's imagination. Take the Wright brothers, for instance. Before their aerodynamic feats became a reality, the idea of human flight was merely a figment of imagination, relegated to myths and dreams. But it was their ability to vividly imagine and then act upon the imagination that transformed a world bound by gravity into one where we could soar among the clouds. However, the alchemy of turning imagination into reality isn't exclusive to monumental achievements. It's an integral part of our daily lives. When you visualize your goals, imagine a desired outcome, or mentally rehearse a skill, you're laying the cognitive blueprints for that scenario to manifest in reality. And I've now pointed to this neuroscientific research that basically says that our brains can't distinguish between what we're vividly imagining and what we're actually experiencing. What I am fascinated by is that you can find echoes of this bouncing around everywhere, from Tony Robbins to New Thought churches to t-shirts at Target. The Secret, which has sold millions of copies, claims to teach you how to unlock the hidden potential of the universe to bring all you desire with the law of attraction. Regardless of the modality or philosophy, the simple explanation is this: focus on the desired outcome in your mind and it will happen. This isn't a new idea, and not by a long shot. Back in the 1800s, Emerson said, "Speak your latent conviction and it shall be a universal sense, for the inmost in due time becomes the outmost." I create reality by taking an idea in my mind and bringing it into existence. Going back hundreds of years, people have held the belief that human mind is capable of changing reality. It's obvious. I have an idea in my mind for a chair. I think about what the chair will look like, what to make it out of, and what color it will be, all in my mind. Then I create the chair by purchasing the materials and going to work on the wood, and the chair is created. What about things we don't seem to have direct control over? We've talked about the science of this, and most of those things are with the body or things we have direct control over. Can this same creative process explain how we create all parts of our reality? Let's start with how our thoughts can change our minds and make us seek out certain types of information. If I spend a day thinking a negative thought such as, I am lazy, how would that impact me? How would that impact you? I would consider myself lazy and also discover other thoughts such as, no wonder no one likes me, or I can't be successful because I'm too lazy, or I can't get anything done because I'm too lazy, or it's just going to be too hard because I'm too lazy. The seed thought of I am lazy, when nurtured with constant repetition and focus, grows into similar thoughts. Like attracts like. One thought attracts other thoughts that are similar. Most have experienced this with the downward spiral of procrastinating or gaining weight. Take it a step further, and it's not hard to see the connection between our thoughts and our actions. Far from pseudoscience, the relationship between positive thinking and positive actions is well documented. Cognitive behavioral therapy is a commonly used technique used for treating anxiety, depression, borderline personality disorder. It's based on the principle that our thoughts, emotions, and actions all influence each other. If I'm afraid of getting in a car crash, I might start thinking about a car turning in front of me, the collision, the trip to the hospital, and someone dying. This sequence will cause physiological changes related to my emotions, an increased heart rate, a stomach ache, or nausea. Then it will influence my actions by causing me to decide not to get into a car, or to not only drive certain roads at a certain time of day. If I repeat this cycle while I'm behind the wheel, I may be so paranoid about an accident that I actually drive worse, thereby increasing my chances of getting into an accident. We've all seen this. This could be a form of manifestation, a self-fulfilling prophecy, or creating my own reality. On the positive note, thoughts like I am creative might lead similar thoughts to I could write a book. I should start painting again. These thoughts might result in an uplifted mood, which increases dopamine in the brain and energizes the body. I might then decide to purchase some painting supplies or sign up for a new course on writing books. There's nothing mystical going on here yet, but it is still an example of change your thinking, change your life. Let's take it a step further and talk about how the thought patterns we've been discussing can shape the way we see the world. This boils down to the fundamental understanding of how human perception works. As I mentioned before, our brains fill in the gaps of our perceptions so seamlessly that we don't recognize it's happening. We've all seen the different optical illusions like the spinning dancer or the train that's moving, and you think it's moving forward, but it's actually moving backwards, or it's moving right or left. It's all perception. The brain fills in gaps of our perception so seamlessly that we don't even recognize it's happening. You observe this phenomenon like a blind spot in your eye and being able to read a sentence even when all the words are slightly misspelled. What we control and what we really start to create our reality is in how we perceive, interpret, think about the events in our life that generate our feelings about those events, and how we subsequently respond with our behavior. No one can choose your thoughts or actions. Those are yours alone. It seems there is conscious and unconscious influence over how we perceive things. We also create our reality through language. Check out my episode on the power of language and the ways that one language can define a reality for you as opposed to another. For instance, the French refer to a bridge in masculine terms and the Germans refer to it in feminine terms. Completely colors and changes the way that you think about that single word. So far we've been talking about our perceived reality, That's what we believe and assume about the things we see. What about actually creating something from nothing or manifesting reality through our thoughts? I remember a woman I knew who wanted a Tesla for $0 down and $0 per month. Sounds crazy, right? She repeatedly said, I own a Tesla and I owe nothing down on it and nothing per month. She puts it up on a vision board, and after 3 months of looking at this, she enters a relationship with a man who is a firefighter who has a Tesla. She has her Tesla to drive for $0 down and $0 a month. Now, this is just one example of millions of people who will testify that this is possible. Millions of people testify that manifestation is possible. Every single time I read one of these episodes from an author, they're giving multiple examples. How many examples do you need? Millions? Billions? Because that's what it feels like we've been given from these different examples. How can merely thinking about something bring it into existence? Throughout human existence, we observe the world around us and create rules and laws to explain it. The scientific method was created as a way to objectively observe, manipulate, measure, and come to conclusions about the natural universe. This arose with the 19th century scientific revolution that brought mechanistic science to the mainstream. Still today, this mechanistic or Newtonian science is the foundation of what is being taught in schools and how most Westerners see the world. It's because of this that they deny the idea that thoughts create reality, because that's looked as anti-science. Mechanistic science treats the entire world as a machine, similar to how I press the power button on my computer and it turns on. The natural world responds to events in a predictable fashion. There are a few laws that were created to explain how the natural world works, which you may have heard of. One is that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Another is energy is never created or destroyed, only moved or transformed. Remember that humans create these laws to make sense of what they observe. Our scientific laws and truths are only current, best definitions of what actually is, and they have changed many times over the course of history. There are a few problems with these Newtonian laws, most notably the law of gravity. You've heard the whole apple fell on Newton's head story, right? First of all, it's not a true story. More importantly, while Newton was the first to call it gravity and come up with a mathematical formula for it, he was wrong. Newton believed gravity was action at a distance, or that objects exert some invisible force that attracts other objects. Well, there are a few interesting scenarios where Newton's law didn't quite hold up. And we now know, given new evidence and new tests, that Newton was wrong. So how does gravity actually work? Einstein is the currently accepted winner of this debate with the theory of general relativity. Rather than action at a distance, Einstein's theory is that objects actually curve the fabric of space-time, causing them to move like a marble spinning around a drain, always headed towards the eventual endpoint. So it's clear that our understanding of the universe, that there are things known and there are things unknown, and in between, as Aldous Huxley said, are the doors of perception. So what does all this science mumbo-jumbo have to do with creating your own reality? It serves as an important point to show us that we don't have all the answers, and that the current way of defining cause and effect is based on an old mechanistic viewpoint that's been disproven. We've seen that humanity's ability to collect data, make decisions, and impart our will on the world is incredible and not replicated in any other species. We use this unique power to grow our own food, make water drinkable, create new molecules, and see backwards in time. So do we also use this power to create our own reality? As in, can we manifest the reality we want? Let's assume the law of cause and effect is true. Every effect has a cause that precedes it. In other words, life isn't random chaos. We reap what we sow. To determine the rules for this law, i.e. how it works, we would have to conduct an experiment In the experiment, we would repeat the same action over and over again and see if it produces the same results. I got a new job. That's the effect. What was the cause of me getting the new job? Well, you might assume it was because I applied for a job. To test this theory, we have 1,000 other people apply for a job, the cause, to see if they get a new job. But to prove this cause and effect, the experiment would have to work 100% of the time. If even one of those 1,000 people didn't get the job, I would be certain that applying was not the cause of me getting a new job. So what was the cause? Most likely it's a combination of upbringing, education, beliefs, talents, interests, previous employment history, and the fact that I applied. How can I prove this? I can't. There's no way to perfectly reproduce my entire life to see if things still work out the same. In short, we can't know what the cause is to a lot of the effects we see in our lives. Neville Goddard said there was one cause, and that was the Creator. We can get into that on another level. It's not the point of this episode. I want you who are doubters, that are of the scientific background, to look at this and understand that it's still very possible. There's a huge limitation in the scientific method. It's simply unable to account for all the data in human life. People have been pointing out for years that the mechanistic viewpoint of how the world works ignores or denies human agency, values, creativity, and personal or individual evolution. When science is unable to prove something, what are you left with? Direct experience, intuition, and faith. Our Newtonian upbringing causes us to assume the outcomes of our lives are exclusively due to physical earthly processes, but what if they're not? What if, like millions of people have believed over the centuries, there's not just physical law and also spiritual law? What if the earthly is but the showing forth of some of the results of that law? This idea isn't at odds with science, physics, or mathematics. We can accept those principles as true while still having faith in the unseen workings of the universe. All we're doing is adding an unknown variable to our equations. The cause of getting a job could be a daily visualization and affirmation practice. The mind and spoken word could influence the ethers to bring about the job I desire and place me directly in its path. I have no way to know for certain based on the limitations of current scientific models, and maybe I'm not meant to know. Maybe faith is a part of the equation. But quantum physics does establish that there is a role of consciousness with the observer effect. One of the most famous and puzzling aspects of quantum physics is the observer effect demonstrated in experiments like the double slit experiment. In its basic form, the experiment shows that particles can act both as particles and waves. What's particularly strange is the behavior of these particles changes based on whether they're being observed. Some interpretations suggest that the act of observation collapses the wave function into a definite state. Beyond that, there's so many amazing authors that have documented the ways in which thoughts create reality. Of course, you have Neville Goddard, who proposed that imagination creates reality. Then secondly, you have Napoleon Hill. His foundational principle is that thoughts are things. He believed that a clear and strong desire, paired with persistent thought and positive emotion, could manifest real-world outcomes. He emphasized the importance of the subconscious mind, faith, and visualization in achieving one's desires. Then you have Joseph Murphy, who proposed that our subconscious processes are the creators of reality. Then there's James Allen. Allen's work suggests that a person's mind shapes their reality. Comparing thoughts to a garden, he writes, "As he thinks in his heart, so he is," suggesting that individuals have the power to dictate their circumstances based on their innermost thoughts. Then you have Dr. Wayne Dyer, who taught and believed the transformative power of thoughts. He said that change the way you look at things, and the things you look at change, emphasizing the role of perception in shaping reality. There's Louis Hay, Rhonda Byrne, Dr. Joe Dispenza, Deepak Chopra, Neil Donald Walsh. All of them proposed this. There's hundreds more. So, if you don't believe that your thoughts create reality at this point, I'm not sure what else I can do. The process of actually creating the reality that you want is an art form. And in many ways, it's that old story of the blind men that come upon the elephant. I've said it many times, and so many speakers love to use that analogy. But we are all the blind men that come upon this elephant. Some feel the trunk, some feel the tail, some feel the leg, and our perception of that element is colored by a very limited understanding of this world. So we don't entirely know, and we may not ever entirely know the process of it. We've talked about all this, but let me give you my story. I would watch YouTube, read books, and become aware of this phenomenon, tested it out very often, something very simple. I would like to get a red apple. And I would say to myself, I want this red apple. And then I would start researching it and say, oh, I need to do a little bit more than just think about the red apple. I'm going to taste it. Hold the red apple in my hands. Taste it. And imagine that it's my red apple. And then I want to have this red apple for no money. I want a free red apple. How am I going to have this free red apple? So I imagined that I was holding an apple that was free. And I could feel the joy of holding this free red apple. And literally a couple of days later, a neighbor comes by and says, we got some extra red apples. I just wanted to give you some. This is not a coincidence. This kind of thing happens all the time. On a larger scale, I used to watch YouTube videos and read books all the time, and I would imagine that I have written my own book and done my own YouTube videos that people are watching. So I would see my book with my name on it. I would see my book and imagine it. I would imagine the feeling of other people talking about my book, holding the book in my hands. Next thing you know, I've written a book. I would imagine watching my own YouTube videos, listening to the sound of my voice, the feeling of satisfaction and fulfillment for having done the video. And then months later, I have that exact moment where I'm watching myself, hearing my voice, and feeling that feeling of satisfaction. That is just one of a million stories I can give, because literally every single second of your life has been created by a thought from the past. Everything. And so every moment of your life is an example of the ways that your thoughts create reality, because you are living within a thought construct. Chapter 2: How to Create Your Reality. After you hear this, the thin veil between your thought and reality will dissolve, and your deepest yearnings will crystallize before your very eyes, and the universe will intricately mold itself to the whispers of your heart's intent. Consider this to be a gateway to a new existence for you, where the unthinkable becomes achievable and the figments of your imagination will solidify. This is an invitation for you to interact with the quantum threads of existence, to reshape the melody of your life's narrative at will. Here you're going to uncover the secrets of transforming ephemeral thoughts into palpable realities, where inner monologues become the incantations that summon your desires, where gratitude opens the floodgates to prosperity, and where the heart and mind converge in a harmonious act of creation. You'll navigate through the tempests of resistance, steering by the stars of your intentions and anchoring in the realms of your aspirations. But heed this warning. This exploration demands bravery to trust in the invisible, the resolve to redefine the contours of your life, and the insight to recognize yourself as the sculptor of your destiny. I'm not saying your road will be devoid of hurdles. I'm trying to equip you with the instruments to construct pathways over them, to transform barriers into gateways, and to perceive obstacles as chances to evolve. This is an enthralling experience. When you learn how to create your own reality, it changes everything. You learn that you are the main actor in your story, where you are both the creator and the protagonist, scripting epic tales of achievement, affection, vitality, and wealth. Are you prepared to unlock the power that lies within you, to shed the confines of doubt and ascend the true possibilities of your life? This is the art and science of shaping your existence. You might have seen the movie The Secret and the thousands and thousands of videos that you can find on YouTube of people talking about how to create your reality. So I want to put all this in one place because over time, over 2,000 episodes, we have evolved in learning different techniques that are very effective. I've coached a number of people, and in my own life, I've been able to create the reality that I dreamed of. The essence of creating a reality is not a secret kept in the shadows, but a truth as old as time, waiting to be rediscovered and wielded with intention and precision. You stand on the threshold of a new understanding where the lines between the seen and the unseen start to blur, and where your inner world becomes the architect of your outer experience. You hold the pen that writes the chapters of your future. With each word I give you, you will begin to uncover the principles that allow you to align with the frequencies of abundance, well-being, and fulfillment. You'll learn how to clear the static of doubt, fear, and limiting beliefs, and turn into the clear signal of your true desires. The fabric of reality. At the heart of your experience lies a profound and often overlooked truth. Reality is not a rigid, unchanging structure. It is fluid, shaped and reshaped by the currents of your perceptions, beliefs, and thoughts. So let's explore the malleable nature of reality and how your inner world molds your outer experiences, drawing on the insights of quantum field theory and the transformative power of your subconscious mind. Consider for a moment the idea that what we perceive as solid, unchangeable reality is in fact a canvas upon which our thoughts and beliefs paint the scenery. This is not mere metaphor, but a reflection of a deeper truth about the nature of existence. Every moment, every experience is a manifestation of a collective and individual consciousness, a symphony of thought energy taking form. Quantum field theory offers a glimpse into the scientific underpinnings of how thoughts influence reality. At the quantum level, particles do not have fixed states until they are observed. This fundamental aspect of quantum mechanics suggests that at a very basic level, the act of observation, and by extension the observer's expectations, thoughts, and beliefs, can influence the outcome of physical events. This interplay between consciousness and the physical world invites us to reconsider our role in shaping our reality. It implies that our perceptions and beliefs are not merely reactions to the world around us, but are active contributors to its creation. The implications are profound. By changing our internal state, we can alter our external world. The teachings of Neville Goddard and Joseph Murphy offer invaluable insights into harnessing this potential. Goddard's law of assumption posits that assuming the feeling of your wish as fulfilled already sets into motion the events necessary for its materialization. Murphy, on the other hand, emphasizes the subconscious mind's role in shaping our reality. He suggests that by impressing our subconscious with our desires through repetition and emotional engagement, we can create a blueprint for our reality to follow. Both teachings highlight the incredible power of the mind to influence reality. The subconscious mind operates beyond the constraints of logic and time, working tirelessly to align our external circumstances with our internal states. By understanding and applying these principles, we can begin to consciously influence the fabric of our reality. To apply these concepts, start by observing your thoughts and beliefs. This is the most important step. Notice how they correlate with your experiences. Experiment with intentionally shifting your thoughts towards the outcomes you desire. Practice assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Neville Goddard taught the feeling as being the key aspect, not as a distant dream, but as your present reality. Impress upon your subconscious the vision of your life as you wish it to be through visualization, affirmations, and emotional engagement. This is a moment-by-moment process, breath by breath, second by second. By understanding the malleable nature of existence and the role of your thoughts and beliefs in shaping it, you can open yourself to the limitless possibilities of what you can create. The fabric of reality is woven from the threads of your perceptions, beliefs, and thoughts, and by mastering these elements, you have begun the first step into creating your reality. The power of belief. The landscape of your reality is sculpted by the beliefs you hold, serving as the foundation upon which your experiences are built. Beliefs are not just passive notions that reside in the back of your mind. They are active forces shaping your perceptions, reactions, and the very essence of your being. Joseph Murphy's exploration of the subconscious mind provides a pivotal framework for understanding how deeply ingrained beliefs influence your reality. The subconscious mind is likened to a vast fertile garden where the beliefs you plant determine the nature of the crop you harvest. Just as a garden requires attention and care to yield desirable produce, your subconscious mind needs nurturing with positive, empowering beliefs to create a reality that reflects your true desires and aspirations. The first step in transforming your reality is to identify the limiting beliefs that have taken root in your subconscious. These beliefs may have been sown in childhood, through societal conditioning or past experiences, and they act as barriers to your growth and fulfillment. To identify these beliefs, you must become an observer of your thoughts, emotions, and reactions, tracing them back to the underlying assumptions about yourself and the world around you. So begin by reflective journaling. Engage in reflective journaling and asking yourself probing questions about your fears, doubts, and the areas of your life where you feel stuck. Look for the pattern that suggests underlying beliefs. Why am I fearful about this? Why am I acting in this way? By asking questions and then simply journaling about it, you begin the process of beginning to understand where your beliefs lie. The truth is, you may not even know what you truly believe. The second step is to practice meditation and mindfulness to become aware of your thought patterns and emotional response. Yes, you can do and use meditation to create your reality, but before you do that, this step is important. You must create a heightened awareness that will reveal your beliefs that shape these internal experiences. Once you've identified your limiting beliefs, the work of transformation begins. Changing deeply ingrained beliefs requires intention, persistence, and a variety of strategies tailored to reprogram the subconscious mind. First of all, you can use affirmations, constructing positive affirmations that directly counteract your limiting beliefs. Repeat these affirmations daily, ideally during moments of quiet reflection or meditation, to embed them in your subconscious. I like to use them in the morning and at night before I go to bed, maybe in the middle of the day. After using affirmations, you want to employ visualization techniques to imagine yourself living the reality that your new empowering beliefs support. Visualization engages the subconscious mind by creating vivid emotional experiences that reinforce your desired beliefs. The construction of new empowering beliefs is an act of creation. It involves deliberately choosing beliefs that align with your goals and desires, then embedding these beliefs into your subconscious mind to influence your reality positively. Neville Goddard liked to refer to all of us as gods, with the power of God, except one limitation. That is our belief. So you understand what you believe, and then you go about the process of changing it. Then, how do you build new empowering beliefs after you've done this? You can begin by scripting your beliefs. Check out my episode on scripting to create your reality. Write down your new beliefs in a detailed, affirmative manner. The new beliefs that you want to take on. Maybe you don't necessarily believe that you're successful or that you're prosperous, so you write them down in a detailed, affirmative manner. Describe how these beliefs influence your behavior, emotions, and the world around you. This exercise makes your new beliefs tangible and actionable. If you have the thought that you can't change your beliefs, just look around the world. People's beliefs are being changed all the time. The next step is to gather evidence. Actively seek out and document evidence that supports your new beliefs. The mind is amazing, and it will find what you look for. This practice will reinforce the validity of your beliefs and gradually shift your perceptions to align with your desired reality. There are some exercises for building empowering beliefs. First, try a belief assessment exercise. Make a list of your core beliefs about yourself, others, and the world. And next to each belief, write down how it has shaped your experiences. Evaluate which beliefs serve you and which do not. Secondly, the belief bridge technique. For each limiting belief, create a bridge belief that is more positive and feels attainable. For example, if your limiting belief is, "I'm not good enough to succeed," a bridge belief might be, "I'm open to seeing my inherent value and potential." Use these bridge beliefs as stepping stones to more empowering beliefs. And third, daily belief integration. Choose one empowering belief to focus on each day. And throughout the day, ask yourself how someone with that belief would act, think, and feel, and align your actions and your mindset with this belief to integrate it into your reality. I'm dedicating the beginning of this to beliefs because as I've taught reality creation for a long time, I have found that the beliefs that you have are absolutely key. And by consciously cultivating a garden of empowering beliefs, you will open yourself to a reality that reflects your highest potential. The power of belief is the key to unlocking a life of abundance, growth, and fulfillment. The art of assuming. At the heart of transforming your reality lies a powerful, yet often overlooked principle, the art of assuming, the feeling of the wish fulfilled. This principle, championed by Neville Goddard, teaches us that to manifest your desire, you must first inhabit the emotional state and conviction that your desires have already been realized. It's not merely about wanting or hoping. It's about embodying the certainty and feeling of the desired outcome as a present reality, not something in the future. To live in the end means to operate from a state of being, where your desire is not a distant dream, but a present fact of your life. This involves a shift from longing to being, from desiring to having. It's a mental and emotional alignment with your desired reality, where you assume the feelings and attitudes of one who has already achieved your goal. Begin by creating a vivid mental scene. Identify a scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire. This scene should be brief, specific, and charged with emotional significance. It might be a moment of celebration, a conversation indicating success, or a simple action that signifies the achievement of your goal. For instance, if you wanted to win a gold medal in the Olympics, you might imagine yourself biting down on that gold medal or standing up and celebrating your victory. Then, the next step is emotional saturation. You immerse yourself in this mental scene until it feels so vivid and real. The goal is to saturate your consciousness with the emotions and sensory experiences of this reality, such as joy, gratitude, or peace. Many people struggle with this because they have not actually inhabited that reality. So your mind must go through a process of imagining and making believe. You can ask yourself the question, how would I feel if? By beginning that process, you can do this. For many, it takes time, but continue to work on immersing yourself in the mental scene until it feels so vivid and real that you cannot distinguish it from reality. You should enjoy this process. It's daydreaming, amplified and magnified. Emotional resonance is the vibrational match between your emotional state and the frequency of your desired reality. It acts as a magnetic force, attracting experiences that resonate with your inner state. And to manifest your desires, to create your reality, your emotions must align with the feeling of already having or being what you wish for. The feeling is the secret. Embody the feeling of your wish fulfilled throughout your day, not just during moments of visualization or for a brief 10-minute meditation. To truly create your reality, this is a continuous process. Continuous emotional alignment signals to the universe that you are ready to receive your desire. Then, you must cultivate a positive emotional state. You can do this by practicing gratitude, love, and appreciation daily. These are the emotions that you would feel if your wish was fulfilled. These emotions have high vibrational frequencies that enhance your manifestation abilities. Always be in a state of gratitude, love, and appreciation. Imagination is the canvas upon which you paint your desired reality, and visualization is the brush you use to bring these visions to life. And through imaginative practice, you create a blueprint of your desired reality, which the subconscious mind works to realize in the physical world. Regular visualization practice is key. Dedicate time each day to visualize your desired outcome using the scene you've constructed. The more regularly you practice, the more real and attainable your desire feels. Generally, I have people that will go into the comments and say that I'm incapable of visualizing. First of all, remove that belief. I've had people that said they have never been able to visualize that have been able to visualize, but try some alternative. Painting a picture, writing it out in a script, finding a way to imagine the scene in some way, shape, and form. There may be an alternative way for you to visualize. Do not abandon the idea that you can visualize. Then next, you want to have sensory richness. Incorporate all 5 senses into your visualization. This is important. Oftentimes people will only see what they're trying to visualize, but each of these senses are gates that expand on your power and ability, and also directly affect the subconscious in the ways that you need for the reality to be created. What do you see, hear, feel, taste, and smell in your realized desire? The more detailed and sensory rich your visualization, the more powerful its impact on your subconscious mind. To weave the art of assuming into the fabric of your daily life, it's essential to maintain a consistent practice of living in the end, emotional resonance, and imaginative visualization. Here are practical steps to integrate this art into your everyday experience. 1. Morning intention setting. Start each day by setting an intention to embody the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Visualize your desired scene and immerse yourself in its emotional state. Secondly, emotional alignment checks. Throughout the day, periodically check in with your emotional state. Are you maintaining the feeling of your wish fulfilled? Use breathwork or quick visualizations to realign if necessary. And third, evening reflection. Reflect on your day. Focus on the moments where you successfully maintained your desired emotional state. This is an ongoing process. You have to continue to do it. Visualize your desired scene again before sleep to reinforce it in your subconscious. By mastering the art of assuming, you harness the creative power of your emotions and imagination to manifest the reality that you desire. This practice transforms the abstract into the tangible, guiding the unseen forces of the universe to shape your world according to your deepest aspirations. Reality transurfing. Reality transurfing, a powerful conceptual framework for understanding and navigating the complexities of creating your reality, offers a unique perspective on the mechanics of manifestation. It transcends traditional manifestation concepts that we've discussed so far, and it introduces a set of principles that empower individuals to consciously choose their paths in life. I want to discuss the core principles of transurfing to elucidate how you can apply them to manifest your desired reality by aligning with the optimal life tracks available in the space of variations. Reality transurfing is based on the premise that reality is multi-layered, consisting of an infinite number of possibilities or variations. This multitude of potential realities exists within a quantum field known as the space of variations. And according to transurfing, our consciousness interacts with this field, selecting the reality we experience through our thoughts, emotions, and intentions. This perspective shifts the focus from trying to change the external world to choosing our path within it. The key concepts of reality transurfing are, first, the space of variations. This is the quantum field that contains all possible outcomes, events, and paths that one's life can take. It's a vast information space of potential realities where every possible variation of your life already exists. Secondly, is pendulums. These are energetic structures formed by the collective thoughts and emotions of individuals. If everybody is creating their reality and everybody's thoughts are influencing reality, what happens when groups of people, collective thoughts, start to create reality? That's when you get pendulums, and they can sway people's thoughts and emotions, and they are swaying your thoughts and emotions, trapping you in an unwanted reality. Recognizing and detaching from these outside forces, these pendulums, is crucial for maintaining control over your personal reality. And the third concept is energy levels. Your personal energy level determines your ability to navigate the space of variations. Higher energy levels enhance your capacity to choose and stabilize the desired reality. Managing your energy wisely is the key to successful transurfing. Reality transurfing offers strategic approaches to consciously choose and navigate toward your preferred life tracks within the space of variations. First of all, reducing importance. One of the central tenets of transurfing is the reduction of excessive importance placed on goals, outcomes, or challenges. By neutralizing the energy of importance, you avoid creating excess potential that can lead you away from your desired reality. If you want to exist within a certain reality and you put a lot of importance into it, you will never get the change in reality that you desire. By reducing the importance, you take away thoughts of want and desire that always push the reality away from you. Now, the second strategy for navigating reality through transurfing is sliding to the desired reality. This involves shifting your focus and energy towards the reality you wish to inhabit by visualizing and embodying the emotions and state of being associated with that reality. This shift enables you to slide into the desired life track within the space of variations. The third strategy is energy management. Cultivating and preserving your energy is essential for effective transurfing. Practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and pursuing activities that align with your heart's desire help maintain high energy levels, facilitating easier navigation through the space of variations. Things like pendulums can affect your energy and take it away from you. So when you understand your energy, you become emboldened and empowered to create your reality very efficiently. There are practical applications to the transurfing teachings. To apply these principles, consider the following practical steps. First, awareness of pendulums. Become aware of the pendulums that influence your thoughts and emotions. Things like corporations and political parties, mass media, events that happen, anything that's incorporating a large group of people and their thoughts will begin to affect your reality. And by detaching and refusing to give your energy to these pendulums, you gain the freedom to choose your reality. And secondly, balancing importance. Identify areas of your life where you've assigned excessive importance. Work on balancing this by seeing your goals and challenges from a perspective of calm detachment, reducing the emotional charge and potential obstacles. And third, the visualization and slide technique. Regularly practice visualizing your desired reality as a vivid scene, including the emotions and sensations associated with it. As I mentioned earlier, this creates a slide that helps you align with the corresponding life track in the space of variations. By integrating transurfing principles into your approach to manifesting your reality, you unlock a powerful method for navigating the myriad possibilities of life, guiding you toward your desired reality with precision and ease. And I mentioned transurfing in my episode on how to create your reality because it was a very profound realization for me that allowed me to create my reality. Understanding the concepts of the law of assumption and the subconscious mind were important, but understanding reality transurfing helped me take it to the next level. Transurfing is like a software that you can use that allows you to effectively create your reality and avoid the obstacles that people normally encounter along the way. Emotional guidance system. Our emotions serve as a sophisticated guidance system, offering real-time feedback about our alignment with our desired reality or the presence of resistance. Emotions are much more than reactions to external stimuli. They are indicators of your vibrational alignment with the universe. Positive emotions such as joy and love and gratitude signal alignment with your desires, showing that your thoughts and beliefs are in harmony with your goals. Conversely, negative emotions like fear, doubt, and anger indicate resistance, highlighting areas where your thoughts and beliefs may be misaligned with your aspirations. Elevating your emotional state is essential for aligning with your desired reality. There's many techniques that you can use to shift your emotions towards a more positive spectrum. Use mindful breathing exercises to center yourself and calm emotional turbulence. Regular meditation combined with visualization of your desired outcomes will significantly improve your emotional well-being. Engage in activities that naturally elevate your mood, such as exercise, spending time in nature, or practicing a hobby. These activities can provide a quick, effective emotional boost. The idea that feeling is the secret to manifestation emphasizes the importance of not just thinking about your desires, but feeling them as if they are already your reality. This principle suggests that the emotional energy you emit is what attracts corresponding experiences into your life. Thus, embodying the feelings associated with your desires is key to bringing them to fruition. Cultivate the emotions you would feel if your desires were already manifested. If you seek abundance, feel abundant. If you desire love, feel love for yourself and others. This alignment attracts experiences that resonate with those feelings. It works every time, and it's working with your heart, and it's why it can be difficult to manifest because for many of us, emotions are hard to understand. Gratitude can powerfully elevate your emotional state if you are struggling with changing your emotions. Regularly express gratitude for what you have as well as for the fulfillment of your desires in advance. It's helpful to conduct daily emotional check-ins to assess your emotional state and identify negative emotions that might be pulling you away from what you're trying to manifest. Creating coherence between heart and mind. The alignment of heart and mind is a pivotal aspect of reality creation and offers a pathway to a more integrated and powerful approach to creating your desired reality. By achieving a state of coherence and harmony between your desires, which is your heart, and your beliefs, your mind, we unlock a potent force for attracting your goals. Through specific techniques and exercises, you can cultivate this vital alignment and enhance your ability to manifest your desires with greater ease and efficiency. Heart-brain coherence refers to a state where the psychological and physiological systems operate in harmony, driven by the synchronization between the heart's rhythmic patterns and the brain's neural networks. Research by institutions like the HeartMath Institute has demonstrated that achieving coherence can lead to improved emotional states, increased resilience, and enhanced cognitive functions. In the context of manifestation, coherence amplifies your capacity to align your feelings and thoughts with your intentions, thereby increasing the effectiveness of your manifestation efforts. Creating coherence between the heart and mind involves fostering a positive emotional state that aligns with your mental intentions. This alignment generates a unified field of energy that can significantly impact your ability to attract what you desire. There are techniques to facilitate this coherence. First, focused heart breathing. Concentrate on your heart area and imagine breathing through the heart. This practice helps to shift your focus and energy from the mind to the heart and promotes a state of calmness and balance. When it comes to heart coherence, I always recommend that you listen to Kyle Boyd and Leah Rush, who I interview on the channel, who are experts in heart coherence. Another technique that you can do with focused heart breathing is to combine it with cultivating genuine positive emotions such as love or appreciation or compassion. Focusing on these emotions can enhance the heart's coherence and its synchronization with the brain, creating a powerful state that is conducive to manifestation. Generally, we cannot manifest if it's just with our minds. The heart is where the energy and power comes. So if you really want that car and you're doing it from your mind, you're not able to manifest that car. But if you can find it in your heart to want that car. And transurfing describes the differences between heart and mind in that the heart doesn't know or care about numbers. So if you ask for 2,752,000, you're never going to be able to do that because you're only trying to manifest from the mind in that particular number. But if you understand the heart, which is aligned with feelings, which is why this is consistent with the feeling is the secret, and you know the feeling of that number, that is when you find that sweet spot in which reality creation occurs. So a heart-centered meditation exists like this. It's very easy. Find a quiet space, place your hand over your heart to help focus your attention on your heart area. Breathe slowly and deeply, imagining your breath flowing in and out of your heart. Slow down your breath, breathing in and out at the same amount of time, which balances your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. And as you breathe, you generate feelings of gratitude, love, or joy. Imagine these emotions radiating from your heart and enveloping your entire being. You do this for 5 to 10 minutes, maintaining the focus on heart-generated positive emotions. Boom, it's that easy. Once you begin to integrate heart-brain coherence into your daily life, you will notice that you can transform your approach to reality creation. Your reality will be created faster and easier and more efficiently. By regularly engaging in these practices, you unlock a powerful synergy that can significantly accelerate the reality creation process, overcoming resistance and navigating challenges. Manifesting your desired reality often involves navigating through resistance and overcoming challenges that arise along the path. That's why I wanted to mention this briefly. Resistance can manifest in various forms, including fear and doubt, procrastination, and external obstacles. It often signals a misalignment between your desires and your current vibrational state or belief system. Recognizing resistance is a critical step towards overcoming it, allowing you to realign with your intentions. There are numerous strategies to overcome resistance. First of all, identify pendulums. Pendulums create resistance by pulling us into negative or unwanted energetic patterns. Recognizing when you're caught in a pendulum sway and consciously choose to detach from it. Next, you can reduce importance. The reduction in importance decreases the energy feeding the resistance, making it easier to navigate through the challenge. Additionally, energy redistribution. Shift your focus and energy away from resistance and towards actions and thoughts that align with your desired reality. This will help in breaking free from the grip of negative pendulums and reduce the impact of obstacles. There are a number of methods to deal with when you face a setback, which is part of the process. Change your perspective on setbacks, viewing them as opportunities for growth and learning. This shift in perspective can transform challenges into stepping stones toward your goals. Treat setbacks as working to your advantage. Sometimes things happen along the way that feel like you're moving backwards when actually you're moving forwards. My favorite example of this is that you get a flat tire on the way to work. This feels like you're encountering some sort of setback, but that flat tire allows you to meet someone at the store that allows you to achieve your goal or saves you from a terrible accident that would have impeded your ability to achieve your reality. So assume that everything is working to your advantage, and then stay flexible. Being rigid in your approach will always amplify resistance. Stay open and flexible to alternative paths and solutions that arise, aligning more closely to the flow of life. Detachment and surrender are not about giving up on your desire, but about releasing the tight grip of control and allowing the universe to orchestrate the best outcome. Practical steps to create your reality. So if you're someone that wants to have the exact steps to create reality, then let's look at it this way. First, define your desire clearly. Start by clearly defining your desire. Be as specific as possible about what you want to manifest. The clearer your vision, the easier it is to focus your energy and intentions. You can write it down, document your desire. The second step is to cultivate the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Immerse yourself in the feeling of already having achieved your desire. The emotional alignment is crucial for manifestation. The third step is to reprogram your subconscious mind. Develop affirmations that support your desire. Repeat these affirmations daily to imprint your goal on your subconscious mind. The fourth step is to reduce the importance and detach from the outcome. Reduce the perceived importance of your desire to minimize excess potential and resistance. Practice detachment by letting go of the need to control the outcome. Don't worry about how it's going to happen. Just let it happen. The fifth and final step is to simply navigate pendulums and maintain energy levels. Recognize external influences that try to sway your thoughts and emotions away from the reality that you want. Then consciously choose to detach from these pendulums. So you can create a daily practice or ritual. Begin each day by setting an intention that aligns with your reality that you want to create. Cultivate gratitude for what you already have in the fulfillment of your desires. And then reflect in the evening. Visualize at least a little bit every day your reality that you want to create. By following these practical steps and incorporating daily practices and rituals into your routine, you create a fertile ground for your desires to manifest. Remember, the key to successful manifestation lies in the alignment of your thoughts, emotions, and actions, coupled with trust in the natural flow of the universe. Now, there are many examples of people that have manifested and created their reality. That's where the proof is in the pudding. You can find these examples in the many books that I've read to you. But just to give you a couple that come to mind, I knew someone that was paralyzed and was told they would never recover. And despite this, they held a deep desire to heal and live a vibrant, healthy life. They practice heart-brain coherence and maintain a state of positive expectation and well-being, raising their frequency and visualizing a healthy and active life, and employed affirmations to support their body's innate healing ability. A strong emotional connection to the desired outcome, consistent practice of visualizing and maintaining high energy levels began this healing process, and the result was that they were healed and were able to walk again. I knew a couple that dreamed of owning a home that seemed beyond their financial reach. They desired a space that felt like a true reflection of their personalities and aspirations. When they came to me, I admit even I had doubts that they would ever be able to live in the mansion that they had dreamed of. They created a detailed vision board that included images of their dream home, and they practiced gratitude for their current living situation, accepting where they were at now, while feeling the joy of living in their dream home, and detached from the how and when, trusting the universe to deliver. With clarity of vision, emotional investment in their desired outcome, and gratitude, they ended up in the exact home of their dreams. This is just a couple of examples. I myself overcame an incredible loss in my business and manifested an entirely different business. I have experienced reality shifts using the techniques that I'm talking about hundreds of times. And I always sort of don't like to give details about the stories of how I've been able to do it, because I don't want to take away the power of it. And there's some part of me that says, if I tell someone about how this happened, maybe it'll all fall apart. But it is magic and powerful, and I promise you that if you utilize these techniques, you will see a change in your reality. Understand, we began by understanding the malleable nature of reality and the pivotal role that your perceptions, beliefs, and thoughts play in shaping it. The power of belief, the art of assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and the strategic navigation to the space of variations offered by reality transurfing were explored in depth. We delved into the significance of mastering your inner dialogue, the invaluable guidance provided by your emotions, and the critical alignment between heart and mind. I have given you strategies to overcome resistance and navigate challenges that will happen along the way. The key to creating your reality lies in the continuous practice and refinement of these techniques. Your journey of creating your reality is unique and ever evolving. It is a process that calls for experimentation, adaptation, and most importantly, a belief in your power to manifest your desires. So be clear about what you wish to manifest. Strengthen your belief in your ability to create your reality. Align your emotions with your desires. Integrate these practices into your daily routine, and just be open to the universe's guidance and the myriad ways your desires can manifest. This journey is not just about achieving a specific outcome, but about discovering your innate power and the joy of creating your reality. It's a journey that transforms not only your external world, but also your inner self, leading to growth, fulfillment, and a deeper connection with the universe. Let this serve as a beacon to guide you towards the realization of your dreams and the creation of a life that reflects your deepest desires and highest aspirations. Your reality is yours to shape, and the journey is as magnificent as the destination. Embrace it with open arms, a willing heart, and the unshakable belief that anything you can imagine is within your reach. Chapter 3. Mastering the Art of Manifestation. Manifestation is a word sometimes I've been hesitant to use. If you read my book, The Reality Revolution, The Mind-Blowing Movement to Hack Your Reality, you'll notice I did not use that word very often. In a recent video, I addressed the conundrum, why you're not manifesting. That seemed to resonate with a lot of people. So I'm going to use that word a little bit more. But really, you're not necessarily manifesting, because the word kind of implies something coming from nothing. You're really choosing something that already exists. But that's just words. The process of understanding and mastering the art of manifestation is the road to self-empowerment and ultimate power. Through this process, you'll be able to redirect your energy to create and manifest whatever you want with your life. This process will take the guesswork out of manifestation and bring the power back to you. Your only dilemma will be in deciding what you want. The rest is easy. Without exception, the single most important step in the process of manifestation is deciding what you want. That's something that I've struggled with I might know all the dynamics, all the techniques, all the ways in which I can create my reality, but what sort of reality do I want to create? Over the years, as I've worked with people to help them create the life they want, I have become aware of the power of decision. For many, the only thing they really needed to do was to decide what it was they really wanted. Once they decided, boom, instantaneous manifestation. The universe loves a made-up mind and will often deliver instantaneously when you do. A lot of people that are struggling out there haven't really decided what it is they want. They kind of want this thing, but they're lukewarm on it, so it's not for sure, and that is one thing to consider. The key is to understand how difficult that may be for you. So many people have no idea what they truly want, so they just kind of bounce from job to job, relationship to relationship, or from one situation to the next, feeling totally lost. When you become more decisive in your approach to life, you get more done. When you become more decisive in your approach to manifestation, you always get what you want. When you definitely and definitively decide the direction you want your life to go, life gets easier. So the question is, I'm asking you, what do you really want? I recommend taking some time to yourself and getting clear about what you really want. Sometimes it's as easy as making a list of the material items that you'd like to have in your life. Easy enough. But don't you also want to live a more rewarding, creative, and passionate life as well? It always starts with material things that you want, but then once you have those things, it's so much more that you need. And sometimes there's a part of you that really doesn't want those material things. So what do you really want? My experience is that most people want a rewarding, creative, and passionate life. Most people are not creating their life exactly the way they want it because they have not made the firm decision to do so. This means that you want the change, but are unwilling to make the decision to take responsibility for that change. When you decide unequivocally, without a doubt, upon the specific direction you want to go in, then you will take the necessary actions to effect that change. However, there will be no change without your firm commitment via a real decision about what you want. To put it simply, you cannot manifest anything without really wanting it. For example, when I was younger, I always wanted to make money. However, I hated taking on too much responsibility and enjoyed my freedom. These conflicting wants created a lot of strife for me because I wanted the good life, but was unwilling to take the responsibility of creating it. This manifested as my going through the process of getting hired at various jobs, only to get fired shortly thereafter. After being fired from several jobs, I realized that something wasn't working for me. I began to realize that money was important to me, but was more important was having my freedom. So I decided to start a business on my own. And that's when I felt that freedom. It was fun. And I focused on selling books at the time. And I found a fun way to do it and enjoyed it. In order to know what you want, it's a good idea to be honest with yourself. Sometimes all you really want is to make more money, which provides you with more choices. That is completely fine. And always extremely rewarding. Everyone should have the opportunity to make as much money as they want. No exceptions. I see comments all the time that question the desire to make money. It has a spiritual component. Money is God in action. Stop feeling guilty about it. However, I often find that people want more than just to have enough money. People want the feeling of achievement. and fulfillment. Most people want to feel as if they've completed something of value, and they want to feel joy about what they do. A friend of mine is a medical doctor who had decided to take a hiatus from her work. While I was talking to her, I began to understand that she was really quite distraught about her career. She was talking to me about how she really enjoyed visiting art museums. I couldn't help but notice that all the stress and tension had left her voice. She sounded enthusiastic and passionate. So a thought came to mind. There's the theory that the greatest success in life is what is closest to your heart. She started to see what I was saying and was very excited, saying it made a lot of sense. As a result of that conversation, she came to realize she always loved museums and artwork. Later on, I found out that she had decided to pursue a career as a museum curator. Every time I talked to her, she seemed super happy. For her, the answer wasn't the high-pressure, high-paying job of being a doctor. It was following her passion of working with artwork in museums. I happen to think that becoming a doctor or healer is one of the most valuable things a person can do with their lives. But if you're pursuing a career only for the money, it may not be as rewarding or fulfilling. In order to manifest something, anything at all, you need to know what you want. The universe cannot deliver something to you if you are undecided about what you want. Now, if you decide to create something that you only partially want, meaning that you're not completely committed to it, that your heart's not into it, it may take a long time to manifest. In the case of my friend, the doctor, she was forced to take a hiatus to try to figure out what she really wanted. A hiatus is good, but if you're forced to take one, it could be because you're doing something that you don't really want to be doing. If you're experiencing any signs or symptoms such as chronic fatigue, depression, irritability, not making enough money, overcompensating on the weekends with heavy partying, internet gaming, drinking, smoking, gambling, or anything at all you find yourself doing obsessively, that is a sign that perhaps you're not happy in the job that you have. For example, let's say you're a customer service specialist in an IT tech company and you decided to manifest a management promotion. You may have some trouble manifesting this promotion if it's not what you really want. You're stuck in the company and you always dream that you get a little bit better job and move up to manager. But is it really what you want? If what you really want is to be an independent music producer or a writer, you most likely will find that it takes you longer to manifest the IT management position. What happens here is that your growing desire to become a music producer will interfere with your desire to gain a management position in your company. The desire is key. The desire is a feeling element that the possibility or potential of that thing that you want is available to you in the multiverse. If you have conflicting desires and are unclear about what you really want, it's going to take a lot longer for you to manifest. Any sort of confusion or cloudiness about what you want will slow down or completely stop your manifestation. The confusion you experience when you are unclear about what you want in this moment serves to lower your vibrational rate of attraction. How excited do you feel about life when you're confused about what you want? The more clear you are about what you want in this moment, the faster your manifestation time will be. Your reality creation will come to a screeching halt until you decide exactly what it is you want right now. In this instance, if your burning desire is to own your own music production company, that is what you need to focus on. State your intention out loud to the universe, to God. This way you will begin to harness all of the available energy to utilize in the manifestation of your desire. When you are completely decided on what it is you want, you'll be amazed at the short turnaround time. Because most people are unclear about where they want to wind up down the road and what they want to do with the rest of their lives, a great way to free up that energy is to let it go. Maybe you haven't really decided what it is you want and you don't know. That's fine. Instead, decide what would be the most fun and beneficial to you right now in this moment. I love the concept of segmenting that Abraham Hicks talks about in her book, Ask and It Is Given, and in her lectures. What you do is break up your life into smaller segments and decide how you want each segment to be. It's okay if you do not know what you want to do with your whole life. Take the pressure off by thinking about what you would like to do right now instead. Not only does this take pressure off your life, it also brings fun and creativity back in. It serves to release resistance to the present moment by allowing you to flow your energy freely again by focusing on what you want. I find it really invigorating to completely change gears, scrap the idea of thinking about what I need to do with the rest of my life, and instead just think about what I would like to do for the next couple of months or couple years. Doing this can provide you with a much needed freedom to create yourself anew and give yourself a break from having to figure it all right now. It's a lot of pressure, just like it was when you were in college. What am I going to do for the rest of my life? I'm going to get this one degree and it's going to be what I do for the rest of my life. That's a lot of pressure. Another area that may snag you up is the idea of thinking that there's something you should be doing. You should be doing only what you want to do. In other words, there is nothing you are supposed to be doing with your life. We can put this another way. You are only really doing what you're supposed to be doing when you are doing what you really want to be doing. When you are doing what you really want to be doing, you are the closest to your heart center. Your heart knows what you really want to be doing. Coincidentally, when you are close to your heart center, you are also the happiest and the most enthusiastic. In turn, you radiate more positive energy and uplift the people around you. Many of my friends, including myself, have struggled off and on with this concept in our lives. I used to sit and just meditate all day, every day, on what I was supposed to be doing with my life or what I could be doing. Long ways in the future. The only thing that would happen to me is I would accumulate greater debts, more credit card debt, more bills, and that sucked. It was terrible. Eventually, I realized I needed to decide upon the course of action I would take with my life. Even though I still didn't know what I ultimately wanted to do with my life, I decided to take some action. Some bold action. As a result, I became more productive. The truth was, I enjoyed my life much more than I finally got off my butt and started moving in the direction of what I wanted right now. I meet many spiritual seekers that wander around asking themselves, what am I supposed to be doing? The idea that you're supposed to do something is what I would say a myth. I'm here to tell you once and for all, the only thing you should be doing is what you want to do. If you sit around and meditate about it all day, you're going to wind up depressed and broke. Often people have distorted ideas about spiritual freedom. I just want to be free is a common phrase, but many people do not understand what true freedom really means. Unwittingly, many seekers misapply the concept of spiritual freedom to validate their victim consciousness. Total freedom looks completely different from sitting around broke with nothing to do except to meditate on being spiritual. Total freedom comes from mastering every area of your life and giving yourself the choices to do or be whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want. I have met people who are, in my opinion, true spiritual masters. What sets them apart is not that they are superhuman or completely deprived of material items, but rather they have mastered the areas of their life. They have manifested abundance in their work, their finances, their emotional well-being, their relationships, their mental faculties, and also their spiritual foundation. They're still human and can be vulnerable to negative thinking. I have never met a master that is perfect, but their lives are well integrated and they are generally not unconsciously reactive. They are aware of their own reactions. In other words, they are free from the idea of lack or limitation. So why do you want what you want? Your next step is to figure out why you want what you want. Doing this can help you to become more clear about what you really want, or if you even really want it at all. A lot of people say they want to become rich and famous. I like to ask the question, why? Why do you want to become rich and famous? Do you really have a true burning desire within you to be a superstar, or is it that you're trying to fill your missing sense of self with external validation? In my opinion, a great many people are trying to become something they simply are not. Each and every one of us is already a superstar waiting to manifest. It's more a matter of uncovering the superstar within yourself rather than seeking something outside of you. There's a star sector concept that I discussed in a previous episode. In the eyes of Vadim Zealand, everyone is a superstar in a certain timeline. And if you find your own vibe within yourself, following it in the way I'm talking about, you'll end up being a superstar no matter how you look or what's going on. Look at Jack Black. He's a superstar. In many timelines, I'm sure, Jack Black is just that dude that's out of shape. But in reality, he's perfectly on the path for him to express himself, to be that superstar that he really is. So we're uncovering the superstar within yourself. Everyone deserves to have everything they want. But a lot of people confuse what they really want with unconscious motivation and programming from our childhood. I have met many people that sought out something they really wanted and then realized later, I guess I really didn't want that. It's something I thought I wanted since I was a kid, and so you don't question it. If you think about it, much of the struggle and strife in this world comes from the actions of people who are continually seeking external validation and approval, along with building up their ego image. These behaviors stem from unhealed emotional wounds which drive us to look outside of ourselves for a sense of meaning. Many of us end up working our butts off, trying to get someone else's attention or approval. We may not even love what we do. We are driven to succeed so that we can gain approval and validation from someone else. When you're doing what you're doing for external validation, it will always be a struggle because no one can ever give you enough of that validation. If you have a YouTube channel and you are looking for more likes or views on your video, it will never be enough. You'll never feel the validation of it. When you are doing what you're doing because you love it, the activity or job will seem easy and perhaps even effortless. Once in a while, your search for external validation can lead you to stumble across a career path or business idea that really does provide you with a sense of self. However, that's usually only the case because you already knew yourself. You've done the work and you become magnetic to something that represents who you are. It is okay to want something because you need to prove to yourself that you can do it or attain it. This behavior is only unhealthy when you are doing it to prove to others that you can do it or attain it. In this case, you are striving for external validation as the meaning of your existence. Even after you achieve it, you'll still feel something missing inside of you. On top of that, you will have expended tons of energy trying to prove to or impress other people that you're good enough. Another reason you may not be clear about what you really want is that you might be attempting to manifest something out of fear. You may be fearful that you will not be able to make a living in your desired occupation, or that you will never find a mate who truly loves and respects you. So you have a bit of poverty consciousness or a belief in limitation of some sort that says you need to take what you can get. If the bills are due now, and I mean right now, like in a week, then your first manifestation will need to be getting the bills paid. However, if your bills are paid right now, but you're scared that you won't be able to pay them in the future, then it is time to let go of the fear. Instead, create out of your desire to express yourself and become something more. Create out of the joy and the passion of redefining yourself and becoming more than you have ever been. Your ability to do this will open you up to a completely new perspective from which you will view the world. If you're attempting to create a relationship out of the fear of being alone, you could also refer to this as a sort of poverty consciousness with love. Again, poverty consciousness is the belief in lack, in limitation, that there is not enough. It is impossible for someone else to get or have the resources that are available for you. Thus, there are plenty of available partners out there for you. However, your belief in limitation will cause you to reach for the first available one without even getting clear on what you want. So many times, I have seen people desperately wanting to fall in love, and they go on their first Tinder date, and then that's the one, and then they fall in love. It happens all the time. I mean, it's true that nobody wants to be alone, but the difference is creating from a space of wanting versus a fear-based space of needing. If you're able to take the time to get clear about what you want before you jump into a relationship, you can become magnetic AF to a higher version of yourself. You'll be consciously and purposely creating your own reality. For example, you might say that you wanted a person who loves to mountain bike, to tango dance, and cuddle on the couch to watch movies on Sundays. You might also add that you want someone who has a great sense of humor and loves to laugh at everything in life. Conversely, you might want someone who is more serious-minded, who will take your requests seriously and pay more attention to your requests within the relationship. There is no wrong thing to want. Only unconscious and conscious wanting or needing. If you take the time to figure out what you want and create the space necessary to consciously manifest it, then you will be rewarded with exactly what you want. If you're creating from a place of fear, you will never truly create exactly what you want. It's kind of like putting off your dreams to keep yourself safe. Behind every fear, there lays a reward. Truly, every time I've ever moved through my fear, there's been a great reward waiting on the other side. Sometimes, in order to create what you really want, you will need to confront your deepest fears. It may even mean taking chances. A lot of times I find the greatest success when I know what I want and I have to take a chance. When I take the chance, it's always worth it. All of the most successful people in the world became successful because they were willing to take chances. You may be scared to actually declare what you truly want. In my experience, the biggest single emotional wound that most people have in common is the deserving and worthiness issue. Almost everyone I've ever met or worked with has had deserving and worthiness issues to one degree or another, including myself. For a long time, I had a very low view of myself for things that I had done. I felt so guilty and terrible about that I had deeply declared a very powerful subconscious belief had taken over that I was not worthy of this manifestation, and I would always push it away subconsciously. Sometimes it's a matter of putting all the pieces together so that you can clearly see what you want and why you want it, so that you can effectively clear yourself of any issues that may be holding you back from manifesting your heart's desire. No matter what, the single best exercise for getting clear on what you want is by making a list on a piece of paper. It's not complicated. There's not some secret technique to figuring out what you want. Just start writing it down. This will always assist the manifestation process and sift through any mental clutter. Remember, include everything that you want. You don't have to justify or rationalize anything to anyone. Don't judge it or question what other people will think about your list. Just write down what you want. Decide what it is that you really want right now versus what you want later. I like the idea of 1 to 2 year segments in your life. When you do this, it will speed up your manifestation and take the pressure off your decision-making process. It's okay if you do not know what you want to do for the rest of your life or where you want to wind up in 10 years. Again, take the pressure off and instead just decide what you want to do right now. In other words, what's most important to you in this moment? Have fun with it and completely reinvent yourself if you like. Figure out why you want what you want. What is behind your driving desire or need to experience this outcome? If it's more money, then why? If it's a new career, then why? If it's a new partner, why? There is no right or wrong answer. Just ask yourself that question. After you figure out why you want what you want, write it down. If you can't think of a good enough reason to want it, you won't manifest it. In other words, if you want a new car, but you can't justify getting it, then this will help you to identify that. It will help you to understand if you're not feeling deserving or worthy or having what you want, or if you are creating from a place of fear. Now write down how having each of these items or manifested outcomes in your life will make you feel. When you start to visualize and manifest in the ways that you've already probably heard about, especially if you listen to my podcast, you may not be able to bring up the feeling of what it is you want. So I recommend writing it down. How will it make you feel? How will it enhance your life and bring you joy? Be very descriptive. Include both emotional feelings and physical feelings as well. How would you breathe? How would it feel on your face? Take a moment to see if you can feel what it's like to have the things on your list already manifest. You get into the feeling place of it by completely visualizing yourself in the desired circumstance as if you have already manifested it. What textures do you feel? What do you smell? What do you see? How does it feel to have this thing? If you want to be in Maui, you feel the sand in your feet, the warm water touching your feet. You see the palm trees looking out on the ocean and the islands ahead. The feeling is the secret. Check out my episode by Neville Goddard. We read that amazing book. And vibrationally speaking, the manifestation process is keyed into your feelings. Writing them down is clear. Vibrationally speaking, relationships have the ability to show us exactly where our vibrational rate of attraction is. You will never get a clear picture of what you are attracting to yourself from your unconscious beliefs and your emotional wounds than when you are in a relationship. This is your biggest mirror and the most primary indicator of where you are in your conscious awareness of self. Your partner will show you where your areas of greatest resistance lie. They will also show you what level of consciousness you are attracting to yourself. Your outer experience is always only a reflection of your inner beliefs and emotional wounds, likes and dislikes. When you consider the people you have chosen for relationships thus far, you may feel that you met them through a chance encounter or that it was purely physical attraction that drew you together. But if you look a little deeper, you will no doubt recognize certain repeating patterns in your relationships. This is the indication that something in your psyche or energy field or vibration was a deciding factor in drawing the two of you together. Most people do not take the time out between relationships, or indeed at all, to decide and list all the things they want in a partner. Check out my episode on the love revolution, and also read the chapter of my book called The Love Revolution. And that is an important part of this process. Go through and write down all the things you want with your partner. It worked with me. I am deeply in love, and I wrote down all the things I wanted. Somebody that's creative and loving, and all of the different parts of my partner came through when I manifested her. It may somehow feel impersonal to create a person on a piece of paper, and yet this is the single greatest thing that you could do for yourself when it comes to attracting a life partner. When you do this, you're clearly saying that it is you who will choose the person who will be spending your life with. What is meant here is that you, not your emotional wounds and limiting subconscious beliefs will be the deciding factor. Just think about it. Would you rather choose or have your emotional wounds choose for you? You cannot stop sending out your own unique signal to the universe. You're always doing it, all the time. And since you're always broadcasting whether you like it or not, you might as well tailor the signal to meet your highest expectation rather than allowing it to broadcast from the default mechanism inside you. Some confusion may arise at first when you sit down to do this great thing. The confusion usually arises from the realization that you may have never truly committed to finding the one that you want to be with. Why is it that the most successful matchmaking companies are the ones that charge the most money? Many of them charge thousands of dollars. I'm not talking about one of those networks where it's just a society of rich people. I'm referring to the more serious and spiritually minded companies that make you commit to their program with a huge monetary payment. Many will scoff at the idea of paying a large sum of money to meet someone special and feel there's something inherently wrong with this idea. However, I have observed thus far a higher degree of committed and long-lasting relationships from those endeavors. And why is this? It's because committing to a large sum of money is committing to finding the one. Are you committed to finding the one that you want to be with? You don't need to have an expensive matchmaking company, but you need to have that commitment to finding them. You also want to attract people that are committed to doing it as well, instead of just dating around. You have to believe that you're worth having everything you want out of a life partnership as well. You have to believe that the universe is limitless in its capacity to deliver what you want. You have to believe that as you write down what you want, you're in the process of changing the signal that you're putting out into the universe. You can't write it down without it affecting your vibrational rate of attraction. It's impossible. You may find a certain amount of resistance to doing this if you feel that you are unready or undeserving, and that resistance is important to become aware of. You may already be in a relationship. By now you may be feeling that things are not exactly the way you want them to be, so much so that you're not sure that this person is your life partner. I believe that any person can be your life partner. It is more a matter of how much resistance there is in your day-to-day existence with them. Generally speaking, if there is a weekly or daily strife within your relationship, then it is time to take a look. If while still in your relationship you were doing the exercise of writing down everything you want in your life partnership, you would find one of the two things happen. First of all, this person would begin to actually transform, or secondly, this person would fade from your reality so that your true partner could arrive. It can be terrifying to think about, especially if you really, really want the person you have now to be the one. However, severe attachment is not coming from your higher self, but rather from your lower self. Only your lower self believes in limitation, abandonment, and all of the things that would keep you tethered to something that does not serve your highest good. If you're in a relationship that is almost but not quite what you want, and you undertake exercises that will elevate your vibrational rate of attraction, change will be inevitable. You simply have to believe that you are actually and truly worthy of having someone who honors your highest good as you would theirs. Everyone is worthy of this. It is simply a matter of recognizing and claiming it. You cannot change the other person, but you can elevate your own vibrational rate of attraction, and doing so will always serve your highest good. Doing this is the single greatest gift you can give yourself. You will become magnetic to a higher vibrational circle of people. There's no judgment, only what serves your highest good and what does not. Every step of consciousness awareness serves the purpose of further learning and teaching, and change is only necessary if you are not happy where you are. Before we go any further, let's clarify the difference between wanting something as opposed to yearning for it. Traditionally, to be in a constant state of wanting is to never be happy with what you have or where you are. In this state, you're never in the now. You're always in the future somewhere. As your point of power is now in this moment, it is in your best interest to understand what genuine wanting really is. A genuine want is an expectant feeling of having something that appeals to you. This means that you, in your wanting, know that you can attain it. You may conceive that it will require a lot of work ahead to achieve it, or very little. Regardless, you are experiencing a state of joy as you think of this thing because you are genuinely wanting it. Energetically, this state of joy has a higher vibration, which actually serves to attract the thing you are wanting in your life. What are you not doing, however, is to wish you had this thing or circumstance, all the while knowing that you never will. That is yearning. If you find yourself observing something you want and at the same time feeling negatively about the possibility of it ever coming to you, you're in a state of yearning. And in this state, you are the farthest from genuine wanting that you could possibly be. Here, you're disallowing the flow of your own energy by not believing that you could ever achieve or have this thing in your life. This stems from frustration and pain of not allowing yourself to do, be, or have what you want in your life. When you really want something in a genuine, unimpeded way, it's very exciting. You feel pumped at the prospect of eventually attaining this thing or achieving the goal. When you're yearning for something that is only the disempowering feeling of wanting something that you know you will never have. Generally speaking, yearning is a great way to block all the good that can come to you. Yearning is the same thing as importance, but I like the way of understanding it a little bit better. If you add too much importance to something, you'll never get it as well. Yearning is a great way to block all the things that you want. And the reason for this is that you are emitting a lower vibrational energy field while in the process observing something that you want. In other words, you're repelling the outcome that you want with a vibrational energetic field that does not match it. Conversely, when you declare that you want something with excitement and enthusiasm, it is already on the way. The vibrational dynamics of the universe are such that you have set your manifestation power in motion. The universe always delivers what you think about and believe in, most of the time. When you genuinely want something, you are also believing that you can have it, as long as you genuinely want and believe that thing most of the time. So let's say that you're ready to meet your soulmate. I mean, you're really ready. You've been reading all the soulmate books that you can, and you know about how to attract, and you're fired up. You are in this moment genuinely wanting a soulmate. You're excited about it, which means you're also probably having visual images about it as well. It's exciting. So you head out to the bookstore, pick out a magazine, and sit down to start reading. Looking up, you notice a cute couple across from you, all lovey-dovey, cuddled up next to each other, reading. Here's where a problem could arise. For some reason, it doesn't feel good to see these people so in love. It's a bit of irony, you might say, because they have what you want, and yet you are definitely not feeling positive about seeing these people involved in what you want to be involved in, doing what you would like to be doing. Why is this? In this moment, you have fallen prey to the feeling of yearning. What happens here is a chain reaction. Your first impression is seeing something you want. What quickly follows, however, is that you observe this thing to be outside of yourself, meaning you perceive this thing or event as not being yours to have. It is someone else's. Unfortunately, since you have been wanting this thing for so long, you begun to believe that you will never have it. Thus, seeing someone else having something you want, something you believe you cannot have, becomes painful. After the feelings of yearning, you may begin to experience other, even more negative feelings and emotions. You may actually start to judge other people for having what you want. Then you may begin to resent them from feeling as if they have a better life than you do. As I said in a previous episode, if you're starting to judge or resent, then that means you're not going to manifest what you want. You may even begin to feel anger towards them for getting to experience what you wish to experience. Now, in this moment, you have completely forgotten about your genuine want of having your own soulmate in your own life. The key here is to embrace seeing the thing you want whenever you see it. If you're seeking riches and you see someone else that is rich, embrace that. It doesn't matter where you see it, who has it, or how much it costs. Your only objective is to embrace it by getting excited about it. Praise God for creating it so that you could know it even existed. took me some practice to master this, because there were so many things I wanted that I hadn't allowed myself to have. Whenever I actually saw someone else who had it, the experience was challenging for me. Also, being raised in a family who had poverty consciousness as a way of life, I always wanted to have money. Some money, any money at all, would do. Thank you. Creating a wonderful, rewarding, and harmonious, intimate relationship was also important to me. After wanting these things for so long enough without getting them, I got tired of seeing them in other people's lives. It became even more painful as my genuine wanting turned into yearning. For a long time, I was unable to get past this. So I continued avoiding situations where I would be forced to be around people who had what I wanted. I didn't want to see them or feel my negativity, and I didn't want to pretend that I was happy that they had what I didn't. Intellectually, I understood the difference between yearning and genuine wanting, but I just couldn't seem to get past my strong feelings of resentment. How do we identify these things that we do that sabotage our own manifestation process? Now, the best way to identify any unconscious belief and sabotage mechanism that may be blocking you from successful manifestation is to use your want list. You can use this list to pinpoint any unconscious resistance you may be experiencing and heal it, thus opening the way for you to manifest the items on your list. First, either use your existing list of wants or write down a list of wants. The best way to do this is to be free as possible with the things you include on your list. Be completely unrealistic. Make this list completely outlandish. This is not the place for your inner critic or censor. This is the place for your inner artist or inner child to go crazy and have fun. Next, to each of the items, write down why you can't have it. Figure out a reason why you should not be able to have this thing. If you can't find a reason, then you should already have this thing or be able to manifest it pretty quickly. Write down at least one reason per item on your list. From this point, take each reason why you can't have the item on your list and write down the exact opposite of it. For example, if you wanted to manifest your soulmate or life partner or twin flame, and your reason for not having them in your life was that you felt you're not worthy, write down that you are worthy. This is challenging, so be prepared for the feelings that come up when you do it. It could be that what comes up next is that you feel like you are unready. If this feels right, then you will know by the good feeling you get by deciding to wait a while. If it doesn't feel good and you still feel like you want to have your soulmate now, then continue writing down more reasons why you can't have this. If you ever can't figure out a reason why you can't have something, then point blank ask yourself, why can't I have it? The answer will always come. When things come up like I'm not worthy or it's not time yet, it'd be a bad time to meet someone. That is a good thing. That's great. Now you know why you don't have your life partner yet. Knowledge is always power, so now you get to either decide that you're not ready or decide that you are ready and write it down. For every reason you come up with for why you cannot have something, write down the exact opposite reason. In this manner, you will discover many, if not all, of the unconscious beliefs and sabotage mechanisms that keep you from creating what you want. From that point, you get to decide if it's a good enough reason to not create it or have it. If, for example, you decide that you're not ready for some big thing or event, it may be that you are really unprepared and need some time. Now you'll become conscious of your unconscious and are in a more powerful position to create what you want. Going down your list of wants in this way will quickly establish why you don't have all the things that you want in your life. Each time you rewrite a reason for not having it into a reason for having it, you are reprogramming your neural network. Each time you do this, you're bringing yourself closer to having the desired outcome. You can continue on and go further with this exercise for what you may feel are bigger, more challenging manifestations. Say you want to become the CEO of your company and you're presently only a customer service rep. You may find many reasons why you can't have the CEO position in your company. And yet, as you do the exercise of rewriting all the reasons you can't have this position into reasons why you can, you'll be amazed at the changes that happen in your life. You'll witness unexplained synchronicities and changed attitudes and behaviors around you and towards you, all leading you to the desired position. This is an excellent technique for uncovering a great deal of unconscious beliefs or motivations. For example, I, for a long time, didn't believe I could ever have a YouTube channel. I wanted to. I yearned for it. And I would always have the excuse, there's too many other channels. It's too hard to create videos. Nobody will actually watch my content. I'm not a very good speaker. And I would always go through these beliefs. And I had these beliefs for a decade. It took me a long time to overcome those beliefs just to start my YouTube channel. You are deserving and worthy more than you realize. Go through your list and the reasons that you can't have what you want to manifest and see if you can release them. Ask yourself, can I release this feeling? Can I let go of this belief? Give yourself a full minute when you ask this question to really think about it. And then say the opposite. I am worthy and deserving of the life that I want, or whatever it is. I'm strong enough, whatever it is. I'm smart enough, if that's what you have to say. See the feelings that this statement brings up. See if you can allow yourself to feel the positive or negative feelings that come up. The next step in the process of manifestation can be difficult, but it is a vital component to the process. Allow your manifestation to happen in its own time and in its own way. Strictly speaking, this part of the process has nothing to do with you and everything to do with the mechanics of the universe and the Creator. When you put the energy of creation through thought out into the universe with the intention of manifesting a specific outcome, the only thing left to do is to allow the universe to deliver. When God created the earth, on the seventh day He rested, allowing the earth to finalize its own creation. You have to allow the process. You have to keep the Sabbath. A common question asked by many people is, why hasn't it happened yet? The answer to that question is almost always because you haven't allowed it to happen yet. It's hard to just state your intention and then let it go. Oftentimes there's a lot of hoping and wishing that completely contradicts and cancels out this process. If you hope and wish for something, then you aren't really believing you can create whatever you want. Everyone was born with this ability, so it makes no sense to hope for something that is already yours. The only thing you really need to learn how to harness this power to purposely create the life that you want. And besides, proper prayer is not begging for something. It is affirming it and knowing it. You do not need to beg or plead for what is already yours. You merely need to get clear on what it is that you want, state your intention to manifest it, then allow the universe to deliver it to you after you feel it and imagine it. The imagination is the way that you create your reality. When you imagine it, and in your imagination, those subconscious feelings come up, and you believe that you can have it and that it is yours, it will outpicture itself into your life. A small side note is detachment from outcome. So much can be said about achieving detachment from the outcome of your efforts to manifest. When you're totally detached from the outcome of your intended manifestation, you can then allow it to manifest in its own time and in its own way. People who have mastered the ability to completely detach from the outcome of their intended manifestations enjoy 100% turnaround. Or you might say every time they intend to manifest something, they get it. What quantum physicists have found is that when a human being focuses their attention upon something, they're actually freezing it in space-time. Not only that, but your attention will fix it in place and expand it. In other words, when you dwell upon a particular thought, whether it be something helpful or harmful to your well-being, you will expand that thought in your consciousness. As you expand that thought in your consciousness, you become magnetic to the emotional charge that particular thought or line of thinking is creating for you. As an example, if you're between jobs, over your ears in debt, and you'll have much difficulty if you cannot detach from the idea of your debt. Trust me, I know. Now, occasionally someone can use their tough circumstance to suddenly pull themselves up by their bootstraps and overcome the odds. However, what people generally do is to focus with growing concern upon their debt and unpaid bills. It only makes sense, right? I mean, you have to be responsible, which means you can't just forget about your debt. But can you? When you focus upon your debt alone and the unpaid bills and the lack of good health or whatever it is, you are in effect expanding these problems in your consciousness and becoming magnetic to the more of the same. It is the most common mistake. I can't find love. You just say, focusing on that lack of love that you have in your life. And then suddenly this lack of love expands in your life. This is a difficult lesson that every person who decides to create their reality must learn, no matter how unfortunate it may appear. However, as far as the mechanics of manifestation are concerned, it is always avoidable. By far, one of the greatest lessons I've ever learned about manifestation is to focus upon what you want, not what you don't want. This is the quickest way to get rid of your unpaid bills, your debts, your health concerns, and anything else you don't want in your life. It's super easy to get scared when things come up. You might lose your job. Something might happen. You might lose your house. And if you focus on that thing, you're going to get more of it. It's easy. Just think about all the things that you don't want and write down the opposite of each one. If you don't want debt, then you must want abundance. If you don't want bad health, you must want to be healthy and vital. If you don't want to argue with your mate all the time, you must want to be happy and harmonious, right? If you don't want a used, beat-up old car, you must want a shiny new one in perfect condition. If you don't want to be confused, unhappy, and lost, you must want to be confident, upbeat, and determined. This is also a super way of getting started on your manifestation process. Go back to that list that you made, and how many of those things come from what you don't want. Focus on the opposite of that. As we have learned, particularly from the Paul Selig teaching, if we push something down and try to ignore it, we make it bigger and stronger. Just like if there's a dead body in the basement, as Paul Selig had explained, it'll start to smell, right? So these things that we don't want don't just go away. They're influencing us and they're influencing our reality. So sit down and create a list of the things that you don't want to experience. Write down the opposite of each item on the list. Sometimes it's better to write down something that symbolizes the opposite. Again, a great example is debt and unpaid bills. What you want is to have them all paid once and for all. The problem is if you write down no debt and no bills, your attention and energy is still focused on the debt and bills. The universe doesn't get from that no more unpaid bills. The universe gets more unpaid bills, please. You have to be careful where your focal point really is when you want to manifest, and for that matter, even when you don't. You're always putting out a signal, emitting your personal, energetic magnetism and frequency to the universe. So it's always better to be in control of what you're putting out so you can reap rewards of a purposefully constructed life. How do you reword no more unpaid bills into something constructive? You visualize what having no more unpaid bills might look like. If you had no more unpaid bills and no more debt, what would that represent to you? Where would you be? And what would you be doing? I doubt very much that you'd be doing exactly what you're doing right now. You might just be sitting at home relaxing in the ease and comfort of the magical land of no bills or debt. Most people would probably be taking a big vacation or a break somewhere. In other words, what you really want to do is visualize yourself somewhere above and beyond the mere opposite of where you want to be. I had a good friend that was trying to become a citizen and was very worried that she would not pass the test. And I had her focus on the feeling of already being a citizen, traveling the world as a citizen, all the benefits of being a citizen. And when she changed that, she was able to accomplish her goal. So if you want to imagine having your debts paid, you visualize yourself with extra money to spend. You want to completely take your focus off the unpaid bills and debt. You do this by visualizing what you would do with extra money. This detaches you from the idea of debt and puts your focus on the idea of abundance. After you focus on this art of detachment for a little while, and you master this ability, your life will take on a magical quality. The people I know who are able to practice this art every day lead the most incredible lives. They are always joyous, happy, and free. I'm not exaggerating. I used to wonder how the heck it was these people always seemed to be on vacation somewhere while I was working so hard and struggling in my day-to-day existence. On top of that, they actually had larger monthly expenditures every month. They had a larger mortgage payment. They always had more debts that they paid, but it didn't matter. They all had nice homes, plenty of material items, great relationships, and constantly on vacation. I just couldn't get it until I finally did. They all had one thing in common. They were able to continuously focus upon what they wanted, not what they didn't want. We can always use the metaphor that your life is a garden. It's a great way to illustrate this. If your life were a garden, you would want a garden with only pretty flowers in it, right? You wouldn't want a garden full of weeds. So if there were weeds in this garden, how would you get them out? In this particular garden, the weeds are unpaid bills, debt, bad health, unhappy relationships, or anything else you don't want. Problem is that people try to pull them out by force. However, when you try to pull them out, they only become stronger. Where your attention goes, your energy flows. Your attention is the water. The garden is your life. You only want to water the flowers which represent good health, a happy relationship, abundant finances, a fun career, a nice home. You water the flowers by putting your attention upon the things that you desire. The only way to get rid of the weeds is by starving them out. You do this by simply not watering them with your attention. It's very simple. So when you get home and open the mail to find bills and get upset and frustrated, and you put out an energy about this frustration, focusing on your fear of having to pay the bill, you've just watered the weeds. You take a moment, sit down on the couch, relax, and visualize yourself on a tropical island taking a 1-month vacation, completely carefree. You've just watered the flowers. If you go into the bathroom and find your spouse just left the toilet seat up again and get upset because this happens all the time, no matter what you say about it, you've watered the weeds. If you visualize yourself with your partner smiling and laughing, then you've just watered the flowers. If you feel helpless at the whim of circumstances outside of your control and in a no-win situation, then you're continuously watering some deadly weeds. If you decide it's time to start focusing upon what you want in life and take charge of where your attention goes, then you're getting ready to create the ultimate garden of prosperity. I want to have a brief note about visualization, but I would say to check out my previous episodes on visualization. I have a couple that are pretty good. Visualization in and of itself can also be a standalone tool if you become good enough at it. The clearer the mental picture is in your mind, the more quickly you will manifest the visualized outcome. Your best results from visualization will come from small, short time periods spent visualizing a scenario that symbolizes the successful completion of your manifestation. In other words, if you wanted to manifest a new mate or life partner, you would spend a minute or two visualizing yourself with this other person. Ideally, the scenario would be representative of already having this happy, successful relationship. If you visualize yourself just meeting this person, then you may only just meet them and never actually become intimate. You may only bump into them. However, if you visualize yourself happy and smiling together on a hike in the mountains, holding hands, you're virtually guaranteed of that outcome. As you get better at visualizing, you'll soon see how quickly and accurately your manifestation comes to fruition. I know there are some people that struggle with it. Remember, visualizing is not just in the eyes. You can hear what you want, you can feel what you want, you can smell what you want, you can taste what you want. They're all a part of visualizing. I have never personally been that good at visualizing, so I use pictures to help me. If there's something I really want to manifest, I get a visual image to help me speed up the process. I will search on the internet through a dozen images until I find the picture that most closely represents what I want. And I put the picture maybe on my manifestation board or on my phone. And then it just is always there. I'll spend a little time throughout the week meditating upon that picture until I manifest it in my life. I will always use textures and smells and sounds to assist in the visualization process. The more different sensations you can bring into your manifestation will also speed up the process as well. When it comes to allowing your manifestation to come to you, consistency will equal results. Again, I refer back to Abraham Hicks in her book, The Art of Allowing. You could also call it the art of non-resistance. You are really just mastering the ability of not resisting your own highest good. You create momentum by consistently visualizing what it is that you want, not focusing on your fears. And that momentum creates a sort of consistency that creates great results. Anyone can experience being optimistic, believing in something, or focusing on what they want for a minute or two. The challenge is in your ability to do this consistently throughout the day, in your day-to-day life. If you decide you want to manifest a billionaire venture capitalist who wants to fund your new business idea, you would start with stating your intent. You say, with conviction and enthusiasm, I want to meet a billionaire venture capitalist who wants to invest in my business idea. Next, you decide to visualize yourself shaking hands with this person and thanking them for their support in your business. At this point, you're well on your way to manifesting the outcome. The real work may come later, after you've spent 4 or 5 days visualizing and still no manifestation. Typically, this stage of the process is where most people begin to sabotage their manifestation. Here are a few of the ways that you might sabotage yourself. You begin to doubt whether or not you're really worthy of having something so great happen to you, or you begin to doubt that this process will work for you. You may wonder if it's unrealistic, or you suddenly change your mind or wonder if you should be doing something else instead. You begin to worry that it will take too long, or you will lose your focus. You suddenly fear that you are unprepared to receive this manifestation. This usually has to do with worthiness. However, it can also have to do with feeling like you're physically unprepared. You make the mistake of listening to other people's ideas and limiting beliefs about your intended manifestation. Do not do this. Don't ask your advice. Don't talk to anyone else, because they will always say something. It could be a single phrase that will undermine your beliefs. Ideally, if you've done the work at the beginning, you will already have removed some of these potential obstacles and self-sabotaging mechanisms. But even if you find yourself grappling with these distractions, just remain consistent and stay detached from the outcome while allowing your manifestation to show up in its own time and in its own way. If you do this, you will manifest your desired outcome. Remember, consistency equals results. Anytime you allow yourself to think in limited or negative, fear-based terms, you may slow down or even halt your manifestation. Therefore, it is well worth the effort to become disciplined in your approach to manifesting. It will reap amazing results. You are worthy of having whatever you want. You're not doing penance for any sort of karmic retribution from a past lifetime that will stop you from what you want to experience in any way. Your point of power is in this moment, right here and right now. From this moment, all the power of creation rests in the palm of your hand to create your reality exactly the way you want it. You are free to create whatever you want. Say out loud to yourself, I am now free to do whatever I want with my life. Say it again. I am now free to do whatever I want with my life. It is true. Detach from seeing the outcome of your intended manifestation. Do this by staying focused upon what you want, not what you don't want. In any moment throughout the day, you can always stop and ask yourself, what am I focused upon in this moment? This does not mean staying focused upon the outcome of your intended manifestation. Rather, this means not allowing yourself to get drawn into the negative circumstances while in the process of expecting and allowing your manifestation. For example, if you're in traffic and becoming irritated, don't allow it to bother you. Doing so will lower your vibrational rate of attraction. If you're unclear about what you want to create in your life, then a great starting point is by figuring out what you don't want. Be consistent. Create a routine every day where you spend some time focused upon what you want in your life. Start your day with meditation, then affirmation, then a 1-minute visualization, focusing upon your desired manifestation. I personally spend about 20 minutes every day meditating, maybe 5 minutes in affirmations. I do a lot of affirmations while I'm driving or if I'm working out, because it always feels good to affirm when I'm doing a physical activity. And I do short little bursts of visualization throughout the day. The final step that is very important, that is often ignored, is to take action. It's the final step in the art of manifestation. You may mistakenly believe that you do not need to take any action whatsoever to manifest something in your life. This belief stems from a misinterpretation about all the information circling through the masses right now about the law of attraction and manifestation. If when your manifestation arrives you do not take action, you will not achieve your desired outcome. You might be confusing the concept of manifestation with the concept of an earth master or somebody who can literally create with a mere thought about something. You may have experimented around with small stuff like manifesting parking spots in the front of the grocery store. You may have even gotten pretty good at it and always get your front spot by visualizing it or feeling it. You might be in the first stages of creating a faulty belief system, however. If you're thinking that all you need to do is sit around and think about it, you are and already have been taking the action of looking for parking spots every single day. Quite literally, if you're using the power of manifestation to create a parking space in front of a store, you're doing it on the way to wherever it is you're going. You're driving. You are taking action. The law of attraction has the word action in it. And in many cases, if it's a big manifestation, taking a bold action, because it symbolizes your faith in the process that you're working in. That's what I found. Take a bold action that shows I can do this. Make an investment. Spend some extra time. Do what you need to do. The universe favors a body in motion. It favors the person taking action. You don't need to take unnecessary action. Usually if you look at the situation and the amount of energy that's expended to acquire what it is, there's usually one option that's the easiest of the options. Flow with that one. You don't have to be working hard on it. I'm not saying that you need to work hard. I'm saying that you need to take some sort of action. You can create the ultimate life for yourself. You really can. And you can create anything that you want. You have the power to do whatever you want. By understanding these simple steps in the process from someone that's gone through the process of creating reality, hopefully I have made it easier for you. Everybody's different, and manifestation is an art. It's just like painting. Everybody has their own styles, their own techniques. It's really an amazing process to learn about yourself. And in the process of creating your reality, you move beyond just reality creation and you move towards a desire to understand the original creator. And in that process, you understand the self and your relationship to the universe. And it's an amazing thing. So this process of learning about your thoughts and how you create realities is a part of the process of becoming one with the creator. And you can do this. I just want you to know that whatever it is that you want to achieve, if you want it, if you truly want it, you will have it. There are no limits. All things are possible. All potentialities exist for you. So let me know where you're at in your manifestation process. Tell me about it. Tell me what place you're at in it. Are you focusing on something because of a fear or because it's something that you want? Are you visualizing it? Are you taking an action towards it? Follow the process that I've outlined in this episode. And the options are unlimited for you. I am sending out all the love and light to everyone that's listening, knowing that you're going to live the most amazing life and create the most amazing realities once you've isolated what it is you truly want. And you've moved away from the fears of what it is that you don't want. I can see each of you listening in an amazing, loving relationship, in an abundant life with vital, radiant health for each of you. And I'm so excited to see this for everyone. Chapter 4. Why you're having trouble manifesting. Why you may be having troubles manifesting. This is not comprehensive, but it's just a simple discussion of what may be troubling you. A number of people are able to just sort of pick up on the process. They read a book or they do an exercise and they make magic happen. For many, however, This process of reality creation is frustrating and elusive and quickly gets chalked up as being too good to be true. I've had people tell me New Age rhymes with sewage. I understand this sentiment in a big way, as I wasn't able to implement the process of manifestation overnight and struggled for years at understanding its process. Much of the intention of this podcast is to relay my own lessons learned to you so that you can overcome some of these obstacles that are natural and a part of the process. In fact, it's taken years and years of practice, learning, and application for me to get to this point, and I'm still just a preschooler in the world of reality creation. More than once in my life, I have given up on learning how to manifest and take control of my reality creation. I have had the belief that it is impossible, that it's not true, that it doesn't work. I was upset, to say the least. I remember one night when I went on a sort of rampage, throwing books away in the garbage, which is horrifying to me now. What I didn't get at the time was that I was being groomed for a higher purpose, and it was all a part of the process, and everything that happened was working to my advantage. I just kept on saying, why isn't this working for me anyway? In many cases, I had spent years visualizing the same thing. That was when a little voice in my head, or maybe it was a sort of feeling, I can't be totally sure, pointed me back in the direction of things that did work, that I had done. And I began to make some connections between times when things were going well, as opposed to times when they weren't, and what I happened to be reading or working on or thinking during those periods. At that moment, I realized that there was a clear distinction between esoteric, intangible ideas about spirituality as opposed to practical spiritual techniques that had enhanced my life. That was when I realized someone needed help understanding that it was all about becoming empowered. For the longest time, I needed to simply believe that the law of attraction, the law of assumption, the law of manifestation was true. It was a belief that took me a long time. So as I listened and read books about reality creation, about the law of attraction, Joseph Murphy, Neville Goddard, eventually got to the point where I started to at least accept the possibility that it was true. It was a big leap for me. Who really says you can't have what you want? After having coached in the past, I don't do that now, but working with people over the past few years, I have found it helpful to begin the process of manifesting by addressing the reasons why people are unable to create what they want. Oftentimes, understanding how you created your life in the way you have up until this moment can cause spontaneous breakthroughs to occur. Complete changes can happen without even going through the next steps. When you're truly mentally and emotionally clear, you may be able to actually manifest what you want with a mere thought about it. This is why it's important to go through the process of clearing your emotional wounds and old mental beliefs. The more you do this, the quicker and easier it will become for you to manifest what you want. Most people truly do not understand that they are the sole creators of everything happening in their lives. That's why the first step is always to get people to see how they have been creating what they have so far. And the true first step is to take responsibility for it. And that's kind of hard. You've had bad stuff happen, and it is so much easier to say, it's their fault. It's the government's fault. It's the president's fault. It's the Congress's fault. It's the city's fault. It's my next door neighbor's fault. It's my dad's fault. It's my girlfriend or boyfriend's fault. It's all their fault. But it's not. It's always your fault. You are the cause. It is your responsibility. I have found it is usually much easier to manifest a specific event or material item than it is to manifest lasting changes in your life. I used to do this. I simply helped people to manifest a specific event or a long-desired material item. It was a lot of fun and rewarding to see the excitement and joy it would bring. However, I kind of began to notice that this one event or item did not bring them the lasting peace or tranquility they deeply desired within their life. After they enjoyed the initial excitement or temporary relief the item or event would bring, it was back to the dreary grindstone that was their life. It was always a letdown. This is what brought me to the realization that it was more important to help people understand how they were creating their lives than to just help them manifest a specific person, item, or event. Sure enough, when I shifted my thinking and began using this new approach, it yielded bigger, more positive, and longer-lasting results that were permanently integrated into people's lives. In a recent Neville Goddard episode, he points out a 5-step process involved in reality creation. You sow a thought, and you reap an act. Then you sow an act, and you reap a habit. You sow a habit, and then you reap a character, and you sow a character, and you reap a destiny. Having a mere thought can be creative, but not as much it is when you follow it up with an action, when you follow it up by creating a habit of actions, you follow those habit of actions to create your identity or character. That's when you create overall lasting change. As an example, one of my former clients was an interior decorator and was having massive financial difficulties. Throughout our coaching sessions, I often spoke to her about how we create our own reality. I explained to her that she was creating financial lack and limitation for herself, and that she only needed to turn her thinking around in order to experience greater financial abundance. All generic stuff, right? I gave her affirmations for magnetizing greater financial opportunities into her life. Lo and behold, in a matter of days, she began making more money. However, I noticed that her newfound happiness was temporary. After about 5 weeks, she began to appear distraught again, and when I asked her how things were going, she told me that they were okay. I discovered that she was out of money again, but I felt that something else was at the root of her unhappiness. What I uncovered was the problem wasn't her finances at all. Her financial lack was merely a symptom of the greater feeling of lack of love in her life. She was in love with a married man who was having an affair with him. She would spend a good chunk of every day pining away, wistfully hoping that he would suddenly realize how much he loved her and leave his wife. She asked me to do meditations and techniques to get the wife to leave. And I explained to her that it was she who needed to change her thinking, not he who needed to change his lifestyle. I explained that it was up to her to realize she deserved to have her own husband who wanted only to be with her and no one else. And after all, the man she was in love with had his cake and was able to eat it too. I asked her, what possible motivation does he have to change? And from his perspective, right or wrong, he was comfortable because he had it all. He had 2 women who were fearful enough they were willing to share one man and pretend like the other woman did not exist. In the end, her financial situation was going to stay right where it was because all her energy was spent thinking about this married man. In effect, she was draining her energy field and lowering her vibrational rate of attraction. When she finally understood how interconnected her life was, and that one area of her life affects all the others, she became motivated to make changes. Once she was able to see how she was creating all the lack and limitation, and she took responsibility for it in her life, she turned everything around. And after she pulled herself out of her codependent relationship, she was able to give herself back all the energy she had been pouring into this no-win situation. Her finances righted, and she was able to enjoy success in her life again. Today, she's happily married to a faithful man who thinks about no one but her. In this instance, helping my client to manifest more money was not the answer. She needed to become aware of how she was creating her financial lack through the draining process of pouring energy into someone else who did not give it back. This became the model by which I began to help people manifest their dream life. The first step is not to manifest, but to understand how you created your present circumstances, to take responsibility for it. After this step is achieved, the rest is always easy. I see this all the time. People would come to me on a regular basis wanting to manifest a specific person, and it is absolutely possible. I've interviewed enough people and I've helped people enough that it is possible. But in many of those cases, they were putting so much energy into that other person that a lot of other things in their lives were suffering. There's always a balance. There's something else deeper than everything else. Every person is already fully creating their own reality in their own way. The difference lies not in becoming a master, but in the realization that you are a master, not becoming one. This is a self-awareness. In order to effect permanent change in your life, you must become aware of every aspect of yourself. Within your subconscious mind, there exists an aspect referred to as the unconscious or unconscious mind. The unconscious mind is where all of your emotional wounds and limiting beliefs are stored. This is the area of your mind that will work against your best efforts at achieving change until you become aware of what's inside of it. For instance, when it's time to get your bills paid and you suddenly become depressed, it's your unconscious mind. When you snap at people in traffic, it's your unconscious mind. When you spend all of your money and then you wonder why you're broke, it's your unconscious mind. When you find yourself in another dead-end relationship that you're scared to let go of, it's your unconscious mind. Whatever you're suffering from, it's your unconscious mind. In other words, anytime you do anything at all that causes you struggle or strife, you can bet it is because of an unconscious mechanism at work in your subconscious mind. And when you become aware and heal what's inside your unconscious mind, you will have a success in every area of your life. I have devoted multiple episodes and read amazing books about the power of your subconscious mind. The unconscious is a little different than the subconscious, and the unconscious mind is part of your mental energy body, which is located within your subconscious mind. The tricky part about your unconscious mind is that you are largely unaware of what is in it. Within your unconscious mind lies all of your emotional wounds and your core beliefs. One reason it is important to begin to understand and clear these areas is so that you can uncover the hidden motivations behind why you do what you do. If your life is exactly the way you want it, chances are you are not holding on to many emotional wounds from the past. However, most people's lives aren't exactly the way they want them to be, and they may never be, until they glean the desire to obtain a self-awareness of their unconscious selves. A lot of what we see in the world today is the unconscious natures of people becoming conscious. And that is this fourth density world we're entering into. A lot of our unconscious mind is coming to the surface. So when you see wars and shootings and insanity around you, it's because the unconscious is becoming conscious, and those people haven't rightly become aware of their unconscious mind, and they're letting it take control. One reason it is important to begin to understand and clear these areas is so you can uncover the hidden motivations behind why you do what you do. Your stored emotional wounds help create the building blocks and the foundations for the way you create your reality. There are many ways in which your emotional wounds will manifest as decisions and choices and preferences in your daily life. They are unconscious, which means that you're not aware they are active. It is possible to know that you have certain emotional issues, but to still remain unconscious when it comes to enacting the behaviors linked with these issues. Energy will affect you so much that you will not be able to observe any evidence to the contrary. You only see what your emotional wounds say are real. You will not see all the love that is there until you allow yourself to do so. Unhealed emotional energy is actually carried within the body or bioenergetic sphere. This emotional baggage serves to wreak havoc on our entire energy system. The results can be seen both in our physical body and in our realities that we create. The origin of this energy can have many different sources, but it can always be traced back to either emotional trauma or environmental absorption. It has also now been proven that you can pick up this energy anytime, even while you're in infancy. One theory now supported by some psychologists and hypnotherapists is that before we are born, we have chosen some of the painful events and circumstances in our lives to become more powerful or empowered. This is mentioned oftentimes in the LL research channelings with Quo and Ra. If this is true, we are truly creating every single thing in our lives and just waking up to our unlimited potential. When an event that creates an extreme emotional reaction happens to you at an early age, it generally becomes life-altering. This is because you tend to make decisions in the moment or immediately after an emotionally traumatic event occurs. Your decision is based upon the need to make sure that this never happens to you again. Thus, you subconsciously form an energy body based on this decision, or what some psychologists and spiritual teachers refer to as a sub-personality. The job of the sub-personality is to assure you that you will never have to go through this particularly painful event ever again. In other words, the sub-personality is there to protect you. It takes on an energy of its own, derived from your personal power source, and subconsciously motivates you to make certain choices and decisions that will keep you out of harm's way. This is all well and good during that particular moment of time in your life, because at that point, it was a needed survival mechanism. However, sub-personalities are always fear-based, and they drain your energy in the attempt to keep you from re-experiencing the emotional wounds of the past. What is tricky is learning to recognize that you are presently creating a reality based upon the fears of a sub-personality that was formed in the past. A sub-personality may have been protecting you for so long that you may mistakenly perceive it as who you are, but it is not who you are, it is who you were. That's why revision can be very important, because it can allow you to dissolve the sub-personalities that were created by past events. The sub-personality not only acts as a protector, it can often take over your persona entirely. When you look back upon the events of your life, you may give credit to some bad things that you experienced because you feel like they made you stronger. This is generally a healthy practice, and I have always advocated that because you're turning a negative into a positive. You may also have attained the heightened level of understanding that everything in your life happens for your personal growth and development. The problem arises when you strongly identify with the emotional wound. Holding on to the wound because it makes you who you are will hinder your ability to create the life you want. Let me say that again, because this is often lost. Holding on to the wound because it makes you who you are will hinder your ability to create the life you want. Let it go. Further, it bolsters the strength of the particular sub-personality associated with that wound or event and strengthens the constructive parameters of the reality that sub-personality creates for you. I have seen many cases where a sub-personality becomes someone's assumed identity. As a general rule, the person is unaware that this has taken place. A sub-personality can make a person sullen and withdrawn, or perhaps it makes them outgoing and gregarious. There is nothing wrong with either of these qualities as long as the person is consciously choosing one of them. But most people aren't consciously creating their realities. Unfortunately, most people, to one degree or another, are creating their life from the fear-based perspective of an unhealed part of themselves that has become a sub-personality. This is where what has served you in the past quite well can eventually become outdated and turn into a prison. Your emotional wounds may have actually pushed you towards achievement or success until one day you realize that you aren't really where you want to be. Perhaps you were motivated by your invalidated child sub-personality, which is always trying to get people's attention. Problem with this is that no matter how much attention or recognition you get, it will never be enough. This is because you are not really creating what you want. You are creating what your emotional wound wants. Perhaps you're having trouble amassing any amount of wealth or seeing things through to completion. Here, you could be seeing the results of issues you have had about deserving or being worthy of having the good you want in your life. Issues based on the belief that you are not good enough to have or achieve certain things. This is what happened to me. I felt guilty. I couldn't forgive myself, and I didn't think I was worthy. This sub-personality or emotional wound may have been formed from being told that you were not good enough or from being born into a family that didn't think that they were good enough. Even in some rare cases, it's the belief of the mother in the womb thinking that she's not good enough that transfers to the child. In either case, you'll not be happy because you're not creating what you really want. Again, you're creating what your emotional wound wants. In essence, you can become trapped within the confines of your emotional wounds, continuously creating and recreating the same reality over and over again. Are you in a situation where it seems like it's Groundhog's Day and it's always the same thing happening over and over again? This could be from a sub-personality that has formed a habit within you that is unconscious. Emotional trauma can be slight or it can be severe. It can result from being a rape victim or from being a child who was ignored. In either case, your reality creation can be affected. Do not underestimate the power that an event could have on your ability to consciously create your reality. Oftentimes, individuals may think they've done all the work they need to do on a certain issue, that they have moved on. If you're having trouble creating exactly what you want, that might mean the work is not done. Research now shows us that you can be affected unconsciously even during the brief stay in your mother's womb. You're emotionally and energetically vulnerable from the time right before birth and throughout most of your childhood. The emotional status of your mother, along with the environment she was surrounded by, will become logged into your subconscious and manifest as certain behavioral patterns. This is why some expectant mothers take the time out to play music for their unborn child, because inherently they know they can affect their child's development even before birth. It may be hard to believe, but you can have unconscious emotional responses running from even before you were born. Your childhood ends up being the primary source of most of your emotional baggage and unconscious behavioral patterns. Here is where you make the key life decisions and formulate your beliefs and behavioral patterns around those decisions. If your parents were always scrimping and scraping to make enough money to pay the bills or for food, you may find yourself obsessed with making money as you get older. You may have made the decision that you were never going to be in that situation again. To a certain degree, this idea can serve to motivate you to create wealth in your life. However, you're now creating wealth from a fear-based perspective. You're not creating for the joy of being wealthy. You're creating out of the fear of winding up back in that place with your parents. In this case, you will never be truly happy because you are not creating what you want. You are trying to avoid what you don't want. Another way to form a belief is to be told that you are not worthy or deserving of something. You may have been told that you will not amount to anything, or that you are not going to be able to achieve the things you wish to achieve. Or you may have been told that you need to be realistic. Perhaps you have developed the belief that you are not worthy of love, or that love must be earned. This can occur simply from having an aloof parent who ignored you. The resultant feeling is that if love is freely given, then there must be something wrong with it. This unconscious belief could manifest in your intimate relationship. Since you had to work hard to get your parents' attention through all manner of unhealthy behaviors and stimuli, you now work hard to get your mate's attention as well. Then, after all kinds of hard work intended to get and capture your partner's attention, when they really open up to you, you become scared or aloof. You'll then sabotage this relationship because your unconscious belief is that true love is never freely given. Emotionally, you are an ignored 5-year-old in an adult body trying to win someone's attention because you feel unloved and powerless. Check out my episode on healing the inner child. This may address this even deeper. Two people together in this type of relationship may unconsciously battle for power and control, taking turns feeling powerful and powerless. Hearing your parents or other people argue about things can also formulate issues for you that will manifest later on in your life. You listen to key themes being hashed out, generally in unhealthy ways, and then make decisions as a child that are acted out physically as an adult. This is from the environmental energy that you absorb during those time periods. Thus, in this example, you absorb the energy of resolution through egoic clashes between parental figures. Later on in life, you may find yourself creating situations that seem to call out for an argument to settle something. You could even say with a degree of accuracy that you become magnetic to a life partner who also likes to settle things through arguing. Be honest with yourself. Who really wants to argue all the time? Continued arguing or conflict with your partner serves to lower your vibrational field and compromise your ability to consciously and purposefully create your reality. In fact, it is because of the many challenges I have hurdled and the various life experiences I've had that I became interested in the field of human development. For the life of me, I just couldn't understand why success in not just one, but virtually every area of my life had been so elusive. I struggled and strained against the currents of life until I finally began the path of internal study and self-awareness. If I had not worked through many obstacles myself and encountered the life lessons I needed to master, I would not be able to understand what people go through. Knowledge is wholly insufficient when it comes to teaching human development. Wisdom is applied knowledge, and the only way you can get that is from having worked through your own life lessons. How can you help somebody without first having learned to help yourself? A classic example of unconscious behavior is the inability to save money while making the best efforts at attempting to do so. One way you can see this behavior manifesting is when you find yourself spending as much as you're earning. You may even get a new job with better pay so that you can finally begin to save money. However, because you unconsciously do not believe you deserve to have money, or perhaps unconsciously associate having money with some sort of fear from your past, you begin spending more to compensate. Magically, your spending has increased with your earning, and you still have no money left over to save. This behavior can stem from a simple lack of discipline, or it can be from feeling you are not deserving and worthy of having a lot of money. Growing up in my family, whenever you had money, you spent it. Very simple. As soon as the check came in or payday rolled around, it was time to celebrate. My mom would go out and buy a whole bunch of groceries and sweets, and we would feast. My dad would take us to a restaurant. Whenever this would occur, it was always a feeling of happiness. Thus, I viewed money as something special and extraordinary that was fleeting. It was there as a reward only, not as a regular way of life. This developed a subconscious and unconscious pattern within myself. It wasn't until I was much older, in my 30s, that I began to uncover this pattern of behavior and managed to save some money. When I first learned how to manifest things in my 20s and began to manifest bigger financial opportunities, I still had no money. I still felt helpless and depressed because I never seemed to be able to accumulate any amount of money. My life continued to be a series of highs and lows. In this way, I began to understand the need for self-awareness and to take responsibility for creating my reality. After I attained enough awareness to observe myself in action, I was able to make the connection between my present-day behavior and my childhood environment. I had been repeating the same pattern as my parents of making money and then spending it as quickly as I could. Getting better paying jobs was just like putting a bigger motor on the same old rickety boat with holes in it. I was getting nowhere fast. However, becoming aware of my unconsciousness and the behavior that followed was like finally deciding to fix the boat and plug up the holes. Sudden awareness of self in and of itself can cause you to spontaneously heal and correct unconscious behavioral patterns. Shortly afterward, I began to save money and was able to enjoy having more abundance in my life. I found out that a super incredible way to keep all the best things from popping up in my life was to judge other people for having or getting them. I'm not even sure where this came from. All I know is that from as early as I can remember, I judged all the kids who had more than I did. I was never truly grateful for the efforts of my parents while they struggled and toiled with their own poverty consciousness. I just knew that other kids had and I had not. This became an unfortunate foundation for much of the reality that I would create later. If you know anything about judgment, then you know it is an emotion that has an extremely low vibrational frequency. When you see someone who is doing something or has something you want to experience, and then judge them for it, you are assuring that you will never get to experience it because you're judging yourself. And you're saying they have too much or it's unfair. You're saying that about yourself because everybody is you, pushed out. In other words, you are creating a lower vibrational energy field while in the process of observing something that you want. You may be feeling that this person is bad because they have what you have always wanted, or that they are bad because only bad people can have good things. However, your subconscious mind registers this feeling as indicating that having the good things you want means you're a bad person. You cannot and will not become wealthy by judging wealthy people for having wealth. I see this on Facebook all the time, criticizing wealthy people. How dare Jeff Bezos create a space corporation and fly rockets into space when people are struggling? As a matter of fact, you will push wealthy people away from you by consciously or unconsciously judging them. Even if there's some correct ideas in what you're thinking, you will also push away the idea of wealth from you. You cannot get a healthy, lean body by judging healthy, lean people. You won't attract your dream partner by judging people who have amazing relationships. You will not achieve your dream life by judging people who are living the life of their dreams. In other words, you cannot have anything that you judge someone else for having, period. It will never come to you until you release your judgment about it. If you have a judgment about anything at all, you have work to do. The only good judgment is what you could refer to as natural judgment, or the ability to discern what is or is not for your own highest good. You achieve this by paying attention to your feeling power. You were born with this wonderfully innate gift of always knowing what is in your best interest. The problem is that people often outthink themselves. Your feeling power will provide you with a better guidance system than your logical thinking brain every time. You may be attached to how smart you think you are. You may have studied extensively in one field or another and accumulated a vast body of knowledge. However, you may have also bolstered your own ego to the point of shutting yourself off from your intuitive feeling power, which always knows better than you do. In turn, this impairs your ability to make natural judgments. When you begin to clear yourself and spend some time in meditation, you will also begin to get back in touch with this inborn natural resource. At any moment in time, you have access to your feeling power. Your feeling power does not stem from your intellectual awareness. It stems from your heart center. Many people refer to it as your gut instinct, although there is still some incorrectness in this. A feeling in your gut is actually a fear base, whereas a feeling that comes from your heart center will indicate whether or not something is actually for your highest good. If you're about to interview for a job, or buy a house, or get a new apartment, go out on a first date with a potential life partner, or make a huge financial decision, your feeling power can guide you in the right direction, because at a deeper level, you have an innate knowingness that will guide you. You can always make a guided decision in your life. If you get quiet with yourself before and or during the process of making these big decisions, you will get a feeling about it. It's the first thing that you feel before your intellect kicks in and starts weighing the pros and cons. This is why meditation is a great way to enhance this ability, because it quiets down a lot of the mental chatter that only gets in the way of making good decisions. The flip side of the coin is judging things that you do not like or want in your experience. It's true that a lot of people trick themselves into thinking they don't want what they believe they can't have. However, most people are aware of what they really don't want. The problem comes when you become judgmental about what you don't want. The difference between a negative egoic judgment as opposed to a natural judgment is that in natural judgment, there is no negative emotional charge involved, meaning that you do not have a strong negative feeling about it. A choice pops up and it simply feels good or it doesn't. No problem. You choose based upon the feeling that you get about it and continue on. If you're honest with yourself about how it feels, your choice will always be rewarding. When you're being judgmental or egoically judging something based upon your unconscious beliefs about it, you will be projecting a negative emotional charge on it. When you do this, you're actually magnetizing it into your life and drawing this unwanted thing right to you. You needn't fear your thoughts, however. You need only pay attention to what you have an emotional charge to. It's when you have a strong negative or positive emotional charge to something that you actually become magnetic to it. Thus, it is important to understand judgment consciousness, as it is a great way to discern how you may be unconsciously drawing certain places, people, and situations into your life that you do not want. You can easily know that something or someone is not for your highest good without having to judge it as bad. In fact, there is no good or bad. Again, it is only what is for your highest good and what is not. It is important to remember that everything exists at a certain vibrational frequency. I know that sounds cliche, but it's true. Since all of the things you want to experience exist at a higher frequency, like abundance of money, healthy body, and a happy relationship, judgment will not bring them into your life. Instead, you will get the people, places, and circumstances that vibrationally resonate with your current emotional state of judgment. Perhaps you see someone in line at the grocery store who is wearing something you find offensive or acting in a manner that you find disruptive. Instead of ignoring them, you find yourself harshly judging them. The more you focus upon them, and the more emotionally charged you have as a judgment about them becomes, the more likely you are to draw their attention to you. Don't be surprised if they glare at you angrily or walk up to you and say something. You can even judge this by how you see videos on social media sometimes. It's the same idea. Conversely, the more excited and enthusiastic about something you are, the quicker you will bring it to you. If you were standing in line at the grocery store behind somebody you really admired or were extremely attracted to, you could wind up drawing them right to you as well. You might find them extremely interesting, or perhaps you are attracted to them. The more you feel this way, the greater the emotional charge, the more likely that you are to draw them to you. Of course, this particular example is not to be confused with lusting over someone, which is a lower vibration than joy and happiness and could actually repel them away from you. Judgment is usually a projection coming from a part of you that is fearful of having or experiencing what another person has or gets to experience. During one of the more negative periods of my life, I had become very cynical. I was extremely judgmental of the world and the people in it. It was coincidentally during a time period when I also felt very helpless, alone, and powerless. The more trapped in my own vicious cycle I became, the more I judged other people around me. I judged the people who had what I wanted for having it, and I judged the people I felt were bad for getting away with living their lives the way they were. In other words, I judged people for having what I wanted and judged people for having what I didn't want. Talk about a no-win situation. The answer came to me one day that my judgment needed to come to an end. I was sitting at the coffee shop surrounded by people who were all having a great time. Someone parked their car in the lot, had their stereo cranked on high, basing the entire shopping complex. I was extremely irritated and immediately looked around for validation to see if other people were irritated as well. To my surprise, no one else seemed to be the slightest bit bothered by this. They were all still smiles and laughing, having a great time, completely oblivious to my extreme discomfort at this music. On top of that, there were other people in the coffee shop who were peacefully reading their books, completely unbothered by the music. It suddenly clicked in, at a deeper level in my conscious awareness, that everybody else was too busy creating what they wanted in life to be bothered by what anybody else was doing. Wow. I was so busy judging all the people around me for this, that, and the other thing, that none of my energy had been directed towards what I actually wanted. In essence, all my attention was being distracted towards what I didn't want or didn't like. I then realized that I could never magnetize anything I wanted into my life as long as I stayed in judgment consciousness. In a flash of inspiration, I got out a piece of paper and began writing down all the people in the world I judged for having what they had and for what I felt like they were getting away with. When I was done, I had a very large list. It included rap stars and political figures and athletes, financial geniuses, drug dealers, celebrities, millionaires, homeless people, and everyone in between. My own fear of success combined with my cynical attitude about the world was creating massive amounts of judgment wherever I went. Ironically, I was also scared to leave the house because my strong negativity was continuously magnetizing negative circumstances into my life. After I created this huge list, I rewrote it with the phrase, "is good" at the end of each item. I had specific names as well as generalities, all of which now ended with "is good" or "is great." That night I had an amazing dream. The dream took place in the basement of a warehouse. In this place, from behind the shelves and stacks of boxes and from every possible corner you could imagine, came a whole slew of assassins. They used every sort of medieval weapon you could think of to try and get to me, but I was invincible. I used kicks and punches, ducked, swung, flipped, you name it. I took all of them out with amazing accuracy and didn't get a scratch. I woke up the next morning feeling really great and revitalized, refreshed, much more positive than I had in a long time. It was then that my dream came back to me and I realized I had defeated all my judgments in my unconscious basement. My next achievement in self-awareness and in manifestation was in the area of relationships. From very early on, I seemed to gravitate towards women who had a tendency to want to control me. I bounced from relationship to relationship, not understanding how I was continuously recreating the exact same relationships over and over again. Why'd these women always want to control me? I couldn't understand it. Why I didn't realize at the time was that was what I wanted. I wanted someone to take over for me and play mommy. There were only too many women ready and willing to play that role for me. For every person willing to role play codependency, there will always be a partner willing to play along with you. The universe is abundant in everything that you desire, unconsciously as well as consciously. First step in breaking this cycle was becoming aware that I was continuously magnetizing women into my life who exemplified this type of partner. Each one was more extreme than the woman before. Eventually, I reached the point where I was tired of the lesson. Sometimes you just have to learn the hard way. I discovered this was true for me as well as for many other people I have worked with. The very last person in my life who exemplified this behavioral pattern was a woman who hurt me badly. I became fortunate. They cheated on me and I was able to leave the relationship even though I didn't want to. But I became aware of this pattern. And from there I began to explore why I was creating this pattern and what lesson I needed to learn from it. It turned out to be about power, what it feels like to externalize your power or give it away. That last relationship, when I asked her, "What is love?" her only answer was, "It is control." Why did I stick with that relationship for so long? The unfortunate thing about this type of lesson is that it cannot be taught. It can only be experienced. You can teach awareness around it, but you cannot teach someone to quit giving their power away in relationships. Then, the next thing I started to learn about was victim consciousness. Learning about victim consciousness was one of the greatest things that ever happened to me. I used to get mad at everything. I would get mad at the traffic, mad at the parking meter maid, mad at my job, mad at my girlfriend, mad at my body, mad at the world. There's always someone or something else, fault, never mine, and then I would drink to try to numb the anger. When something didn't go my way, I wanted it. Out came the pointed finger to find a reason for it. It was all their fault. Mysteriously, the finger never seemed to point back at me. It always pointed outwards away from me. The reason the finger never found me was because I was unconsciously acting out the victim, and victims never point fingers at themselves. The beginning of victim consciousness starts with the question, why me? This unfortunate question became the validation for perpetuating my own worst nightmares. It's also a great excuse to do nothing about something. I was able to find plenty of reasons in life why I couldn't do what I want. If someone else had achieved the goal or dream I desired, I felt it was because they were lucky or born into it. The problem with that theory revealed itself when I finally began to meet some of the people I had previously assumed were born into success or just lucky, and a few were actually born into success and had enjoyed great advantages early in life. However, the majority of these big achievers started from even more humble beginnings than I had. They all had one thing in common that stuck with me. They never blamed anyone for anything. I started to read about people that were successful in autobiographies, and I noticed a pattern. None of those people would blame anyone else for their failures. Never, period, not one time. When I began taking responsibility for my choices and my reality, and all the negative energy that I had been creating, my life made a turn to the positive. As soon as I quit complaining, I started to actually make forward progress in my life. When you stop complaining, you actually have a chance to listen. And when you listen, you learn. I began to see how I was the creator of it all. I was the one that parked without paying attention to where the red lines were. I was the one that decided to drive at 8:30 in the morning when traffic is heaviest. I was the one that stayed up late the night before so I wasn't feeling well and rested, thinking as clearly as I should. I was the one who kept showing up each day to a job that I hated. I was the one who previously chose to seek out mates in the confines of bars and under the influences of alcohol. I was the one who couldn't balance my checkbook. I was the one who chose not to take vacations. There was no else telling me to do these things. These were decisions that I made. I cannot tell you how powerful I became when I decided to quit complaining about the people and places and circumstances that I put myself in and around. Although I was now reaping some of the benefits from mastering many of my wonderful life lessons, I still had one big lesson to learn. As it turned out, there was an underlying theme to most of my other life lessons. Just like peeling back the layers of an onion, I began to get to the core of me, and I saw the big picture. And by far my largest life lesson was recognizing that the root of my problem stemmed from my constant attention-seeking behavior and my unquenchable need for outside validation. In one form or another, I had spent my entire life trying to impress people or to become the center of attention. I acted out this behavior in some seriously unhealthy ways. In my pursuit of becoming the center of attention, I would put myself in situations that became destructive to my life and my health. The problem was that I was always looking outside of myself for definition. Who was I? I had no idea who I was. Another problem was that I was scared all the time. I was always scared, both consciously of confrontation as well as unconsciously that someone would find out that I had no sense of self-worth. I was scared that it was all going to go wrong. I had a fear of everything being too good to be true. I had to learn that people cannot give me meaning or determine my destiny. I learned that I must cultivate my own feeling of self-worth and the inner strength of being that nobody else could provide. It was not until I gained this basic understanding and awareness of the fact that I was the source, I was the cause, and that I loved myself, that my first genuine life teacher started to show up. I had to want it and be willing to commit to it. I am thankful and grateful for all the life lessons I was gifted. If it weren't for these wonderful lessons, I would not be doing this podcast. These things helped me become who I am. Going back to unconscious behavior, there really are two basic ways of perpetuating unconscious behavior in our lives. The first one you could call active unconscious behavior. Active unconscious behavior means that you're unaware of how you create your reality. This type of unconscious behavior usually constitutes the biggest portion of your growth and development as you struggle to hurdle the obstacles that you are unknowingly putting on your path. You cannot successfully create your own reality and remain in this type of consciousness at the same time. All of my great lessons, some of which I've mentioned, and many I haven't yet, occurred as a result of my living in this type of consciousness. When you are living your life in active unconscious behavior, you literally have no idea why your life is the way it is. You do not understand why you keep getting into the same relationships over and over again. You do not understand why you cannot get a better job. You don't get where all the extra pounds of weight are coming from. You cannot comprehend the idea that it is you who are creating all of it. In order for most people to get past their active unconscious behavior, you have to have a burning desire to do so, to be or experience more of what life has to offer. Either they have finally become fed up with their situation, or they just finally realize that they truly want more. Until they reach a point of real urgency, they will not be motivated, nor will they have the energy to learn, do, and apply all that is necessary to elevate themselves out of this level of thinking and being. This is not a judgment. There is no right and wrong. We are where we are, and it does not benefit anyone when we judge ourselves or another on the path. However, coming to this realization that you've been living your life unconsciously is a great achievement, and it is the most important one. One of the most important goals of this podcast is to help you come to this realization that you're living unconsciously. The other way you act out unconscious behavior is what I and many others refer to as reactive unconscious behavior. This is a more easily recognizable and correctable form of unconscious behavior. Correcting this type of behavior can also help you to manifest greater things for yourself in your life. When you're operating in reactive, unconscious behavior, you will react to any stimulus that triggers your emotional instability. You'll react to traffic, a fellow employee at work who annoys you, somebody who bumps into you in the store, a bill in the mail, a parking ticket, your spouse or mate, your children. When viewed through this type of unconscious behavior, life happens to you, not the other way around. Everything seems to be coming at you all the time, almost as if the world is out to get you. You bump into the wall or door, stub your toe, and suddenly it is as if the wall or door attacked you. Your children are not behaving the way they are supposed to. Never mind the fact that they are children and prone to act that way. You become irritable and angry and defensive, trying to defend yourself against an aggressive world. One book that I recommend, Soul Sword, of the Mind of a Zen Warrior by Vernon Kitabu Turner, and he refers to this type of behavior as push-button consciousness. Basically, you walk around all day with a big red button sticking out that says, push me for a reaction. Everything is a reaction. In severe circumstances, you become completely helpless to your big red buttons and bounce around from situation to situation, feeling more and more negatively. You must elevate yourself beyond this way of daily living if you wish to be in command of your reality creation. Think about it for a second. What chance do you have for purposely creating the reality of your dreams if you are constantly yelling at your wife, your husband, or your kids? Zero. What chance do you have of purposely directing your thoughts towards a beautiful vacation on an island paradise if you're always cussing someone out in traffic? Not much. How will you get into the feeling place of having your dream home in the mountains if you're angry at work all the time? When you begin to meditate, you create the space in your life to act instead of react. This is a good starting place towards diminishing your reactive, unconscious behavior and taking command of your reality creation. You must understand that your beliefs create reality, and your beliefs are not just a single thought, but a grouping of thoughts and a feeling that they are true. And once you get to that point where you've followed those 5 steps we talked about earlier, you come to a point where you believe in your new reality. Most people have a mass of conflicting and contradicting beliefs that are conscious and unconscious, and they struggle and strain against them. This in turn creates emotional highs and lows that hinder their ability to manifest what they want. I used to have the contradictory beliefs that I was a go-getter who could get a lot of money, and at the same time I was not worthy or deserving of having a lot of money. When I started to make money, I would do things to disrupt my ability to make money, and these contradictory beliefs always worked with each other in patterns. I was unconsciously sabotaging myself via my hidden beliefs about how I wasn't worthy and deserving. I had to address the unconscious beliefs I had about myself if I was ever going to make any kind of money whatsoever. I realized that I could become whatever I wanted to become, but not until I had released these limiting beliefs about myself. I changed it by affirming the truth of what I wanted to believe, seeing it, visualizing it, believing in it, reading about it. This is something that can happen to you when you begin to master your reality creation. You can literally allow yourself to experience people, places, and situations in life that would have made you previously uncomfortable. You may open yourself up to experiences that you would never have dared to before, spontaneously even, that are now magically within your grasp. You may even find that you are now free to want and experience more. You may even dare to expand on your list of wants when you have less limiting beliefs holding you back. Sometimes even your conscious beliefs have a way of unconsciously sabotaging you. This happens when they link to unconscious beliefs. This can affect your relationships, your health, everything in your life. Your beliefs underlie everything about you. I also wanted to just briefly discuss the mass mind, the mass consciousness, and pendulums. Every person emits their own personal energy field. This energy field emanates from them, extending outwards and around them. Your personal vibrational energetic field, as we have learned, is comprised of your conscious and unconscious intentions, a mixture of all your emotions, thoughts, and feelings, ultimately harmonizing into a single vibrational field that is you. The same can be said for a group of people as well. When a group of people get together, they have a tendency to synchronize or equalize their vibrational rate. Thus, their individual energy bodies begin to merge as one larger energy body. This can create what is called a pendulum in reality transurfing, or an egregore in occult teachings. And over time, this energy begins to assume an identity of sorts and comes alive. It can be likened to a rather large sub-personality, except that is more of a mass personality. This is also different from collective consciousness of mankind. Within the collective consciousness exists all the streams of consciousness of mankind. The mass mind exists rather as a collective unconscious of a populace in any given area. It feeds and thrives on energy of lower vibrational thoughts and emotions. Just as your pain body or sub-personality will become active to feed itself, so will this pendulum. This energy body can exist as a nation or even as small as a single family. There is an energy body around every single person and around every single group of people and every pendulum. As much as a person may find it is difficult to pull away from the energy of their family in their attempts to succeed at life, a person will find it difficult to overcome the unconsciousness of an area. For example, if you lived within a crime-ridden, poverty-stricken neighborhood, you might find it difficult to become successful. Indeed, you may find it near impossible, because every time you make a step in the right direction, you find yourself fighting against the very people around you. The mass mind consciousness of the area is saturated with beliefs in limitation and negativity. For some people, this is quite all right. Remember, there are no judgments, only that which serves your highest purpose and that which does not. However, if you desire to achieve growth and expansion in your life, you may need to leave the area. The same thing can be said of an individual family. I personally know of countless examples of people having to completely separate themselves from the family that they grew up in order to achieve their goals. If a family is stricken with limited negative thinking against themselves and the world at large, they will hold to this unconscious energy body in this pendulum. This energy becomes the mass mind of this family and takes on a life of its own. Thus, when someone tries to break free, this energy body becomes active as it now feels threatened. It will utilize whichever person is most susceptible to negativity and unconsciousness within the family to attack the threat. It will do whatever it can to defend itself and stay alive. The pendulums always just want money, and even in opposition to this energy body, it will still get energy. If, for example, one family member breaks free, relocates themselves, and becomes successful, it could lead to others doing the same thing. If this begins to happen, this energy body will start to diminish, and eventually it will lose its sustenance. And any time you elevate yourself in any way, you lessen the likelihood of generating negative thoughts and emotions. Thus, for some individuals, the first biggest obstacle or struggle could be perceived as against their own family or their own pendulum. In actuality, however, it's not against their family, but rather against the collective unconsciousness of that pendulum. Use the term pain body as defined in Eckhart Tolle's The Power of Now. The collective unconsciousness is simply a larger version of the pain body. It is in essence the family pain body. Anytime somebody elevates or attempts to elevate themselves above the masses, whether it's within their own family or within their country, they must transcend the mass mind consciousness. They must transcend the pendulum or the egregore. It's a test of willpower. However you recognize what is happening, it will not take your willpower. I have noticed this with certain movements of disinformation that you find in the media, where there's new information that comes along and people have gotten sucked so much into this consciousness of this egregore or pendulum, they're simply incapable of changing their minds about new information. And it just drags their energy down. And in order for them to escape it, they have to completely overcome it. But once they do, they find that they have a greater level of energy. The best way I have found to elevate yourself beyond the mass mind is to simply not buy into it. Your first step is always, of course, the awareness that you have been plugged in up until now. You will need to be aware of how you yourself have been a part of the pendulum and have been living through it. It will also help you to remember that it's not black and white. As you elevate your conscious awareness, you transcend a little more each time. You decide not to buy into it by not believing in all of the limitations that everyone else around you may be preaching. You may decide not to listen to the nightly news that feeds this particular pendulum with massive amounts of limiting belief systems. If you have an idea, a dream to build a business or do something big with your life, you may decide instead to keep it to yourself. After all, do you need someone else to believe in your idea? It always helps to have people support you in your efforts, but you will always risk encountering the pendulum if you go on and on about your great idea to anyone who will listen. Inevitably, you will encounter people who are plugged in that will tell you to forget it, face the facts, and get real. Reality is whatever you make it to be, but not everyone is ready to accept that. Accepting that you create your reality is also accepting responsibility for yourself. Thus, you'll need to accept responsibility for creating your own success and becoming self-sustaining if you wish to transcend pendulum consciousness. Have you ever felt like there was some force working against your best efforts to change? Let's say you decide you want to rise above your current situation, circumstance, or even peer group. Again, there is no judgment about where you are or anyone else. Let's just assume that you have come to the realization that you want to expand yourself. As you begin to undergo this process, you may encounter resistance from other people around you. A great example is when one member of a group of social drinkers decides they want to cut back on their alcoholic drinking. This is an easy example to illustrate because most people know or have known someone in this situation. Not only does this person have to face their own unconscious compulsions and inner saboteur, but they now have to face all their friends' unconscious mechanisms as well. Dealing with this level of inner and outer resistance can make someone feel as though they're trying to climb Mount Everest on their own without any gear and with no arms or legs. There are growing numbers of beliefs instilled within the many pendulums that stifle growth and creativity. These beliefs, or mass beliefs, for instance, the belief in limitation, only a few people can be rich and wealthy. There's always a cold and flu season, or the inevitability of disease, or life is a struggle, or God's love has to be earned, or one group of people is more deserving than another, or competition is necessary, or strength makes right, or you have to prove yourself, you must earn the right to be here. Those are all beliefs that are within the mass mind and the different pendulums that are guiding you. Any belief that is held by the masses as true, regardless of whether or not someone else has proven it to be untrue or not, is a mass belief. You could even just narrow it down to phrases like, money doesn't grow on trees, or face the facts, it's Monday, must be nice, get used to it. You could also call these phrases victim statements with equal accuracy since they ignore the truth, which is that we control our reality, not the other way around. When people are plugged into the mass mind, they want you to play along. The mass mind, the pendulums, thrive on lack and limitation. A sure way to offend someone is to disagree with them when they're plugged in to the pendulum. And yet, in order to become a conscious creator, you will need to transcend all of the beliefs and limitation around you. Now, for the few that don't know what pendulums are, check out my episode on pendulums. I'm not talking about the pendulum that you dangle. I'm talking about the concept of the energetic structure that is formed in mass mind consciousness when multiple people think the same thought. This belief in limitations may mean that you can no longer play along anymore for you to get out of it. When someone tells you that life is a struggle and yet you know that we have the choice to create our reality the way we want to, you have to come to a critical point. Outwardly and blatantly disagreeing with someone seldom will ever bring you to the highest good. It will in fact only serve to diminish your vibrational energetic field. Since you do not wish to verbally agree with this person because you know your words are powerful, you also do not wish to disagree with them because you do not want to create conflict, your best option may be to give a gentle suggestion. What I like to do in circumstances like this, especially when someone is visibly waiting for you to agree with them, is to give an option like maybe. I like this approach because it does not create resistance in the other party, which only serves to lower your vibrational energetic field. Responding this way only reinforces within your own mind the fact that you know you create your reality. Or if during a delicate process of separating yourself from the mass mind, someone really wants to argue with you about some issue relating to a pendulum or a mass mind belief that they are espousing, you can always give them the most inarguable point you could ever make. Simply tell them, that is not what I believe. You wouldn't even want to tell them that your beliefs are different, because this will still create conflict with someone who is dead set on being right. The one thing you cannot argue with is what you believe. You cannot change someone's beliefs by force, ever, and you usually can't really argue it anyway. Since inherently everyone recognizes this, it is always your failsafe to protect yourself from an environmental conflict with people who are still plugged in. You have to be a little bit selective about what you share with people who are plugged in to mass mind and pendulum belief systems. The stronger the belief in limitation, the stronger the reaction you will get if you challenge their belief. You don't want to respond to the insane homeless guy on the street who asks for money by telling him that he creates his own reality. He may flip out on you. When you start gaining awareness about beliefs, you may wish to remember 2 golden rules that you can live by. First of all, the best advice given is advice asked for. And secondly, if you want to lead by example. Your only job is to work on you and unplug yourself from the belief in limitation. You will not have to chase people down and tell them they need to unplug from limitation. The people who want to change will be inspired and drawn to you by your ability to go against the perceived odds to create your life the way you want to. When someone comes to you and asks you how you have achieved such an amazing, fantastic life, then you can tell them. They will be more ready to receive the gift of freedom now that you are in a position to give it. There are many mass beliefs that are localized to various regions around the world. People in different countries face different challenges according to the belief systems that are held by the majority of people in that area. For example, in some countries in Africa, you're literally lucky to survive with both arms and legs. It is widely agreed amongst many of the people in these countries that this is just the way that life is. In order to effect change, a person would be going up against that particular mass belief. Great leaders have emerged to lead peoples and nations to victory. However, it is also clear that these particular souls incarnated for that particular purpose. Most people are still working on creating their own life and the way they want it, minus the fact they may be in an area where the accepted way of life is far from the way they want it, anyone would want it. Sometimes it will be necessary to extract yourself from certain areas and certain groups, locally and regionally, even online, if you wish to elevate yourself above this sort of group consciousness that exists within the pendulum. If there is mortar fire going off around you, or the neighbor's kids just died of starvation, your first priority might just be to leave the country that you're in. Sure, it's easy to rattle off this advice while safely within the confines of a wealthy nation, and yet many people have already done this exact thing, and indeed made it happen by focusing their attention upon what they wanted. Anything is possible, and you can create reality. Perhaps after you have elevated your consciousness to a necessary level, you may return and emerge as a great leader, bringing needed change to an entire country or nation. You will not be able to do this until you yourself have transcended the mass mind and mastered the ability to create your own reality first. Thus, in some cases, it would be necessary to leave an area, spend some time building up your vibrational energetic field in a more hospitable environment, then return when you're able to affect change. Is the energy you are in or around compatible to living the life of your dreams? Otherwise, you may energetically deplete yourself trying to create something that is not supported by your environment and the mass beliefs of the area that you're in. An example of this type of situation would be living in a neighborhood that does not match your vibrational rate of attraction. It could be the energy of the people or the energy of the land itself. Everyone has a personal preference as to their ideal living situation, and when you are out of accord with that, you will drain your vibrational energetic field. Conversely, when you take the time to find the neighborhood and area that you are a vibrational match to, you serve to enhance and increase your vibrational energetic field. Anytime you feel resistance to the area around you, you are not in alignment with the flow of energy. It is important to be in harmony with the energy of the people or the area where you are living, because it will help you to stay in the flow and purposely create your reality with the greatest of ease. This is not a complete summary of the things that may be limiting your ability to manifest the reality that you want, but you can come back to this and perhaps you'll find some of the reasons for it. In most of the cases, I find that it is unconscious The reasons are unconscious, and you can find clues to the unconscious things that you're doing to limit your manifestations in little things like the way that you speak, the words that you use, the words that you write, the way you talk to other people. If a portion of this episode rang true to you, go back to it and analyze it. But you are simply a belief away from everything that you want. You can change yourself much faster, and you can change your unconscious nature much faster than you think. As we move into a fourth density new earth, you are seeing everyone around you become their unconscious natures. You're seeing the unconscious natures of everyone around you. People are acting crazy. They're doing crazy things. The world seems more chaotic, and that's because they're unconscious. They're unconscious pendulum zombies. And you can overcome this, and once you do, you can do anything that you want. Just take responsibility for the reality you want. Become aware of your unconscious ability to create your reality and change that as well. You create your reality every moment, every second, and now you can start afresh, anew, in creating the reality that you want. Chapter 5. Manifesting every moment, moving beyond technique. I see a lot of videos and books that try to implicate that there's some sort of advanced technique or thing that you can do that will manifest what you want. And the key point I want you to get from this teaching is that this is a skill that is beyond technique, that you're manifesting in every moment. Perhaps it's a contradiction, perhaps that's the technique, but we must move beyond the mindset that there is a technique that we can use, like we're in a video game and we can hit the A button and the B button and then the trigger and we can manifest what we want. In the realm of manifestation and personal development, there is an ever-present temptation to seek out quick fixes and magical techniques. We've all been there searching for that one secret method that will instantly transform your life, bringing you wealth, perfect health, or ideal relationships. It's a natural human tendency, driven by our desire for immediate results and fueled by a world, a marketing industry that promises instant solutions to everything. However, this quest for the perfect technique often leads you astray from the true essence of manifestation. It's a pitfall that many fall into, and it can be a significant obstacle on the path to genuine transformation. This is one of the pitfalls I find with reality transurfing. A lot of it is encapsulated with the idea that there's some sort of technique, usually with a very cool name, that will give you everything that you want. You just got to follow the steps 1, 2, 3. I have endeavored and searched for a way to teach manifestation utilizing a simple technique. It's critical to know that it can be broken down into a simple technique because it is very simple. It is not difficult. The problem with focusing solely on techniques is multifaceted. First, it creates a dependency on external methods rather than fostering internal understanding. We become like children learning to ride a bike with training wheels, never truly developing the balance and intuition needed to ride freely. This is the primary flaw with most occult magic and magical techniques that are taught that show some promise or success. Secondly, the approach leads to disappointment and disillusionment. When a technique doesn't yield immediate results, you may become discouraged, doubting the process, or worse, your own capabilities. This cycle of hope and disappointment can be emotionally draining and counterproductive. Moreover, the fixation on techniques often overshadows the more crucial aspects of manifestation, our consistent mental habits, core beliefs, and self-image. These foundational elements are the true drivers of our reality, yet they are frequently neglected in the pursuit of quick results. Perhaps most importantly, seeking quick techniques misses the fundamental truth of manifestation. It's not an occasional practice, but a constant, ongoing process. Every thought, every belief, every moment of focus is shaping our reality. By treating manifestation as something we do only when we want something specific, we're ignoring the vast potential of our everyday thoughts and feelings. In this book, we'll move beyond the allure of quick techniques. Instead, we'll delve into the art of constant manifestation, a way of living that aligns your entire being with your desires, creating a life of continuous growth and fulfillment. This approach requires more than just learning a set of steps. It demands a shift in perspective, a deepening of self, and a commitment to ongoing personal evolution. And as we embark on this journey, I invite you to let go of the search for the perfect technique. Just open yourself to a new understanding of manifestation, one that empowers you to shape your reality with every breath, every thought, and every moment. The concept of constant manifestation is both profound and deceptively simple. You are always manifesting, every single moment of every day. This isn't just during the times when you're actively visualizing your goals, reciting affirmations, or meditating. It's happening right now, as you hear my words, and it will continue happening whether you're consciously aware of it or not. To truly grasp this concept, you need to understand that your reality is a reflection of your dominant thoughts, beliefs, and emotional states. Every fleeting idea, every habitual thought pattern, every unconscious belief about yourself and the world around you is continuously shaping your experience of life. Think of your mind as a powerful broadcasting station, constantly sending out signals into the universe. These signals are your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs, and they're always being received and reflected back to you in the form of your experiences, relationships, and circumstances. This ongoing process doesn't discriminate between what you consciously want and what you subconsciously believe. It doesn't pause when you're not actively trying to manifest something specific. It's always on, always working, always creating. The implications of this reality are both exciting and sobering. On one hand, it means you have far more power to shape your life than you might have realized. Every moment is an opportunity to steer your reality in a new direction. On the other hand, it means that unconscious negative beliefs or habitual worry can manifest just as easily and readily as your conscious desires. Understanding constant manifestation shifts your focus from isolated attempts to create specific outcomes to a more holistic approach of conscious living. It's not about performing a technique for 15 minutes. Even for doing it 15 minutes a day and then forgetting about it. It's about cultivating a state of being that aligns with your desires, maintaining that alignment as consistently as possible, and learning to quickly reset when you inevitably slip out of it. This perspective frees you from the pressure of getting it right during designated manifestation sessions. Instead, it invites you to see every interaction, every decision, and every reaction as a part of your ongoing creative process. It encourages you to be more mindful, more intentional, and more aware of the power we wield in every moment. Remember, you're not learning how to manifest. You already do that perfectly. You're learning how to manifest consciously, deliberately, and in alignment with your highest aspirations. Welcome to the reality revolution of constant manifestation. The journey of manifestation often begins with desire. You want something, a new job, a loving relationship, improved health, or financial abundance, and you seek ways to bring it into your life. The starting point is natural and human. However, to truly master the art of manifestation, you must move beyond mere desire and into a deeper realm of understanding. Understanding in this context means grasping the fundamental principles that govern reality creation. It's about recognizing that manifestation isn't about getting what you want, but aligning your entire being, your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and actions with the reality you wish to experience. When you focus solely on desire, you often fall into the trap of yearning, of feeling lack, of seeing our current reality as insufficient. This state of mind paradoxically can push our desires further away, as we're constantly reinforcing the absence of what we want. Understanding, on the other hand, shifts our perspective. It allows us to see that the power to create our reality lies not in what we want, but in who we are being. Moving from desire to understanding involves several key shifts. 1. From external to internal focus. Instead of fixating on external circumstances, we learn to cultivate the internal state that matches our desired reality. 2. From future to present tense. Rather than always looking ahead to when our desires will manifest, we learn to embody the feeling of already having what we want. 3. From scarcity to abundance, we move from a mindset of lack to one of plenty, recognizing that the universe is abundant and that our own consciousness is the gateway to that abundance. And 4. From doing to being, we shift from always trying to do something to manifest our desires to simply being the person who would naturally have those desires fulfilled. And 5. From intermittent practice to constant awareness, we evolve from occasional manifestation attempts to a constant state of conscious creation. This shift to understanding doesn't mean abandoning our desires. Instead, it means approaching them from a place of wholeness rather than lack. It means recognizing that our desires are not just random wants, but signposts pointing us toward our own evolution and growth. As you deepen this process, you begin to see that manifestation is not about controlling external reality, but about mastering your internal reality. You learn that your outer world is just a reflection of your inner world, and that by changing your thoughts, beliefs, and emotional states, you inevitably change your experiences. We will explore how to cultivate this understanding and how to apply it in your daily life, how to navigate the challenges that arise as you step into your power as a conscious creator. Remember, the goal is not to just manifest specific desires, but to become a master of your own reality, to live in a state of constant, deliberate creation. To truly grasp the power of manifestation, you must first understand that reality creation is not a sporadic event, but an ongoing, continuous process. Every moment of our existence, we are engaged in the act of creating our reality, whether we're conscious of it or not. Imagine reality as a river, constantly flowing and changing. You're not just standing on the bank, occasionally dipping your toe in to create a ripple. Instead, you're fully immersed in this river, your very presence constantly shaping its flow, its temperature, its composition. This is the nature of reality creation. It's not something you do. It's something you are always doing. This ongoing nature of reality creation stems from several key principles. First, that consciousness is the foundation of reality at the deepest level. Your consciousness, your thoughts, beliefs, and focus is the raw material from which our reality is fashioned. This consciousness doesn't switch on and off. It's always active, always creating. Secondly, the present moment is the point of power. Reality is created in the now, not in some distant future. Each present moment is a fresh opportunity for creation, a new starting point from which reality unfolds. Third, the cumulative effect of your thoughts and beliefs. Your reality isn't shaped by isolated thoughts, but by the accumulated weight of your habitual thought patterns and deeply held beliefs. These are not static, but are constantly being reinforced or altered by your ongoing mental activity. 4. The feedback loop of experience. Your experiences shape your beliefs, which in turn shapes your reality, creating new experiences. This cycle is continually in motion, each moment informing the next. 5. The dynamic nature of the universe. The universe itself is not static, but in a constant state of flux and creation. As conscious beings within this universe, we are integral parts of this ongoing creative process. Understanding the ongoing nature of reality creation shifts your approach to manifestation in several important ways. First, it emphasizes the importance of your everyday thoughts and emotions, not just those we focus on during specific manifestation exercises, every thought is a brick in the structure of your reality. Secondly, it highlights the power of consistency. A single positive thought is good, but consistent positive mental states are transformative. Third, it underscores the need for vigilance. If we are always creating, we need to be more aware of what we're putting into that creation. And lastly, it reveals the immediacy of your creative power. You don't need to wait for your reality to change. It's changing right now in response to your current state of being. Embracing this ongoing nature of reality creation can be both empowering and challenging. It means taking full responsibility of your life, recognizing that each moment is a choice point, an opportunity to steer your reality in a new direction. Remember, you're not learning to create reality. You're learning to create it consciously, intentionally, and in alignment with your highest aspirations. You already are creating reality. Your reality is being created right now in this very moment. What is it that you're creating? A fundamental principle in understanding manifestation is the concept that nothing is permanent. This idea, rooted in ancient wisdom and supported by modern physics, is crucial to grasping the fluid nature of reality and your power to shape it. The impermanence of all things may seem counterintuitive, especially when we look seemingly solid structures or long-standing situations in our lives. However, when we delve deeper, we find that change is the only constant in the universe. Why is nothing permanent? First, the dynamic nature of energy. At its core, everything in the universe is energy in constant motion, even when it appears solid at the atomic level, mostly empty space with particles in continuous movement. This perpetual dance of energy means that nothing remains exactly the same from one moment to the next. Then there's the law of impermanence. Ancient philosophies, particularly Buddhism, have long taught that all phenomenon is in a constant state of flux. This isn't just a spiritual concept. It's observable in the natural world, from the changing seasons to the cycle of birth, growth, decay, and renewal. Then there's the observer effect. Quantum physics has shown that the very act of observing affects the observed. Your consciousness interacts with reality, subtly altering it. This means that reality is not fixed but responsive to your awareness and focus. Then there's the power of neuroplasticity. Your brain is constantly forming new neural connections and pruning old ones. This means your patterns of thoughts, habits, and even your personalities are not set in stone but can be reshaped through conscious effort. And then there's the nature of time. Time itself is a dimension of change. And as we move through time, every aspect of your reality is shifting, even if imperceptibly. Understanding this impermanence has profound implications for manifestation. It liberates you from the belief that your current circumstances are fixed or unchangeable. No matter how entrenched your situation may seem, it's always in flux and therefore open to transformation. This encourages you to hold your desires lightly, knowing that what you manifest will also change, and it can help you enjoy your creations without becoming overly attached to them. It emphasizes the importance of consistent focus. Since reality is always changing, maintaining a desired state requires ongoing attention and alignment. It reminds us of our power to create anew in each moment. We're not bound by past creations. We have the ability to shift our reality continuously. It highlights the value of adaptability. In a constant, changing universe, the ability to flow with change while maintaining your desired state is crucial. This concept of impermanence doesn't mean that you can't create lasting change or achieve long-term goals. Rather, it suggests that maintaining any state, be it wealth, health, or a particular relationship dynamic, requires ongoing creation. It's less about reaching a fixed endpoint and more about consistently aligning with the energy of what you desire. Embracing impermanence can be liberating. It frees you from the fear of failure, because nothing is final, and the anxiety of perfectionism, because everything is always evolving. It invites you to engage more fully with the present moment, where all your creative power lies. As we continue on this journey of manifestation, remember, your current reality, no matter how it appears, is not set in stone. It's a fluid, responsive field of potential, continuously shaped by your consciousness. This impermanence is not a limitation, but your greatest ally in creating the life you desire. One of the most profound insights in this study of manifestation is the supremacy of mental states over physical reality. This principle, consistently emphasized by Neville Goddard, asserts that your internal world, your thoughts, beliefs, emotions, and overall mental state has a direct and powerful influence on your external experiences and circumstances. To truly grasp this, you need to shift your perspective on the nature of reality itself, rather than seeing the physical world as a fixed, objective entity that you simply inhabit. You must understand it is a responsive, malleable field that is intimately connected to your consciousness. In addition to the observer effect, there's the placebo effect. Medical science has long recognized the power of belief in healing. Patients given inert substances often experience real physiological changes simply because they believe they're receiving effective treatment. There's also the reticular activating system. This part of our brain filters information based on what we focus on, effectively shaping our perception of reality by changing our focus. We can alter what we notice and experience in our environment. There's also emotional resonance. Your emotional states emit specific frequencies that can attract experiences and circumstances that mirror those frequencies. And this is why maintaining a positive state can lead to more positive emotional experiences. And then there's the self-fulfilling prophecy. Your expectations often limit your behaviors in subtle ways, leading you to consciously and unconsciously create very outcomes that you anticipate, whether positive or negative. Understanding the power of mental states over physical reality has several important implications. It emphasizes the importance of mental and emotional hygiene. It suggests that changing our external circumstances often begins with changing your internal landscape. It highlights the value of visualization and feeling. By vividly imagining and emotionally connecting with your desired outcome, we're already beginning to shape our reality at a fundamental level. But that is not just a technique. It should be an ongoing process, a way of living. It underscores the need for consistency in our mental and emotional states, and it invites us to take responsibility for our experiences. Check out my episode, Taking Responsibility for Your Reality. We have the power to shape our interpretation and response to any event, thereby influencing our ongoing reality. This principle doesn't mean that physical action is unnecessary, but it suggests that aligned action that stems from and reinforces our desired mental state, is far more effective than action taken from a state of lack or desperation. By mastering your internal world, you gain the ability to shape your external reality in profound and surprising ways. Your mind is the control room of your life experience. What mental states are you cultivating consistently, and what reality are they creating for you? One of the most crucial shifts in mastering manifestation is moving from a state of wanting to a state of generating. This transformation is at the heart of effective reality creation and represents a fundamental change in how you approach your desires and interact with the universe. It took me a long time to learn this. A state of wanting is characterized by a focus on lack or absence, feelings of yearning or longing, an orientation toward the future, a sense of separation from what you desire, an energy of neediness, desperation, or importance. In contrast, the state of generating is marked by a focus on abundance and presence, a feeling of gratitude and fulfillment, an orientation in the present moment, a sense of oneness with what you desire, and an energy of confidence and certainty. This shift from wanting to generating is not a change in terminology, it's a complete reorientation of your relationship with reality. This shift is so powerful because it provides an alignment with abundance. When you generate, you align yourself with the abundant nature of the universe. You recognize that everything you desire already exists in potential form, and your role is to bring it into manifestation through your consistent consciousness. Then there's emotional resonance. Generating carries a much higher vibrational frequency than wanting. This higher frequency is more aligned with the experiences and circumstances you wish to attract. It gives you present moment power. Generating happens in the now, where all your creative power resides. Wanting often projects you into an imagined future, disconnecting you from your point of power. And it puts you into the active versus the passive state. When you're generating, it puts you in an active creative role, while wanting can lead you in a passive waiting state. It empowers you. The generating mindset acknowledges your innate creative power, boosting your confidence and sense of self-efficacy. So I recommend that you practice gratitude regularly, acknowledge and appreciate what you already have, not as a technique, but just make it a part of your life. Use present tense affirmations, not as techniques, but as a habit. Instead of saying, I want to be wealthy, you say, I am generating wealth in my life now. See from the end result rather than imagining yourself wanting something. Visualize yourself already having and enjoying it. And take inspired action. Act as if what you desire is already yours. This aligns your behavior with your desired reality. Cultivate feelings of abundance all the time, regularly, every moment. Regularly connect with the feelings of fullness, completeness, and satisfaction, regardless of external circumstances. And reframe your language. Notice every time you use wanting language and consciously shift it to generating language. And focus on giving. When you're in a state of manifestation and receptivity, you are connected to the eternal abundance of the universe, and you always have the ability to give in those states. This state is marked by a focus on giving. Look for ways to give or to contribute what you desire. If you want love, focus on being loving. If you want abundance, look for ways to create value for others. Remember, this shift doesn't happen overnight. It's a practice, a new habit of mind that develops over time. Be patient with yourself as you make this transition. As you move from wanting to generating, you'll notice a profound change in the experience of your life. You'll feel more empowered, more present, and more connected to the flow of abundance in the universe. Your manifestations may come more easily and naturally, often in unexpected and delightful ways. The universe responds not to what you want, but to what you are being. By shifting from wanting to generating, you align your being with your desires, becoming a powerful creator of reality. So what are you generating today? A crucial aspect of advanced manifestation is shifting your perspective from focusing on specific desires to understanding the nature of events and their underlying patterns. This shift allows you to work more effectively with the flow of reality rather than trying to force particular outcomes. When you think in terms of events and their nature, you recognize patterns. You start to see the recurring themes and dynamics in your experiences rather than viewing each event as isolated. Understand cause and effect. You gain insight into how your thoughts, beliefs, and actions contribute to the events you experience. You perceive the bigger picture. You move beyond immediate wants to consider the broader implications and opportunities within each situation. You align with natural flows. You learn to work with the inherent tendencies of events rather than against them, and you become more adaptable. You develop flexibility to navigate various manifestations of your desires rather than fixating on one specific form. To illustrate this concept, let's consider some examples. Instead of focusing on manifesting more money, think about the nature of abundance and flow in your life. How does value move through your experience? What patterns do you notice in your relationship with resources? Rather than fixating on a specific relationship, consider the nature of love and connection in your life. What qualities characterize your most fulfilling relationships? How do you typically engage with others? Instead of trying to manifest a particular job, reflect on the nature of your work and purpose. What patterns do you notice in your career journey? What underlying themes emerge in your most satisfying work experiences? Practice observing, reflecting on events in your life, looking for patterns and underlying dynamics. Instead of asking, how can I get to X? Ask, what's the nature of the experience I'm seeking? Notice how different areas of your life interrelate and influence each other. Observe patterns in nature to understand how events unfold and interact. Practice finding multiple pathways to your desired experiences rather than insisting on one specific outcome. Reflect on past manifestations. Analyze successful manifestations in your life, focusing on the nature of the events rather than just the end results. Regularly write about the qualities and characteristics of the experiences you desire beyond just listing specific wants. By thinking in terms of events and their nature, you align yourself more closely with the way reality actually unfolds. This alignment allows for more effortless and organic manifestation. You become less attached to specific forms and more open to the myriad ways your desires can materialize. This perspective enhances your ability to maintain your desired state regardless of external circumstances. You're no longer dependent on particular outcomes to feel fulfilled. Instead, you recognize and appreciate the essential qualities you seek in various forms. Remember, the universe often has more creative and expansive ways of fulfilling your desires than you can imagine. By focusing on the nature of events rather than specific manifestations, you open yourself to these broader possibilities and become a co-creator with the universe, dancing with the flow of reality rather than trying to control it. This is a shift in thinking. Notice how your manifestations become more fluid, more aligned with your true essence, and often more surprising and delightful than could have ever anticipated. What patterns and natures are you noticing in the events of your life? The concept of a mental diet is fundamental to mastering the art of constant manifestation. Just as you carefully choose the food you consume to nourish your body, you must equally be mindful of the thoughts, beliefs, and emotion you feed your mind. A mental diet encompasses everything you allow into your consciousness, from the media you consume and the conversations you engage in to your internal dialogue and habitual thought patterns. A well-balanced mental diet consists of thoughts, beliefs, and emotions that align with your desired reality. It's not about forced positivity or denying the existence of challenges, but rather about consciously choosing where you place your focus and energy. This diet shapes your perception of the world and, consequently, your experiences within it. Cultivating a positive mental diet is an ongoing process that requires awareness, dedication, and practice. It begins with becoming conscious of your current mental habits and patterns. You must observe your thoughts without judgment, noting which ones serve you and which ones hold you back. Once you're aware of your mental landscape, you begin to make intentional choices about what you allow to take root in your mind. This might involve limiting exposure to negative influences, such as fear-based news or toxic relationships, and increasing your intake of uplifting and inspiring content. Mindfulness practices play a crucial role in maintaining a healthy mental diet. By staying present and aware, you can catch negative thought patterns early and redirect them towards more empowering alternatives. Meditation, journaling, regular self-reflection, gratitude, affirmations, and visualizations are all valuable components of a healthy mental diet, but not techniques. They're just something that you utilize all the time on a regular basis. By regularly utilizing all these things, not as a technique, but as a way of life, you create a positive version of reality in every thought, in every moment, and you vividly imagine your desired outcomes. You feed your mind, you nourish it, you empower it. When it comes to integrating multiple desires into your mental state, simplicity is the key. Rather than trying to juggle numerous specific outcomes, you focus on the essence of what you truly want, the end state that encompasses all your desires. This approach involves stepping back and asking yourself, if all my desires were fulfilled, how would I feel? What kind of a person would I be? By imagining from this end and living in the moment from this end, you create a unified mental state that naturally aligns with all your desires. For instance, instead of separately visualizing a successful career, a loving relationship, and perfect health, you might imagine a version of yourself who's fulfilled, loved, and vibrant. This holistic vision encompasses all these desires without getting caught up in the details of how they might manifest. By focusing on this overarching end state, you allow the universe the flexibility to bring your desires to fruition in ways that might surpass your limited imagination. You're no longer attached to specific outcomes, but rather to the essence of what you want to experience and embody. When faced with apparent setbacks to your manifestation journey, the most powerful response is to persist in your desirable assumptions. And this means holding steadfast to your belief in the ultimate fulfillment of your desires, regardless of temporary contrary evidence. Most of the time, something's going to pop up to make you think that your manifestation won't work. I believe it's part of the flow of the process. So persistence in desirable assumptions is not about denial or ignoring reality. It's about maintaining an unwavering faith in the power of your consciousness to shape your experiences. When challenges arise, you must remind yourself that these are merely temporary conditions, not permanent realities. You continue to think, feel, and act as if your desired outcome is inevitable, even in the face of apparent obstacles. This persistence requires mental discipline and emotional resilience. It may feel counterintuitive at first, especially when external circumstances seem to contradict your desires. However, by consistently aligning your thoughts and feelings with your desired reality, you create a powerful resonance that can ultimately overcome any temporary setbacks. Practical ways to maintain persistence include regularly revisiting, revising, and reinforcing your vision, surrounding yourself with supportive influences, and celebrating small wins along the way. And by doing so, you strengthen your belief and make it easier to persist in your desirable assumptions, even when faced with challenges. You must see all the problems as already resolved. This is a crucial shift in dealing with apparent setbacks, is to see them as already resolved. When you encounter a problem, instead of dwelling on its difficulty or impossibility, you immediately shift your focus to its resolution. You ask yourself, how would I feel if this issue were resolved? This question propels you into the mental and emotional state of the desired outcome. Seeing problems as resolved doesn't mean you ignore practical steps or necessary actions. It just means that you approach these actions from a place of confidence and certainty. You move forward with the assumption that the solution is already in place, waiting to be revealed or implemented. This perspective opens you to unexpected solutions. When you're not fixated on the problem, you become more receptive to creative ideas and synchronicities that can lead to resolution. Your mind becomes a fertile ground for innovative solutions rather than a breeding ground for worry and stress. Emotional detachment from temporary circumstances is a powerful skill in navigating apparent setbacks. It involves maintaining a sense of inner peace and stability regardless of external conditions. This detachment doesn't mean becoming cold or uncaring. Rather, it's about not allowing your emotional well-being to be at the mercy of fleeting situations. To cultivate emotional detachment, you must first recognize the temporary nature of all circumstances. Everything in the physical world is in a constant state of flux. By reminding yourself of this truth, you can avoid becoming overly invested in or distressed by current conditions that don't align with your desires. Practicing mindfulness can greatly aid in developing emotional detachment. Another key aspect is focusing on your inner state rather than the external circumstance. And by combining persistence in desirable assumptions, see problems as already resolved, and maintain emotional detachment from temporary circumstances, you create a powerful foundation for navigating apparent setbacks. At the advanced level of manifesting, you move beyond occasional practice to a state of constant generation. This is where manifestation becomes not just something you do, but who you are, your natural way of thinking and being in the world. Making manifestation your natural way of thinking involves a profound shift in consciousness. It's about integrating the principles of reality creation into every aspect of your life, so that you're constantly aligned with your desired state of being. This doesn't mean you're always actively trying to manifest specific things. Rather, it means you're consistently maintaining a state of consciousness that naturally attracts and creates positive experiences. To achieve this, you must first understand that your entire reality is a reflection of your consciousness. Every thought, every emotion, every belief is contributing to the creation of your experiences. So what are you thinking most of the time? When you internalize this understanding, begin to approach life differently. Constant generation means living in a state of awareness where you're constantly and consistently choosing thoughts, feelings, and beliefs that align with your desired reality. Not just for 30 minutes in a meditation, but every moment. It's about cultivating a mindset of possibility and positivity as a default mode of operation. Maintain a state of emotional congruence with your desires at all times. Practicing presence is an essential part of constant generation. By staying grounded in the present moment, but also generating constantly, this state creates a momentum in your life. You become a walking, breathing embodiment of your desires. Your very presence begins to influence your environment, attracting people, opportunities, and experiences that resonate with your elevated state of being. Remember, reaching this advanced level is a journey. It's hard. It's hard until it's easy. So it requires some patience, practice, and persistence. You may not be able to do it right away. You're used to thinking and being a certain way. And there are going to be times when you slip into those old patterns of thinking, and that's okay. The key is to gently guide yourself back to your desired state of consciousness without judgment or frustration. And as you continue to make manifestation your natural way of thinking, you'll discover a newfound sense of freedom and empowerment. You no longer feel at the mercy of external circumstances, but rather as the conscious creator of your reality. This is the true power of constant generation. At the advanced level of manifestation, one of the most powerful skills you can develop is the ability to achieve instant problem resolution in your mind. This goes beyond merely positive thinking or wishful hoping. It's a deliberate and immediate shift in consciousness that can profoundly impact your reality. The core of this concept lies in understanding that your external reality is a reflection of your internal state. So when you encounter a problem or challenge, your immediate reaction, the thought and emotion you generate, sets the tone for how the situation will unfold. By mastering instant problem resolution in your mind, you short-circuit the usual cycle of worry, stress, and negative anticipation that often accompanies challenges. To practice this when faced with a problem, your first step is to immediately shift your focus from the problem itself to its resolution. Instead of dwelling on the details of what's wrong, you instantly bump to the feeling and mental state of the problem being solved. This isn't about denying the existence of the challenge, but rather about refusing to give it power over your consciousness. Imagine you've just received news of a significant financial setback. Instead of allowing your mind to spiral into worry and stress, you immediately envision the situation resolved. You connect with the feeling of financial security and abundance. You see yourself moving past this challenge with ease and grace. This mental shift isn't just positive thinking, it's a realignment of your energy and focus that can open up new possibilities and solutions. The key to making this practice effective is speed and conviction. The faster you can shift your mental state, the less momentum the problem gains in your consciousness. It's about developing a reflexive response of solution-oriented thinking. It doesn't mean you ignore practical steps or necessary actions. Rather, it means you approach those actions from a place of certainty in the positive outcome. To cultivate this skill, start with smaller everyday challenges. Practice shifting your mindset instantly when you encounter a minor setback or inconvenience. And as you build this mental muscle, you'll find it easier to apply to larger, more significant issues. As you master this skill, you'll notice a shift in how you perceive challenges. They become less threatening, less overwhelming. You'll find yourself approaching difficulties with a sense of calm confidence, knowing that resolution is not only possible but inevitable. This shift can lead to innovative solutions or unexpected opportunities that you might have missed if you were mired in problem-focused thinking. Remember, the goal is to make this instant problem resolution a natural, automatic response. With consistent practice, it becomes an integral part of your consciousness, allowing you to maintain a state of alignment with your desires regardless of what happens in the outside world. So you must live from the end continuously. It's the pinnacle of advanced manifestation. To live from the end result continuously, you must first deeply internalize the understanding that time is not linear. In the realm of consciousness, all possibilities exist simultaneously. By choosing to align with the version of reality where your desires are fulfilled, you begin to draw that reality into your present experience. This practice requires a profound shift in perspective. Instead of seeing your desires as future events to be achieved, you view them as present realities to be experienced. You think, feel, and act as if your desired state is your current reality. This isn't about pretending or deceiving yourself. It's about aligning your consciousness with the quantum field of infinite possibilities. Living from the end result means inhabiting the emotional state of your fulfilled desires. If your goal is abundant wealth, you cultivate the feeling of financial security, generosity, and freedom in your daily life. If you're manifesting a loving relationship, you embody the feelings of love, companionship, and deep connection in your interactions with others. Those emotions become your default state, not something you reach for occasionally. This practice involves a shift in your self-concept. You begin to see yourself as the person who already has what you desire. This might mean adjusting your language, both internal and external. Instead of saying, "I want to be successful," you might say, "I am successful." And this is the key of the I am existence. I am is living from the end result continuously. Practicing presence is crucial in living from the end result continuously. As you live from the end, you may find your actions naturally align with your desires without forced effort. It's very easy. You might notice synchronicities and opportunities appear in your life that support your vision. Approach this practice with a sense of playfulness and curiosity. It's your daily life. Living from the end isn't about straining or struggling to maintain a certain state. It's about relaxing into the knowing that your desires are already fulfilled on some level and allowing that fulfillment to permeate your present experience. Remember, living from the end is a skill that develops over time. There'll be moments when you slip back into those old patterns. That's okay. As you master the art of living from the end continuously, you'll find that manifestation becomes less about achieving specific outcomes and more about enjoying every minute of your journey. Just gets better and better as you become your highest self. One of the most common pitfalls in this journey is becoming overtly dependent on external validation. This dependency can manifest as constantly seeking approval from others, likes on social media, measuring your success solely by external markers, or allowing your sense of self-worth to be determined by your manifested results. The danger in this dependency lies in the power to undermine your manifestation efforts. When you rely too heavily on external validation, you're essentially placing your power outside of yourself, and this can lead to a roller coaster of emotions as you react to every perceived success or failure, making it difficult to maintain the consistent positive state necessary for effective manifestation. It took me a long time to learn this, and I'm still learning it. To avoid this, it's crucial to cultivate a strong sense of inner validation, learning to trust your judgment, to find satisfaction in your efforts regardless of immediate results, and to maintain a stable sense of self-worth independent of external circumstances. Remember, true manifestation power comes from within, By reducing your dependency on external validation, you strengthen your ability to maintain a positive aligned state. Another common pitfall is the fear of losing what you've already manifested successfully. And this fear can be particularly insidious because it often arises just as you're beginning to see positive results in your life. You might find yourself constantly worried about losing your newly manifested relationship, job, or financial abundance. This fear is problematic because it can actually contribute to the loss you're afraid of. The law of attraction responds to your dominant thoughts and emotions. If you're constantly fearful of loss, you're inadvertently focusing on and potentially attracting that very experience. To avoid this pitfall, it's important to cultivate a mindset of abundance and trust. Remind yourself, the same power that allowed you to manifest your desire is always available to you. Your ability to create positive experiences isn't limited to a one-time success. I often see people manifest that one thing and then they focus entirely on that one thing. Perhaps the most fundamental pitfall is neglecting your self-image and your core beliefs. Your self-image, how you see yourself at the deepest level, acts as a blueprint for your manifestations. If you're trying to manifest abundance but deep down believe you're unworthy of success, your manifestation efforts will be continually undermined by this core belief. Similarly, if you're working to attract a loving relationship but hold a belief that love always leads to pain, you'll unconsciously sabotage your efforts. To avoid this, it's essential to do the inner work of examining and reshaping your self-image and core beliefs. This involves being honest in your self-reflection, uncovering your beliefs you may not have been consciously aware of. It requires patience and persistence, as core beliefs are often deeply ingrained. Start by identifying any recurring patterns in your life that don't align with your desires. These patterns often point to underlying beliefs. Once identified, work on consciously reframing these beliefs. Use techniques like affirmations, visualizations, and cognitive restructuring to gradually shift your self-image to align with your desires. This work on self-image is not separate from manifestation. It is manifestation at its most fundamental level. By aligning your deepest beliefs with your desires, you create a solid foundation for your manifestation efforts. The journey of manifestation is at its core a journey of self-discovery. True lasting change begins with a deep understanding of yourself. Self-knowledge is the foundation upon which all effective manifestation is built. To truly know yourself is to understand your deepest motivations, your fears, your strengths, and your limitations. It's about recognizing the patterns in your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors that have shaped your current reality. The level of self-awareness allows you to identify what truly resonates with your authentic self, rather than pursuing desires based on societal expectations or fleeting impulses. Cultivating self-knowledge requires dedicated introspection. It involves questioning your beliefs, examining your reactions to various situations, and being honest about your true feelings and desires. As you deepen your self-knowledge, you'll find your manifestation efforts become more aligned and effective. You'll be better able to discern which desires truly resonate with your authentic self. You must make the law of manifestation your second nature. To truly cultivate real change, the principles of manifestation must become more than concepts that you occasionally apply. They need to be integrated into your very being, becoming as natural and automatic as breathing. This integration begins with consistent practice. It's about consciously applying the principles in your daily, hourly life. As you consistently practice, you'll find that manifestation thinking starts to become automatic. You'll naturally begin to reframe negative thoughts into positive ones. The shift doesn't happen overnight. It requires some patience and persistence. The ultimate goal isn't just to change your circumstances, but to transform yourself. When you truly embrace manifestation as a way of life, it ceases to be a set of techniques or practices and becomes an integral part of your being. This shift represents a profound transformation in how you interact with the world around you. Living manifestation means that every moment becomes an opportunity for creation. Your thoughts, emotions, and actions are all consciously aligned with your desires, not just during manifestation sessions, but throughout your daily life. You begin to see yourself as a constant creator, shaping your reality with each breath and each choice. In this state, you can no longer distinguish between manifesting time and regular life. Every interaction, every decision, every response to a situation is infused with the awareness of your magical creative power. You approach challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities to realign and reaffirm your desired reality. This way of living requires a heightened level of self-awareness and intentionality. You become more attuned to your inner state, constantly checking in with yourself to ensure you're emanating the energy that aligns with your desires. It's about maintaining a state of conscious creation where you're always aware of the reality you're calling forth through your thoughts, feelings, and actions. As you deepen your practice of living manifestation, you begin to see how this understanding extends far beyond personal desires or material gain. You start to recognize the interconnectedness of all things and how your consciousness influences not just your immediate circumstances, but ripples out to affect the wider world. You may find yourself naturally gravitating towards choices that benefit not just yourself, but others in the world at large. Your manifestation practice becomes a force for positive change as you align your creative power with higher ideals and the greater good. This extension of understanding opens up new realms of possibility. You begin to see how the principles of manifestation apply not just to tangible outcomes, but to states of being, to the quality of your experiences, and even to your spiritual growth. As you fully embody this practice of living beyond technique, you come to experience a profound sense of freedom. This is the freedom that comes from knowing at the deepest level that you are the creator of your reality. This freedom manifests in many ways. You're no longer at the mercy of external circumstances because you understand that your experience of those circumstances is shaped by your consciousness. You're free from the need for constant external validation because you're secure in your own creative power. You're liberated from fear of the future because you trust in your ability to navigate whatever arises. Moreover, you experience the freedom of infinite possibility. When you truly internalize that your consciousness creates reality, you realize there are no fixed limitations to what you can experience or achieve. This doesn't mean that everything happens instantly or effortlessly. It can, but it does mean that you approach life with an expansive sense of potential. This freedom brings a deep sense of peace and joy. There's a profound contentment in knowing that you're not a victim of circumstance, but a powerful creator. You can relax into the flow of life, trusting in your ability to shape your experience while also being open to the wisdom and opportunities that arise in each moment. Living beyond technique, with manifestation as your way of life, extending this to all areas of existence and embracing the freedom of conscious creation. This is the ultimate goal of your journey. It's not about getting what you want. It's about becoming who you truly are, a conscious, empowered creator of reality. Mastering constant manifestation opens up a realm of limitless potential that fundamentally transforms your experience of reality. At this level of mastery, you exist in a state of perpetual alignment with your highest intentions. Your thoughts, emotions, and actions are in constant harmony with your deepest desires, not through forced effort, but as a natural expression of your evolved consciousness. You no longer need to consciously try to manifest. Instead, you simply are the manifestation of your desires in every moment. This state of being unlocks truly extraordinary possibilities. You begin to experience a flow of synchronicities and coincidences that perfectly align with your intentions. Opportunities seem to arise effortlessly, and challenges transform into stepping stones for growth. You find yourself in the right place, at the right time, meeting the right people with uncanny frequency. Your influence extends beyond your personal sphere. As you master constant manifestation, you become a powerful catalyst for positive change in your environment. The mastery of constant manifestation brings about a profound shift in your perception of time. You begin to experience a sense of timelessness, where the future you desire feels as real and present as the current moment. This collapse of time allows you to draw your desired experiences into your present reality with increasing speed and ease. Perhaps most significantly, this mastery leads to an expansive sense of possibility. The boundaries of what you believe to be possible will continuously expand. What once seemed like far-fetched dreams now feels within reach, and you find yourself setting intentions for experiences and achievements that you may never have imagined before. This doesn't mean that life becomes devoid of challenges. Rather, you develop the ability to see challenges as opportunities for growth and creation. You approach obstacles with curiosity and creativity, knowing that within each challenge lies the seed of an even greater manifestation. The limitless potential of mastering this extends to your personal growth and spiritual evolution. This mastery brings a deep sense of fulfillment and purpose. You recognize that you're not just creating your personal reality, but participating in the co-creation of our collective experience. As you continue to explore the limitless potential of this form of manifesting, you may find that your goals and desires will evolve. Material achievements may become less important as you focus on manifesting states of being, profound peace, unconditional love, or expanded consciousness. You find yourself drawn to manifest experiences that contribute to the greater good or push the boundaries of human potential. The limitless potential of this process is nothing less than the potential to fully realize your nature as God, continually shaping your reality in alignment with your highest self. It's an invitation to live a life of wonder, purpose, and boundless creativity, contributing your unique gifts to the unfolding story of your collective reality. Chapter 6. Applying Reality Creation Principles. We have developed some key principles and laws and ideas and techniques that we can follow that will allow us to experience alternate realities, parallel realities. We can quantum jump into vast new universes of experience. The tough thing about it is, for many people I talk to, particularly that follow my channel, they struggle in believing that it's even possible. I talk to people regularly that are still in that stage of not even believing that their thoughts are things, even though they've listened to thousands of episodes on the law of attraction and how to create your reality. Many are openly and freely experimenting with these techniques and not having any success. Why is that? Why am I encountering so many people that are struggling with this idea? Yet every author tells us it's true. I tell you in my own experience it's true. And I've met many that have experienced this. Is this a power that is limited only to a few certain people? Or can anybody do it? My argument to you is that you are already doing it. But if you want to consciously, with intention, change your life, change your reality, change the world that you live in, and manifest all of your dreams, then you must apply these principles and understand these important concepts. We've developed some ideas of these principles. We must believe completely and wholeheartedly in the reality that we want to create. We must visualize it and apply the idea of creating feelings and feeling feelings in the present moment, assuming that this reality is completely true and acting like we are experiencing the reality in the present moment, becoming the actor and playing the part intensely, minute by minute, second by second. And in doing so, we end up in a new reality. The poor man can become a billionaire simply by assuming that this reality is true. But why aren't we seeing this on a large scale? Well, it is a complicated art. It is an art form to manipulate your reality with your very mind, thoughts, and actions. You don't need any money. All you need is your thought. And this is the most valuable resource that you have, for it is the coin of heaven. Every thought that you think is creating a reality. But many of you don't even believe that, although you can see that it's true if you look closely at your own life. So we must begin by learning What is the source of this energy that we're using? Reality creation is not trying to make yourself believe something that is not so, but it is based upon truth. It is to change your beliefs so that you can recognize and accept the truth. The truth is that you are the expression of infinite mind, that within is all of the potential of God, all of the creative energy of the universe. This is the truth. When you reach outside of yourself for that which is within you, it is very obvious that you do not believe that it is within you. Therefore, your application of reality creation techniques must change your belief so that you stop this almost ceaseless looking for things beyond or outside the self, and recognize that with the self there is all wisdom, all intelligence, all power, and all life. Your application of reality creation principles is the affirmation of this truth. You can start with affirmations. Affirmations work not upon the infinite mind, because the infinite has already operated and established its work. Your affirmations, intention statements, goal statements, whatever you want to call them, operate upon you. They break down the resistance within you and eliminate false concepts. It wipes out your consciousness of the belief in obstruction. It restores you to the recognition that you are in the stream of life, and the stream of life is constantly expressing as you. You must realize that the infinite energy of the universe is within you. And in this consciousness of the one mind, there is no energy crisis, because energy is infinite mind. You look not to channels, not to physical sources. You look to the real source, the originating life power. This infinite mind is the energy of life. Infinite mind cannot be depleted in energy, so there is nothing in you that can believe in depletion or lack of energy. Your consciousness of infinite energy can bring complete renewal in your thought. The supremacy of spirit, the creativeness of God, the omnipresence of good, these concepts are the source of your energy, and these are the truths that you affirm for yourself, for your country, for your world. All false belief is wiped out so that you have the conviction of infinite, limitless possibilities. You know that the one mind, in all of its infiniteness of being, right now is all vitality. You put a premium on your spiritual mental energy. So right now you value your thought, every thought. You choose what you shall think with great deliberation and care. You do not scatter your mental energy by trivial thinking. You put a value upon your time so that you do not waste time. For there is nothing anywhere in life except the energy of mind. You are that mind, energized, in perfect action, doing its perfect work, knowing its perfection of being. In this consciousness of the one source and the one supply, there is no panicness anywhere, because the one mind in its infinite being does its perfect work and reveals that which it is. Infinite energy, infinite mind, inexhaustible strength, limitless power. This is the truth of being, and this is you. You are not the experience. Keep yourself detached from the conditions around you. This is not important. The self is never part of the experiences which you may have. It is your absolute being, God manifesting as you, mind knowing itself as you. We've learned this from listening to 3 Magic Words and the I Am discourses recently on the channel. I read those entire books for a reason, so that you could come into this understanding that mind knowing itself as you is part of this process. All cause originates in the mind. Conditions are reflections of states of mind and have no cause of their own. They are effects of mental action. They have no authority over you. Their only power rests in what you believe about them. Since cause is in mind, detachment is necessary for the full power to manifest in the cause. This does not mean that the experiences do not exist. They do. Like the garment you wear. You put it on or take it off. The power is in your consciousness, not in the garment. Reality creation shows that the power is in your mind. That you think of yourself as mind creating reality. This causes things to happen on the outside. You apply the full creative power at the creative point, the mind. Thus you act not as a physical being, but as a mind. Your consciousness is centered here, not in the physical awareness. As your belief accepts this truth, you are in a position to take charge of your reality. When you want to change a condition or heal an appearance, detach yourself from it. This reduces the importance of the situation. Do not deny that it exists. Denial never works. Detach yourself from it. Look at it as the neutral observer. It is not you any more than the suit is you, or than the sickness is, or than the financial limitation is. It is not you, but there is a relationship between the experience and you. If you believe you are the experience, you have no basis for changing it. You are not the experience. You are having an experience. Believe in your ability and recognize your developed talents. Keep faith in yourself. There is a right place for your ability to express and for your talents to be appreciated. Keep faith with yourself, because until you keep faith with yourself, you cannot keep faith with people, and people will not keep faith with you. Are you keeping faith with yourself? Be honest with yourself. If you're not, it's okay, I forgive you. But you need to have faith in yourself no matter what your situation is. It is easy to recognize the individual who has faith in himself or herself. This person is not overconfident or arrogant and not humble either. There's a sense of assurance, a positiveness that is not overbearing, a demeanor that inspires you. You recognize that such a person knows who he or she is, knows what's going on, and knows how to attain goals. Build up faith in yourself by believing in your true ability. I'm telling you, it's there. Believing in your capacity to grow. Believing that you have a mission. You have something to do, something worthwhile to accomplish, something amazing, something incredible. You're just as necessary to the infinite as the infinite is necessary to you. But you must know all of this and keep faith with these ideas. When you know there is a purpose in what you do, you can never feel let down. Don't break faith with yourself. Believe in your power. And even when you do not consciously see how things are going to work out, keep faith with yourself. I do not ask to see the distant scene. One step enough for me. It is this one step that establishes your faith, and it is taking one step at a time that shows you keep faith with yourself. No matter how many people may doubt you, don't doubt yourself. No matter how many people may seem discouraged or try to discourage you, don't break faith with yourself. Infinite mind reveals to you the rightness of your place, and at the center of your being, this infinite mind whispers your name. You are its image and likeness. You are its infinite expression. Infinite mind reveals to you that which you are. Keep faith with yourself, and the world will keep faith with you. Each person's belief is the law of his or her expression. Each person's belief is the reality they exist in. Your belief is your reality. It establishes the pattern through which all of a person's experiences appear. You may have many subjective beliefs that operate below your threshold of awareness. They will continue to function unless you do something to alter them, or until their intensity diminishes to a point that no power is left in them. This stresses the importance of knowing what you believe and why you believe it. You thus recognize the beliefs that you want to continue, and know how to eliminate those that no longer serve you. The beliefs that you choose to continue governing you must be reinforced by you. What you believe and want to happen must be supported by your thinking and your feelings. You need to spend more time thinking about your dominant beliefs and how you can actually strengthen them. This is what reality creation techniques do. And this is why you emphasize that whatever you want to create, whatever reality you want to exist within, you should imagine it adequately until the manifestation is complete. The steadfastness in application is necessary, especially where people are susceptible to change. Many people are fickle in their beliefs. They are torn between the power of creative consciousness and their belief that environment has power over them. They claim that the cause is in the mind and yet act as though the effect is the cause. I've talked to people that'll tell me to their face they believe that their mind and thoughts create reality, and then they immediately take an action that shows that they do not believe it. This is why your belief must be supported. Mind is the creative power. Therefore, you must believe this and let your actions support your belief. One of the classic illustrations of this is the children of Israel praying for rain and Elijah telling them to dig ditches to receive it. Many of the crowd ridiculed him because there had been a drought for years with no sign of a cloud in the sky. But Elijah recognized that the belief must be supported by action in order to be an operative one. Your actions must prove that you expect your treatment to work. Therefore, you must make preparation for that which you are working to receive. The person treating for a new career should prepare himself for that career. This means acquiring skills and abilities necessary for the new venture. Always watch your belief and making all of your thinking support that belief, for the belief has to express at the level of your awareness. Your imagination operates like an advanced guard. It precedes every experience of the actual reality in the outer manifestation. It should be clear, actually embodying in its mental perception what you really want to accomplish. Your actions must be consistent with your imagination in order to reinforce it. Your thinking, feeling, and actions move up to where your imagination is. Just as there are many steps in the development of a modern giant shopping center, so there are many steps in your reality becoming realized. The architect's plan has to be reinforced by the action of the builder or contractor. Perhaps property has to be purchased, buildings leveled. Before the materials are brought forth, each such step reinforces the idea. Don't let any false belief stand between you and your reinforcement. You cannot be successful while still thinking failure, nor can you be well while still thinking sickness. Whatever stands in the way must go. Success requires dynamic, positive ideas and action. So does health. Mental dormancy must go. Reinforce the divine idea by conforming to its pattern in all your thinking. Modern methods with giant bulldozers have eliminated the spade and shovel. Through scientific mental treatment, tremendous demonstrations eliminate time and space and make old trial and error methods obsolete. Reinforce your imagination by knowing that rightness is sustained. Become aware of divine order. Perceive it. Recognize that all things are working together. Keep your thinking positive and dynamic. Be constructive. Don't give power to beliefs in delay or uncertainty. You have the ability to make decisions wisely and the stick-to-itiveness to carry through. Every expedition or endeavor has a spearhead or advance guard that the follow-ups must be able to keep up with. Progress is measured by the actual working body, not by the spearhead. The construction workers digging foundations and putting up steel frameworks, not the architects drawing up the blueprints. Your idea must manifest in your outward expression. The vision of health or success must be reinforced by the actual appearance and expression of health and success. What you have in mind must be reinforced by what you do and by your fully completed reality. Reality creation techniques stress the importance of self-confidence and that we must learn to depend on a principle that will never fail us. All feelings of inferiority can be negated and all timidity can be wiped out. Underconfidence, on the other hand, can be a great problem, and the individual who undersells himself can be a great sufferer. At the opposite end of this mental spectrum, you find the individual who's overconfident, becoming arrogant. How can students of reality creation be overconfident? By presuming to be that which they have not yet unfolded the ability to be. A person may act prematurely or step into a position for which they are not yet qualified. Yet, science of reality creation says you can do anything that you want. Evidently, there is a balance or middle course that you can choose. To be sure, you can be whatever you want to be, provided you qualify yourself to be that. In order to be an opera singer, you have to provide the voice and personality that could handle the opera. If you desire greater wealth, you must equip yourself mentally with the consciousness of great wealth. A tremendous mental equivalent must be acquired. Ernest Holmes, in The Science of the Mind, says, if you cannot walk on water, take a boat. Whatever you want to be, you have to equip yourself mentally, emotionally, and physically to be. The answer to your dilemma is that both ends of the spectrum suffer from the same cause. The underconfident and the overconfident have the same mental desires or basic feelings of inadequacy. The underconfident person shows lack of initiative. The person expects to be forgiven for not making the better progress. Oh, you can't expect more for the poor dear. The overconfident person tends to show out a smokescreen to prevent people seeing his or her own feeling of insecurity. Your answer then is, you are God mind, consciously expressing itself. Your thought must function on the God level, which means that your God awareness establishes the equivalent of God awareness in your expression in the outer world. True confidence means that you deliver the goods. When you state that you will succeed, you know that you will succeed because you will put into your world of expression all the endeavor necessary to bring that success to pass. To some, life seems to be a series of repeats, with people called back to complete what they should have done right the first time. A comprehension of the situation involved reveals ways and means for doing it right. This attention is a now quality, applying your thought at the point where you are. No sense of time enters, no past and no future. The awareness of the present moment gives your attention its power. Don't let your mind lapse back to something that happened 2 hours before, nor jump ahead to what you're going to do tomorrow. Become completely aware of who you are right now, the reality of this moment. Check out my episode on finding prosperity in the present moment. Your true self-recognition is the universal mind knowing itself as you. There is no thought of growth or progress and no thought of what has to be accomplished, but an identity of the self with infinite intelligence at this very moment, right now, while I'm talking to you now, in consciousness. You are not getting ready to do something, nor trying to work something out. Your full attention is focused on the realization that the one mind in you now knows all that you need to know, and that its right knowingness is instantly manifest as immediate right action in your life. Recognize the greatness and immensity of this one mind within you. It is truly omnipotent because there is nothing it cannot bring about. It dissolves erroneous beliefs. It wipes out frustrations. It brings such great illuminations to your mind that you really see your individualized world as divine, as godlike. Throughout the ages, men and women have experienced instantaneous healing. The most brutal and persistent persecutor of the Christians, Paul, was suddenly struck by the overpowering presence of love and immediately became one of the greatest backers of the new religion. He was instantaneously healed of bigotry. People have known to drop limitations like a lightning flash. All of us are instantly healed when we accept the immensity of this power within us. It makes its greatness felt by the person healed. All of these instances reaffirm that when you rise in consciousness and recognize that you are one with all-powerful mind, the perfection and wholeness of this mind right this moment can become your experience. This awareness of nowness is called instantaneous healing. Since universal mind is infinite, intelligence constantly produces new concepts to be acted upon. Every experience can be transcended. The thing you do today perhaps could be done better tomorrow. There must always be room for growth and expansion. However, a negative attitude about today can hamper this larger expression. Dissatisfaction does not necessarily inspire you into better action. Unhappiness in your present condition does not guarantee that you will change your method and produce happiness. The law of growth begins where you are. It requires that your attitude of the present moment be constructive. The concept of something better must be induced into the present moment. Your thought must be lifted above the present situation in order to produce something better. Otherwise, your relationship with the present conditions, desirable or undesirable, will have to remain the same. Creativeness always anticipates that which you are not expressing at the present moment. The mental cause must precede its manifested effect. This is why practice does not necessarily make perfect. The musician may strike several wrong notes at the first reading of a composition, and he may also strike the same wrong notes a second and third time. A correction should be made at the first reading. This changes the pattern in the person's mind. The law of growth requires a confrontation with your experience at the present moment. Evasion, whether it be self or otherwise, is one of the greatest obstructions. But equally, delay is emotional indignation over failure or inability to rise above a condition. It may seem much simpler to get mad or angry than to eliminate the cause of the negative experience. Each moment has something of truth to reveal to you. This does not mean that you accept a situation, if negative, in its entirety. However, there is a degree of truth manifesting. It is up to you to perceive what it is and act on it. Perhaps the very feeling of dissatisfaction is the truth of your greater potential trying to make itself realized by you. You need a new vision where you are to lift yourself into a new expression. Mentally, you must complete all that goes with your present situation. You are where you are because a life purpose has placed you there. Don't evade it or deny it. Only then will the better way appear. Imagination has a wonderful way of renewing itself. An inspiration greater than you have ever had before has a way of suddenly appearing. It is the age-old realization that life never diminishes its flow, nor diverts its creative direction. Even in what you sometimes think are slower periods, this great creative impulse of the universe would seem to be more intense than ever. The infinite doesn't release its ideas until it is ready to have them fulfilled. No one comes before his time. You live in the era to which you belong. You do not always see this continuous action of infinite mind that I'm talking about. You generally see only certain points of expression or peaks of manifestation. You may measure waves from one crest to another, but the trough is part of them. It is not really a downward movement, but is a part of a rhythmic action of the whole. There's never a moment in which you are outside this all-embracing creativeness of God. There's never a moment where the presence is withdrawn from you. You're always inseparably one with it. Your tendency is to measure your experiences only from the wave crest to wave crest, or from the moments of exalted meditation to exalted meditation. However, all the action in between is a definite part of that which you are experiencing. What would a high-rise building be without its foundation? When you see an excavation going down 6 or 8 stories, it makes you realize that the foundation is just as exalted as the penthouse that surmounts it. What you are thinking in your odd moments is a definite part of the mental action when you speak your word with affirmations or intention statements. Everything you think between episodes of the podcast or lectures or classes or books that you read is a necessary part of your great experience of being. Don't divide your time, thinking, and money, but recognize that you are a unitary whole and are not just the sum total of all of your attributes. You are the coordination and adhesiveness of these states of mind which maintain your identity in the one intelligence always. At times, some people have to be forced to move into a larger expression. It would seem that the universe is constantly challenging them or goading them into doing something new. When you understand the principle of life itself, you do not have to be goaded or coerced or challenged. The acceptance of who you are in the universal order reveals to you abilities and talents that cannot be suppressed. Limitless power at the center of your being will burst beyond your control into a new creative expression. Basically, this divine urge within you is to expand its own divinity. Therefore, it is creative, constructive, and directive. It is no great effort for you to get started in a new adventure or experience or reality when you recognize the nature of this inner drive. This recognition supersedes all psychological drives and emotional analysis. Such tangential experiences are left behind because all of your energy is focused upon this reality of your spiritual nature. The intelligence that endowed you with the power to be that which you are has fortified you and is always revealing to you ideas that will bring forth that expression. When people hesitate and have difficulty making up their minds, it is because they are thinking from a psychological point of view or living in their emotional feelings. When you are conscious of your spiritual reality and your identity in infinite intelligence, there is no need to wait or postpone. You need to train yourself to be more perceptive, to be quicker in recognizing the power in your new ideas. Just because a new inspiration is sudden and catches you by surprise, it should not disarm you. The unawakened person has a defense mechanism that prevents seeing the power in the new idea. Let's wait. Let's not move too fast, is this person's reply. Your higher self does not grab you by your shoulders and say, "Listen, do this." Intuition works so quietly and silently, almost subtly, that you have to be very alert and receptive to get it. It doesn't keep repeating itself. It speaks with an emphasis the illuminated mind can understand. For intuition never forces or coerces. Intuition never makes you do anything. Opportunity is an inner recognition and acceptance that brings the complete release of ability and power. So you have a reality that you want to create. How can we create this reality? How can I help you to do that? In building a house, you would start with your desire. Then you might find the finest architect that you can find and let them work on the idea. Perhaps before this, you would have bought a lot. You may have gotten a beautiful lot, but it may have had undesirable buildings on it. That would have been no problem, as your contractor could quickly clear the lot. He could move the obstruction and make way for the new idea. You work to create what you want and to get rid of what you don't want. You work on your positive idea and eradicate all ideas contrary to it. This latter you call denial. Affirmations and denials, no matter by what name you call them, are the modus operandi of reality creation metaphysics. Your vision of what you want becomes your affirmation. Clearing your consciousness of mental obstruction becomes the denial. Treatment begins with the affirmation. You affirm there is only one mind, and that mind is your mind now. Now you affirm that your desired house is a perfect idea in God mind. Everything necessary for its complete manifestation is now established. The right lot, the right architect, the right builder, the right financing, all is in divine order. That is your affirmation. The denial is actually an affirmation also. The lot is properly surveyed, it is leveled and cleared of all obstructions. There are no buildings on it, no delays in clearing and grading, no delay in materials. There is no belief in any kind of obstruction, physical or financial. This constitutes a denial. Always follow a denial with an affirmation. For instance, nothing can interfere with my good because God is all-powerful. Where you seem very conscious of the negative specific work must be done. For instance, a negative growth. The power of God is the only power. There is no false growth, no tumor, no obstruction. The power of this word dissolves and removes anything unlike perfect God. There is no obstruction because God is the only power, and there is no obstruction in God. So if you're seemingly very, very cold, you could say, there is no cold. Because spirit is not subject to heat or cold. Positive being is established and maintained in divine order. I was horrified as a kid when I found out that just a pinch of salt dropped on a large snail or slug would dissolve them. And that's the way your denial works. Only the denial acts on your consciousness. It dissolves the negative belief in you. Your mind is cleared exactly as the lot to be cleared. You cannot establish new ideas when your mind is cluttered any more than you can build on top of the undesirable outbuilding. Another example of affirmation and denial. There is no procrastination and no one to believe in it, for God is always on time and always where God wants to be when God wants to be there. Don't neglect your denials, especially when a negative appearance seems to be there. Its visibility implies negative belief. You remove the outer by dissolving the belief that caused it and amplifying up completely the perfect idea. Denial destroys the negative belief. Affirmation brings forth the truth and destroys the false negative belief. Affirmations are your creative consciousness at work. Denials are getting false beliefs out of the way. It may seem a long road with no turning, but keeping going, and eventually it or you will turn. Maneuverability is a necessary qualification for reality creation. You cannot always go in a straight line, and if the road does not seem to turn, you make your own turns. It is amazing how many years some people drive an automobile and yet never learn the simple operation of parking a car. You learn to maneuver and develop different ways of doing everything that you do, yet you still adhere to your principle. God is the only power and operates through the creativeness of mind. All that you do is the action of this creative mind. This mind, thinking as you, must be flexible. It not only creates unpredictable experiences, but is called upon to act in all kinds of unanticipated experiences. Turning around does not mean retreating, nor does parking an automobile mean the end of the day. The basic principle of life is progress. There are times to act positively and aggressively, and there are times to be quiet and meditative. There are times when you push forward as rapidly as possible, there are times when you stand still. To live without tension and to operate without pressure is your goal. That enables you to do your best work. These inner states, that Neville Goddard likes to call them, continually reflect your own awareness. Water seldom moves in a straight line, nor does it circle around unnecessarily. It follows the line of least resistance. Your greatest problem in life is to get rid of the resistance, beliefs that resist progress and change towards the reality that you want to experience. Habits that have so gripped you that you forget how they were originally started. Change, just for the sake of change, is not always constructive. Principle itself does not change. God, divine principle, infinite intelligence, is eternally the same. The expression of infinite principle is constantly undergoing change, but its action is always constructive. Its changes reflect a larger concept whose time has come. It is an expanded awareness projecting itself as larger opportunity. The conscious creator of reality controls all change so that relationships do not disintegrate nor condition deteriorate. Only when the ideas back of the experience have expended themselves is it time to move on. Change just for the sake of change can become a mania. This is due to a lack of inner security. It is a blind frenzy striking in every direction, subconsciously hoping that the right direction might thus be found. But growth comes only through conscious choice, and changes should be those that you are consciously making. This means that you know why you are taking a stand, what it is you expect to work out, why you are so certain that the energy of the old idea has expended itself. When you feel yourself caught or trapped in a situation, you are confronted with the necessity to change. When a Broadway play has proven itself and is running successfully, the rule is don't change it. No matter how many times the producer is tempted to improve it, it is left alone. The writer also edits and re-edits, erases and adds to what has been written, making all kinds of changes, but the moment comes when all of a sudden he or she knows that nothing else should be changed. Although ideas will continue to flow, the writer learns to accept what has been written. Unfortunately, people can pick on themselves and become very petty, analyzing their motives and questioning their actions. Perhaps every success can be outdone. But when an idea reaches a certain point, it must run its course in order for the reality to be created. The wise person knows when to stand still. The complete acceptance will make the reality manifest. Then you are ready for a larger experience from that reality. Each step you take is necessary and must be accepted before you can move on. Although life and principle do not change, your experiences cannot stand still. So to conclude, there's an age-old cycle that you look back on your life of sowing and reaping, planting and harvesting, cause and effect. It represents our eternal course through these many incarnations of life. Life ever maintains this cycle of knowing and being, thinking and expressing, but sometimes the harvest is neglected. The apples remain on the tree. The guavas are never picked. The good that you create is never utilized. Harvest is important because it represents a completion of the cycle. Your creativeness must manifest. What you think must be your experience. This is a law of being. It must be clearly understood. When you speak your words, something happens. But make sure your consciousness is there at the happening. Your affirmation does work. Your treatment does work. Make sure you see the working of your affirmation, of your imagination. The effect of the imagination may not be according to your photographic mental image, but it will contain all of the elements of your affirmation and your feelings. You may never have seen the blossom of the rare exotic bulb that you purchase at the nursery, and you may not know what its blossom will look like. Its blossom, when it appears, may be completely foreign to your concepts of it, But the bulb cannot change to oblige your imagination. It has a law within itself, and therefore must produce according to its own law of being. The same is true of your reality creation. Each time that you use your imagination, visualize, feel, and experience, and assume the reality you want, it is working within laws that cannot be broken. This took me a long time to learn, and that's why you'll find that I'm focusing many episodes on the many universal laws so that we can understand them fully, because these are algorithms that determine the way that our reality is created. An intelligent understanding of reality creation will prevent disappointment. You must recognize what must go into your reality creation practice, what goes into your meditation to bring out that which is desired. Therefore, you learn to use affirmations and your imagination so that they include what is consistent with your desire and what does not violate the nature of this technique itself. This understanding will simplify your ability to create reality. The law doesn't work because of your profundity. The law is a very simple one. As you think, believing, and accepting, the creative cause is established and the effect will follow. Put into your affirmations and thoughts what you want to come out of it. Give it in peace, harmony, and joy, because you want peace, harmony, and joy to come out of it. Successful reality creation brings successful fulfillment, not as reward, but as an inevitable consequence. The farmer is not rewarded for his faithfulness, but the cycle is fulfilled. What he sows, he reaps. This is the wondrous manifestation of law and the fundamental principle of reality creation applied. Chapter 7. Clearing your energy field to create your reality. In order to master your reality creation, you will need to clear and heal your emotional, mental, and physical bodies. So I haven't really dedicated an episode on this, and this is important because if you can't do this, then you will not be able to effectively create your reality in the way that you want. Your emotional, mental, and physical bodies are the three areas that comprise the actual density within your bioenergetic sphere. Your thoughts and emotions are actual things. They have a molecular weight to them, much as protons and electrons. Your mental and emotional bodies exist, yet you cannot see either of them. Your physical body you can see, of course, because it is physical. However, a thing need not be manifest in the physical in order for it to have a density to it. Energy in and of itself is a non-physical phenomenon and yet has a certain density to it. Even though you can only see one of these three bodies, they all three need clearing and healing. The road to mastery begins with awareness of self. Have you ever looked in the mirror and asked the question, who am I? It's kind of unsettling when you ask that question and realize that you may not really know the answer. Most people are living in a costume that they never take off. The problem is that the costume is restrictive and only allows you to play a certain role by certain rules. Most people exist within a personality shell for the entirety of their lives. You can never truly live out your dreams while wearing this costume, this personality shell. Clearing yourself will help you to dismantle the costume and experience the unlimited version of you that is underneath. It does not happen overnight. Rather, it is through the process of being consistent in your dedication to releasing your emotional wounds, inputting positive commands into your subconscious, and clearing yourself that you will begin to witness an augmented reality. I use 3 primary methods for clearing and healing. They are meditation, affirmation, and release. You will benefit greatly from doing any one of these practices. The integration of all 3 will make you unstoppable in the pursuit of your chosen reality. People are born with a bright, shiny little magnet in the core of their being. Clearing your emotional body is like polishing the dirt off the magnet so that you only draw to yourself what you want. Your emotional body consists of emotional wounds, beliefs, and the feelings associated with the wounds and beliefs. Clearing the emotional body can be extremely rewarding for those people who are holding on to all of their old emotional baggage. This unhealed energy can literally create a blockade that will not allow energy to flow into your life. It can also sit within you at a deeply unconscious level and magnetize like vibrational people, places, and events to you. This is really bothersome because you can continuously draw a negative circumstance to yourself and not know that it comes from deep inside of you. Thus, healing and releasing your emotional body can give you great creative freedom. Now, you may be asking, isn't this the same as just releasing or clearing my subconscious mind? There are levels to this and aspects to it, but yes, it's similar, but there is more to it. Before you begin to gain emotional freedom, you will need to disengage your mind. So many people torture themselves continuously with an ongoing barrage of never-ending thoughts. I cannot personally think of any worse affliction than not being able to stop thinking. Without proper rest from the mind, you will eventually develop some sort of neurosis or depression. Traditionally, you are supposed to be able to get this break from your mind when you sleep at night. However, most people in this day and age do not get near the proper sleep requirements, if they get any sleep at all. Stress, stimulants, deadlines, and the desire to achieve more drive people upwards and onwards at all costs. People are even willing to forego their health in favor of achieving more financial rewards. To combat this and gain a foothold over your emotional highs and lows, I recommend you begin with 20 minutes of meditation in the morning. If that's too much, then try for 5 minutes. Remember, you are here to become the master of your reality creation, so get ready to do the work. One thing you can try is the Soham mantra meditation. After teaching this meditation to a number of people and witnessing firsthand results, I became convinced of the powerful effects it can have. It's easy to master and a great first step for people who have never meditated before. When I first began meditating, it was purely for the enhancement of my success. What I found was not only did I make more money and become more successful, but I also became more peaceful and expended a lot less energy trying to get things done. So, sit in a quiet place, comfortably relaxed and upright, making sure you will not be disturbed. Turn off your phone if you can, unless you're doing a meditation. You do not need to hold a rigid posture for this type of meditation. In fact, when I do this, I lean against a chair or a wall to support my lower back. Close your eyes and take a couple of deep breaths. Get even more relaxed. After a minute, you'll begin to mentally whisper the word "so" when you inhale, and the word "hum" when you exhale. Many people struggle saying anything when they inhale, so is easy. Make sure you breathe in and out through your nose. Do not force the breath. Don't try to resonate the breath with the words. Instead, it's the other way around. Breathe naturally through the nose and let the words resonate with the breath, generally whispering "so" mentally in your mind, and hum mentally in your mind when you exhale. If you find yourself thinking about something, do not be discouraged. Just bring yourself back to the mantra. I find that some mantras are very easy to do because it gives you something to do. Eventually, the mantra may be replaced or disappear, and you may experience a deeper peace, a floating expansion, and other varied states of consciousness, all of which are signs of productive meditation. If the mantra disappears at some point and you feel your presence growing, allow the process. Results will appear gradually in your life. Thus, the best meditation practice is a consistent practice. Stick with 20 minutes a day in the morning for the first 3 months, and afterwards add another 20 minutes in the afternoon. When I first began meditating, I noticed subtle yet profound results in my life. One of the things that happens when you meditate is that everything in your life suddenly becomes easier and your efforts become more successful. After my first 3 weeks of consistent meditation, my life changed so dramatically that I got caught up in my newfound success and quit meditating. What I didn't realize was that it was because of the meditation that I had become successful. So after a couple of weeks with no meditation practice, I began to notice life seemed harder. It took me a while to put it all together. It's so subtle that you can easily fool yourself into believing something other than the truth. The truth for me was that I doubled my success by meditating and then backpedaled in my progress when I stopped meditating. Another amazing thing that happens from meditation is that you become less reactive. In other words, you begin to diffuse your reactive, unconscious behavior. When you allow your mind to rest with meditation, your psyche has a chance to heal itself, and you gain emotional clarity. Suddenly, things were a really big deal and really bothering you. You don't matter nearly as much. When you quit unconsciously reacting to everything around you, there's suddenly space to make conscious choices. This newfound awareness will bring you a more solid foundation for taking command of your reality. Every time you speak a word, you are verbalizing and solidifying a thought. Check out my episode on You Are the Word. The words are important. The words that you use are critical. Solidifying a thought with your words causes it to manifest into form. The truth is, when a thought arises within your mind, it is offering itself to you as an option to manifest into form. You sift through thousands of thoughts a day, picking and choosing which ones you want to give attention to. When you use affirmations and speak the word aloud, you are purposefully bringing desired thoughts into form. This is also a good way to cut through mental clutter. As you continue to speak only of that which you wish to experience, you will become very powerful. Any thought spoken aloud consistently enough will come to manifest as a physical thing or event. Your ability to consistently speak of your desired outcome will help you master the ability to direct non-physical energy into physical form. Affirmations are one of the single most powerful and often overlooked ways of affecting change in your life. Now, I know some people say, well, Neville Goddard said not to affirm anything. Actually, he was teaching that Jesus said any vain repetitions are bad. And that's just because you're affirming without actually inducing the feeling and thought. You can transcend all limitations with the power of the spoken word alone. Personally, I used to scoff at the idea of affirmations because it was such an intangible, esoteric idea with no large body of evidence to support it. When I read The Power of Your Subconscious Mind by Dr. Joseph Murphy, I decided to try affirmations in earnest. When I really applied affirmations consistently on a daily basis, I began to make dramatic changes in my life. I noticed that I felt better, I was more decisive, and I was able to create more opportunity for myself. Affirmations are a great way to cut through the mass mind and the pendulums as well. The mass mind is most effective when you are unclear of what you want or when you feel confused and emotionally unstable. In this state of confusion and emotional instability, you are most vulnerable to negative, limited thinking. However, when you use affirmations, you become impenetrable to mass beliefs and negative emotional states. When you use them properly, people cannot affect you with their limiting ideas about the state of the world or what you should do with your life. The more you practice affirmations, the more precise and effective you will be in creating your life exactly the way you want it. You may start with a simple affirmation like I am successful, and then over time you start picking out words that are more powerful, that work more effectively. And in many cases, I've found that people use different words over time, and they start to really resonate with certain words and phrases. One of the first things I noticed when I began doing affirmations consistently was that I felt I was literally creating my reality with my words. I noticed, however, that after several days of not doing affirmations, my reality creation would also begin to crumble and fall apart. Don't rest on your laurels. Keep doing it. At first, I was really despondent and began to despair, thinking that affirmations were a big load of cow dung. When I started doing the affirmations again, I again noticed the positive results after 2 or 3 days. My first thought was, gee, am I going to have to do affirmations every day for the rest of my life? My second thought was, am I really complaining about having to say a few words every day to create my dream life? And there it was. I suddenly realized that, like anything else in life, consistency equals results. In order to create changes that last a lifetime, you will need to dedicate your life and your actions to creating the changes that you want. I know that you desire to change everything in a single motion, in a single minute, in a single moment, but it's not going to work like that. Consistently every day is how you do it. So you could say something and start with, I am happy, joyous, and free, or I am radiant and abundant, attracting more wealth to me every day, or I'm strong, powerful, and healthy. Again, be consistent. Do it every single day. If you do, you will get results. If you don't, you will not get results. These particular affirmations are more generalized, which makes them more effective for elevating and stabilizing your emotional state. When I do affirmations, I like to integrate into my daily routine, usually after meditations or when I work out. I like to combine affirmations with physical actions that I do. I generally try to do affirmations 2 or 3 times a day, every day. 4 or 5 minutes. However, because emotional affirmations can help you in the moment, it can be helpful to do them anytime you feel that you're not emotionally stable. Thus, emotional affirmation can be used either in a routine or throughout the day, depending upon your needs. When you say an affirmation, say it out loud to yourself. Try to state your affirmations with as much feeling as you can muster. If you're really down or depressed, then just do the best you can, and it will still have a positive impact. Remember to be consistent, meaning that you will need to say the affirmations on a daily basis. Remember, the affirmations you are saying may not be true for you in this moment. Don't focus on the lack of truth in this moment. That's the whole point. You are working at affecting transformation and change. So release your judgments about whether it's true or not. Don't go to that thought. When it comes to emotional affirmations, use a barrage of them to create the biggest change. Start with something simple and say those 3 times a day. The next step in the process of emotional clearing and taking charge of your reality creation is to facilitate the release of all your old emotional baggage. Ultimately, if you were to clear all your emotional baggage with this one step, you could completely master your ability to manifest as you would become crystal clear. There would be no confusion about what you want, and you would have no emotional pitfalls to sabotage yourself with. However, if it were that easy, a lot more people would have already done this. Like everything else in your life you want to achieve, you will need to work consistently to clear yourself using emotional release techniques. A big part of the process of understanding emotional release is understanding the relationship between your negative emotions, anger, jealousy, fear, envy, lust, etc., to any pain in your body. If you have any physical ailments or aches and pains in your body, you probably have stored emotional baggage. Wherever there is pain or tension in your body, you can bet it relates to the unhealed emotional energy that is being stored in that particular part of the body. In other words, your unhealed emotional wounds can literally sit inside different areas of your body and manifest as physical ailments. Here is a hint. I have never met anyone ever, anywhere, who wasn't holding on to some sort of emotional baggage, and that includes me. Stored emotional baggage affects your vibrational field and vibrational rate of attraction. as your vibrational energy field is constantly radiating out from you, you definitely want to make sure that you are sending the clearest signal you can. Your stored emotional energy is emitting a signal that is most likely drawing situations to you that you do not want. Generally speaking, nobody wants unpaid bills, an abusive partner, or confrontations with angry people at the grocery store. However, your unhealed, unconscious, stored emotional energy will draw exactly these kinds of circumstances to you. Do you ever wonder why some days you have to really try to stay positive? Because this energy becomes active when you haven't acted out on it in a long time. In the section on the mass mind, we talked about the pain body. As we discussed, this negative emotional energy or pain body needs you to feed it in order to stay alive. So sometimes it will literally become active and magnetize people, places, or circumstances to you that are designed to get you to react unconsciously in a negative way, to feed it its sustenance. Its sustenance is your own negative, lower vibrational emotional energy. In other words, your pain body needs to get you to feel negative in order to stay alive. Dr. Joe Dispenza talks about this in the chemicals that are created at certain times becoming somewhat addiction-oriented in your body. You become addicted to the negative states. Your pain body needs to get you to feel negative in order to have these chemicals running in your body. Part of the process of releasing your emotional baggage is actively starving out the pain body. My favorite teachers of emotional release are Eckhart Tolle, Hale Dwoskin, Brad Yates, definitely Dr. Joe Dispenza. In his book, Practicing the Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle teaches how to become aware of the pain body and how it feeds off your negativity. In his book, The Sedona Method, fantastic book by Hale Dwoskin, he describes his technique for allowing yourself to release negative emotions. Brad Yates has taken EFT, or the Emotional Freedom Technique, to a whole new level by allowing you to do online EFT through his website. Ultimately, you need to discover which techniques work best for you to heal and clear your emotional body. I can offer you a basic release technique that works for me. First of all, find a relaxing place to sit where you will not be disturbed. Take 2 deep breaths, try to relax, close your eyes, and just sit for a moment. Pick an area of your life that is troubling you right now. It can be anything ranging from your relationship, your finances, your physical body, or painful memories. You want to generally start, however, with what is bothering you the most in this moment. Allow yourself to fully feel all of the emotions behind this issue. See if you can completely allow this scenario to unfold in your mind, no matter how painful it is. In other words, do not offer any resistance to it. Now see if you can completely allow it to be there 100% and allow yourself to experience the emotions without identifying with them. Know that your emotions are not you. They are what you experience. When you completely detach from identification with your emotions, that is when you can release them. Now just ask yourself if you're willing to release these emotions. Give yourself a minute or more asking yourself this question: can I release these emotions? Let it settle in. Do not try to answer this question for yourself. Instead, allow yourself to be guided. It doesn't matter whether the answer is yes or no. Just stay relaxed and allow. One of the ways you'll know if this technique is working is if you feel lighter afterward, more peaceful. If you still feel some or all of the emotion, that is okay. You may wish to repeat the release a few times. After you're done, do some emotional affirmations to assure that you are still in command of your reality. There's another technique you can use that is sort of on the spot. When something triggers you while you're going out throughout the day, in other words, if someone or something suddenly triggers you emotionally, you can release it right then and there. For many people, this is hard. So if this has just happened, the first thing you need to do is find a place where you're comfortable. If you cannot leave the area, then do the best you can. Within your mind, see if you can allow yourself to experience the emotion that is triggered and remain relaxed at the same time. Now go within the emotion and see if you can allow yourself to go deep down inside of it as much as you can. Ask yourself mentally or out loud, could I allow myself to go deeply within this emotion? When you do this, allow yourself some time and try to stay as relaxed as possible. When you go deeply enough within the emotion, that is when you can release it. Sometimes what happens is you don't like the emotion you're feeling, so you run away from it, and then it goes into your body because it needs to go somewhere. So spending a moment to really feel the emotion is scary. Sometimes you'll release a little bit, sometimes a lot, and sometimes you can release an entire emotional issue inside of just a couple of minutes. After you're done, check yourself to see how you're feeling. If you're feeling good, the chances are that you released it. If you feel emotional, then maybe you still need to do some work. That is not always effective. It's hard for us to overcome our reactive conscious mind. We react to things automatically. It's a program that we have deep within us. So learning to overcome this reactive portion of ourselves is important. When I first experimented with emotional release work, I could not believe how simple and profound it was. The Sedona method was so simple, yet it would just make me feel so good. I clearly remember the time I used to after an egoic stare down with another guy at the gym. My insecurity had gotten the better of me, and I succumbed to the staring game with the guy who was working out at the same time as I was. He stared at me again, and I tried to ignore it. I was fuming at this outrage. How dare he assume this aggressive posture with me? Suddenly I remembered this technique, and I decided I would try it. I left the gym, went out to my car, sat down, closed my eyes, felt the anger and rage I had towards this guy. I allowed myself to feel these emotions as strongly as I could. Next, I asked myself if I could release it. To my surprise, I began to feel the energy literally leaving my body upwards and out. In that moment, I felt lighter, more peaceful. The next thing that happened was that I realized under my anger was a fear. In that instant, I suddenly understood that a lot of my anger was a result of feeling fearful all the time. So then I applied the same technique to the fear. Again, I felt some energy leaving my body. Not as much as the first time, but still significant. Today, I try to use this technique constantly and notice that I have fewer and fewer emotional issues in my life. I even used it when I felt my heart was beating too hard in my chest. After I applied the emotional release technique, my heart began to beat more softly. Now we have to talk about clearing the mental body. In his groundbreaking book, Evolve Your Brain, Joe Dispenza refers to your neural networks, which I will shorten to neural net. Your mental body is composed of your neural net, or your habitual thought patterns. As it turns out, thinking in certain patterns can become addictive. When we think different thoughts, our brain fires different neural patterns, which trigger different biochemical states in our body. Releasing these different chemicals over and over again creates a dependency that results in addiction to the certain types of thoughts that lead to certain types of behaviors. Why do you act that way? It's because your body secretly is addicted to it. This is also one of the reasons why it can take effort to actually control your thoughts, because you're fighting a drug addiction in your body. You are addicted to the negative emotion. Purposely controlling your thoughts can be difficult. How do you do that? Instead of forcing anything at all, begin to discern the nature of your thoughts. The first step towards controlling your thoughts is to understand the difference between a positive and a negative thought. Another way of looking at it is to understand the difference between a productive thought and an unproductive thought. Every thought you think has an outcome attached to it. Every outcome you think of will either move you up the ladder in a productive way or move you down the ladder in a negative direction. Basically, anything you think that does not promote yours or someone else's health and well-being is an unproductive or negative thought. Next, you need to understand how to identify the difference between a positive and negative thought when they arise within your mind. Luckily for us, we all have a built-in inner sense of well-being that tells us when we are feeling or being negative. It's our feeling power. Every time you generate a thought, you intuitively know immediately through your feelings whether it's positive or negative. If you are dwelling upon a particular subject matter and you are not feeling good about it, chances are you have involved yourself in a negative thought process. On top of that, you are most likely focused upon an outcome that you do not want as opposed to one that you do. As an example, I used to think about how I would get back at people whom I felt had wronged me in some way. The problem was that it never felt good to think about the ways in which I could get them back. Also, I noticed that the more negatively I thought about them, the more likely I was to magnetize this person right back into my life. Not only that, but thinking about them in a negative way would ensure that I would magnetize them in a negative way. My bad feeling thoughts led to bad feeling outcomes. At first, I was resistant to the idea of thinking positively about people I thought were negative. After I tried it, though, I realized that was the only way to live. I began to think more positive thoughts about everyone, including the people who I had previously referred to as negative. Lo and behold, people began to act more positively towards me. It's amazing to see how addicted to negative thinking you can become and not know it, and the amazing transformation that results when you begin to think positively. So think about someone with whom you've had a disagreement or some friction. Challenge yourself and see if you can find something good about this person. In other words, pick something that is good about them to focus upon. Think about how you would like that person to be in your life. Feel the joy of smiling and laughing with this person. Pay attention to the results of your efforts. Your new thoughts will create a new reality. I promise. You'll be projecting a higher version of this person into your reality and reap a more rewarding and productive outcome. After you've spent some time working on redirecting your thoughts towards productive and positive outcomes, you can then begin to work on repatterning your neural net. You do this by gaining more knowledge, learning new skills, establishing new ways of living. In other words, you need to enact new behaviors and ways of thinking in order to develop a new neural net. In addition, if you want to create a new expanded neural net, you need to consistently enact new behaviors and ways of thinking. Remember what Neville Goddard says. First, you reap a thought, then you reap a habit, then you reap a character, then you reap a destiny. The habit is a part of reality creation. You need to consistently enact new behaviors and ways of thinking. Changing your behavior and becoming a positive thinker for a day just won't cut it. You'll need to develop the consistent habit of thinking in new ways and opening up to new ideas. And once you see the results this new habit produces, you'll be inspired to permanently adopt it into your lifestyle. What I noticed about myself is that after I had been redirecting my thoughts for just a week, not only did I manifest new and incredible things in my life, but I also found it was easier to maintain those positive feeling thoughts the following week. So my progress was cumulative. In this way, you can build upon your progress, each positive thought upon the next, and it does get easier. At one point in my life, I'd become the most negative person I knew. I was severely depressed, extremely cynical. When I first started redirecting my thoughts and reconstructing my neural net, it was like trying to walk through quicksand with cement boots on. I felt like I weighed 10,000 pounds every step of the way, but even though I was exhausted, I kept at it. Amazingly, after only 3 days of redirecting my thoughts towards the positive, I began to see results. I felt better, not quite as depressed and cynical, and I started magnetizing more financial opportunities into my life. For 2 years, I had been experiencing the worst depression in my life, and now in the span of 3 days, I had begun to reverse the cycle. The work was not done, however. I lapsed on my positive thinking and affirmations, and it took only a couple days before I began to spiral back downwards into depression and gloom. It was so overwhelming that I nearly forgot how I had started to break out of my vicious cycle. When I realized that I wasn't redirecting my thoughts and doing my affirmations, I quickly began anew. This time I stuck with it until I felt great and also had a full thriving business to match my good feelings. It did work for me. I just needed to maintain consistency to maintain my results. So pick one thing that you want to change about yourself. It could be to smile at people instead of frown, or take the time to give each one of your kids a hug in the morning, or say something nice to a coworker, or stay calm in traffic instead of being angry. Now be consistent with this exercise, meaning practice this new behavior every day. After 1 week, notice how much better you feel, how you're attracting more positive circumstances to yourself. Your new way of thinking will create a neural net, making positive changes easier to make. And ultimately, you will want to challenge yourself more and more, changing new behaviors and creating a completely new neural net and a completely new you. You can use affirmations on the mental body as well. When you use affirmations on the mental body, you're enhancing your neural net, planting seeds for higher vibrational emotions and taking conscious control of your reality creation. Anytime you consciously input a positive command into your mental body, you are elevating your vibrational rate of attraction. The more you do this, the more beneficial and positive your results will be. Inserting positive commands into your mental body through the use of affirmations will ultimately result in total control of your reality. When you take charge of your life by consciously choosing the thoughts and thought patterns you want in your mind, you will experience the outer reflection of this choice in the physical world around you. Even if you had to do this every day on a daily basis for the rest of your life, wouldn't it be worth it to be in total control of every aspect of your life? To me, the answer is a big yes. Affirmations helped to turn my life around and led me to total control of my reality. Using affirmations to maximize the power of my mind greatly accelerated the rate of return as I worked to create the reality I truly wanted. Say affirmations out loud to yourself for mental power. Say them every day. Remember, at least 3 days may be necessary in order for you to begin to even notice anything. So you can say this. You can say, I am clear, precise, and exact in every moment. I am ultimate power. I'm connected to higher wisdom at all times. I can't tell you how much saying these phrases out loud to myself several times a day impacted my life in a positive way. Not only did they help me to create my life, they also gave me a wonderful sense of empowerment. Just try it for yourself. You'll begin to feel like you can do anything. They also act as mental commands that sink into the deeper layers of your mental body. After repeating these affirmations enough times, they will become part of your subconscious mind, which is when they become part of your new neural net. I would just caution, don't try to figure out when your new neural net has finally taken hold. Instead, your best bet is to faithfully carry out the exercise every day and to continue them even after you start experiencing the amazing results that will most definitely occur. The best part about consistently saying these positive affirmations is that in order to commit to this, you have to make the decision that you are worth it. That decision alone will shift the overall direction and pattern of your life. I also want to talk about clearing the physical body. Clearing your physical body is another vitally important step towards gaining total control over your reality creation and your power of manifestation. Anytime you're attempting to manifest something in your life, your ability to do so will be dependent upon the strength of your energy field. If you're physically unfit or unhealthy in any way, your energy field is compromised. This is because when you have any sort of health concern, your body utilizes all available energy to heal itself, and you will be mentally drawn to focus upon this area until you are healed. In other words, your ability to focus is hindered by the fact you have a nagging concern that continuously draws your attention and energy away from your intended manifestation. Healing and fine-tuning your physical body is a necessary step towards mastering the art of manifestation. You don't need to become a workout maniac or go on a crash diet or fast for 30 days. However, establishing a regular workout routine, having a balanced diet, and doing occasional cleanses is definitely recommended. Your body is the vehicle with which you experience your reality creation. If you think about it, it's the whole reason to manifest anything at all. If you manifest a new car, you need to be physically well enough to drive it, right? If you manifest a new house, you need to be healthy enough to be able to enjoy it. If you manifest your new dream job, you have to be able to perform optimally. If you are now able to buy fantastic new clothes because your new dream job pays you tons of cash, you want to fit in them and look great, right? And if you haven't found your dream mate or partner yet, you definitely want to feel that you are physically appealing when you do, don't you? I know it's hard. Sometimes I don't want to work out or eat healthy. It's a constant struggle for all of us. So I like the concept of just baby steps. Baby steps are particularly important when it comes to improving your health and fitness. So take walks. Decide that you're going to cut one unhealthy thing from your daily eating routine. Baby steps work best because they are less threatening to the part of your unconscious that has enjoyed its comfort zone for so many years. Add one healthy thing to your diet as well. For example, you may wish you have one less slice of bread or cut out a dessert item, but then also add a shot of wheatgrass or a side salad. Once you get used to doing without the first type of unhealthy food you've eliminated from your diet, you can cut out the next unhealthy food and then the next. And as you gradually shift yourself away from unhealthy foods and begin adding more healthy foods to your diet, you'll find that you've naturally developed the eating patterns that truly support your ultimate health. If you already have a good diet and get some exercise, you can begin to fine-tune your body. For ultimate fitness, you will need an integration of physical training, cardio and weight training. I don't think doing one or the other by itself is enough, as well as some sort of mind-body connection exercise. I'd recommend for the average person, make sure they get some form of physical exercise at least 2 days a week, and then try to do some sort of mind-body exercise for another 2, like yoga or Pilates or Tai Chi or Qigong. My personal regime is 5 days a week of weight training and cardio, and then I also integrate yoga or Qigong on every workout. That's my own personal, and that's what works for me. Start small with your exercise routine. Don't try to take it all at once. I'm certainly no personal trainer, so don't take my words. Go and find videos. There's some amazing people that can teach you how to be healthy. The Certified Health Nut is one place to start. Begin with changes that are sustainable. Don't set yourself up for failure with a routine that is unrealistic for you. Clearing your physical body will also improve your biochemistry. Healthy biochemistry is essential to maintaining your optimum state of well-being. Unfortunately, biochemical depression is something that can become very pervasive. Biochemical depression can develop from a variety of factors, but I've found 3 are common: too much coffee, stress, and lack of sleep. Oftentimes, these 3 can kind of come as a package deal. Biochemical depression and altered emotional states of being can develop very subtly without your conscious awareness that they are taking place. What happens is you begin to get a bit caught up in your 1001 things that you have to do. This may lead to beginning drinking too much coffee. Either way, you can end up extremely stressed out at the end of the day. You start waking up in the middle of the night and can't get back to sleep because you're thinking about the 1001 things you have to do. This is the beginning of a very vicious cycle that begins to create a hormonal imbalance within your body, and you can eventually become depressed, neurotic, even glucose intolerant from this process. The next step is the downward spiral, is the accelerated degeneration of your body, and it begins with some tightness in various parts of your body, perhaps your neck and shoulders or lower back. Then comes the aches and pains that appear in your wrists, soon digestive problems in the afternoon, and what follows is the inability to digest many different foods, especially starches and sugars. There's a whole cascade of things that can happen. Then you're taking antidepressants to resolve the hormonal imbalances that occur. Cut back on your caffeine and sugars and starches. I love my coffee, I get it, but it does help to cut back on that a little bit. Begin doing some breathing and meditation exercises before you go to bed. That can also help. And do meditations, any of them. All of these things together will clear your energy body, your mental body, and your physical body. The more you do these things, you will find that the thing that you're trying to create comes so much easier. But it's got to start with this process. Go through a process of clearing your energy body, and you can manifest anything that you want. Chapter 8. Mastering the Pendulums. Harnessing the energy for reality creation. Pendulums. Not the pendulums that you swing, but the pendulums we talk about in transurfing, as this may be one of the most critical things you can understand right now in the present day in helping you to create your own reality. Few concepts are as intriguing and transformative as the notion of pendulums, as introduced by Vadim Zeland in his groundbreaking work, Reality Transurfing. In this chapter, I seek to delve into the depths of this concept, offering you not just an understanding of pendulums, but also a practical way to navigate and utilize them for personal growth and the creation of your desired reality. At its core, the concept of a pendulum transcends the physical, encapsulating both material structures and energetic forces that bind individuals together. These pendulums are formed when groups of people unite under common goals or thoughts, creating an energy information structure that sways with the collective energy of its adherents. This phenomenon is not limited to human societies. It spans across nature and time, manifesting in various forms from animal herds to ancient religions. However, pendulums are more than just passive recipients of energy. They possess a dynamic and often domineering presence dictating the rhythms and directions of our lives. Understanding these structures is critical, for they can empower us or drain our energy depending on our awareness and interaction with them. Everything is a pendulum. Anytime two people have similar thought about something, it becomes a pendulum. So you have pendulums in your families, in your schools, your businesses, your corporations, your governments. All of them are different levels of pendulums. Some become destructive and some can empower you. This episode will explore how pendulums affect your reality, how awareness of them can enhance your energy, and how by understanding their nature you can align with or detach from them to create your best possible reality. We will also delve into the ancient concept of the egregore, drawing parallels and exploring how pendulums, when sufficiently powered, can gain a form of consciousness and exert significant influence. This episode is more than a theoretical exploration. It is a guide to recognizing and engaging with the invisible forces that shape your life. By mastering the concept of pendulums, you embark on a journey of self-discovery and empowerment, learning to navigate the currents of collective energy to forge your path and manifest your desired reality. As we embark on this journey, I invite you to open your mind to the possibilities that lie in understanding and mastering the pendulums that sway all around us. Let's begin with the transformative exploration into the energy dynamics of our world and discover how we can harness them for our ultimate beliefs. Let me illustrate with a simple anecdote. Imagine you're walking through a busy city street and you come across a group of people passionately engaged in a street performance. Without realizing it, you find yourself drawn into the crowd, your emotions and reactions syncing up with those around you. This is a pendulum in action, a collective energy that you're unknowingly becoming a part of, influencing your behavior and state of mind, even if only temporarily. This everyday occurrence is a small-scale example of how pendulums can sway our actions and decisions, often without our conscious awareness. The concept of pendulums, a metaphorical representation of the energy information structures formed by collective human thought and action. A pendulum in its simplest definition is an energy force created and sustained by the thoughts and emotions of people united by a common goal, belief, or interest. This force transcends physical boundaries, creating a non-material but influential structure that sways and evolves with the collective energy of its adherents. The original pendulum concept, as Zeland presents it, is not rooted in traditional scientific or psychological theories, but emerges from a metaphysical understanding of energy and consciousness. It draws from the idea that thoughts and emotions are not just internal experiences, but also emit energetic vibrations that interact with the world around us. This perspective resonates with various ancient philosophies and modern quantum theories, suggesting that our collective consciousness can manifest tangible effects in the physical world. Pendulums exhibit a dual nature, material and energetic. On a material level, a pendulum can be seen in organizations, social movements, politics, or even physical structures like cities or monuments, which are manifestations of collective human efforts and intentions. Energetically, pendulums exist as a confluence of thoughts and emotions, a shared mental space where individual energies align, creating powerful, unified currents. Historically, pendulums have existed in various forms. Ancient religions and empires were pendulums, formed by the collective belief and actions of their followers. The Roman Empire, for instance, was not just a geopolitical entity, but also a pendulum, with its power sustained by the collective identity, pride, and ambition of its people. Similarly, religious movements like Christianity or Buddhism can be viewed as pendulums, united by shared beliefs, rituals, and the collective energy of faith. In the modern world, pendulums are ubiquitous. Political parties, corporations, social media platforms, and even cultural trends like fashion or music genres are examples of pendulums. These structures draw in individuals aligning their thoughts and actions with the overarching goal or identity of the pendulum. For instance, a tech company like Apple is not just a producer of gadgets, but also a pendulum sustained by the collective enthusiasm, loyalty, and creativity of its employees and customers. The influence of pendulums on individuals and societies is profound. They can dictate trends, shape public opinion, and even alter the course of history. However, they are also dependent on their adherence for energy. The more people feed a pendulum with their attention and emotional investment, the more powerful it becomes. Conversely, when a pendulum loses its followers, it weakens and can eventually dissipate, as seen in the case of obsolete technologies or abandoned ideologies. Understanding the mechanics of how pendulums gain and lose energy is crucial in comprehending their influence on our reality. A pendulum thrives on the energy emitted by its adherents. The individuals who consciously or unconsciously align their thoughts, emotions, and actions with the pendulum's frequency. This energy can be positive or negative, but what matters is the intensity and focus it is given. Pendulums gain energy through the attention and emotional investment of their adherents. For example, a political movement grows stronger as more individuals invest their passion, time, and actions into it, regardless of whether their emotions are positive, like hope, or negative. Similarly, a brand like Nike gains strength from the loyalty and enthusiasm of its customers, who not just buy its products, but also emotionally invest in its brand's identity. Also, Zealand identifies that just supporting a pendulum is not enough to get energy. The pendulum can gain energy through resistance. Both resistance and support can support the pendulum. So if you are actively opposed to a pendulum, speaking out against it, focusing your attention on how much you hate it, you are also giving the pendulum energy. Conversely, pendulums lose energy when they fail to engage their adherents, or when adherents consciously withdraw their attention or emotional investment. A pertinent example is a decline of a certain social movement or ideology, which loses momentum and influence as people begin to disengage, question, or lose interest. The fall of communism in Eastern Europe serves as a historical example where a powerful pendulum lost its energy as the collective belief and support of the people waned. The relationship between adherents and the strength of a pendulum is symbiotic. Adherents provide the energy that sustains the pendulum, while the pendulum in turn offers a sense of identity, purpose, or belonging simply to get the energy. You must understand this relationship can be manipulative, and often is, if the pendulum becomes overpowering, dictating the actions and thoughts of its adherents, often at the expense of their individuality and personal goals. This leads to the dark side of pendulums, the emergence of pendulum zombies. A pendulum zombie is metaphorically someone who has become so deeply enmeshed in the energy and influence of a particular pendulum that their own thoughts, desires, and actions seem to be entirely dictated by the collective will of that pendulum. The state of being can be likened to a loss of individual consciousness, where the person's identity is subsumed by the group identity, and their actions become automatic responses to the pendulum's dictates. We see it on social media all the time. I've just sat in the airport and watched people, and as I became aware of the power of pendulums, you see that people are not themselves anymore. They are being controlled entirely. You can tell by the way they dress, by what they say. This phenomenon occurs when the pendulum's influence becomes so pervasive that it starts to override personal will and critical thinking. Individuals in this state often cease to question or analyze the beliefs and behaviors promoted by the pendulum. They may act in ways that are detrimental to their own well-being or contrary to their personal values, driven by the collective momentum of the pendulum rather than their own conscious choices. The most tragic aspect of this scenario is the potential for individuals to lose their lives, metaphorically or literally, caught in the hook of the pendulum. This can manifest as a complete loss of personal identity and purpose, where life becomes a mechanical execution of the pendulum's will. In extreme cases, that can lead to physical harm or even death, especially in situations where the pendulum glorifies or incites hate or dangerous or self-destructive behaviors. January 6th is an example of what happens when a pendulum goes out of control. We saw it in Nazi Germany, in World War I, in the Vietnam War. There are continuous representations in history of pendulums becoming dangerous, manipulating its followers, and they become zombies, and all control is lost. And if I am here to teach you how to create your reality, you must come to grips with this powerful force that may be defining what you think. You may be thinking, oh, I'm creating my reality right now. But no, you're just thinking thoughts that are required by the pendulum to gain energy. And if you really analyze what you're desiring, what you're focusing on, oftentimes it has nothing to do with your own well-being. Each pendulum operates at a specific resonant frequency, a metaphorical rhythm to which its adherents must attune for the pendulum to sway properly. This concept can be likened to pushing a swing to make it swing higher. One must push at just the right moment. In the case of pendulums, adherents must align their thoughts and actions with the pendulum's frequency for it to gain momentum. A practical example can be seen in corporate cultures where employees thrive when they align with the company's values and goals, thereby contributing to the company's growth. A notable study by Harvard Business Review analyzed the impact of corporate culture on employee behavior and company performance. This study highlighted how companies like Google have created strong pendulums through their corporate culture, aligning employees' goals and behaviors with their organization's vision. Employees drawn to Google's innovative and open work environment contribute not just their skills, but also their belief in the company's ethos, thus reinforcing the pendulum's strength. The impact of social movements like the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s provides a historical perspective on pendulum's power. Martin Luther King Jr.'s leadership galvanized a collective consciousness focused on equality and justice. This movement, as a pendulum, united diverse individuals under a common cause, influencing societal norms and legislation in the United States. Pendulums subtly influence societal trends, often unnoticed by the individuals within them. For instance, fashion trends can be seen as pendulums. A study in the Journal of Consumer Culture discussed how fashion trends create a collective mindset that influences individual choices, often bypassing rational decision-making. What starts as a designer's idea soon becomes a societal norm, with individuals aligning their choices to the trend without conscious awareness of the underlying influence. So if you wore flannel or parachute pants at some point in time, you've been influenced by that pendulum. While harmless, a clear example of the pendulum's power. On a personal level, pendulums shape your choices and beliefs, often without your explicit knowledge. A psychological study on social conformity by Osh in 1951 demonstrated how individuals often align their opinions and behaviors with a group to fit in, indicating the subtle power of a social pendulum. This phenomenon is prevalent in various aspects of life, from consumer choices to political opinions. In recent times, the rise of digital platforms like Twitter and TikTok can be seen as the creation of new pendulums. These platforms not only shape public opinion, but also create new social norms and behaviors. For instance, the Me Too movement, which gained momentum through social media, showcases how a digital pendulum can bring about significant societal change by uniting individual forces around a shared cause. The concept of egregores, though less known in mainstream discourse, bears a significant resemblance to the idea of pendulums in Vadim Zeland's reality transurfing. Egregores, originating from the Hermetic and occult traditions, are thought forms or collective psychic entities created by a group's shared beliefs, desires, and intention. These entities, like pendulums, are nourished and sustained by energy of their adherents. The term egregore has its roots in the Greek word egregori, meaning watchers, which was used in mystical and esoteric teachings. The concept was extensively explored in the 20th century by writers and thinkers in the field of occultism. Mark Stavish, a notable contemporary authority on Western spiritual traditions, describes egregores as powerful psychic entities that influence the thoughts and actions of groups of people. Historically, egregores have been associated with mystical societies, religious groups, and even entire nations serving as guardians or influencing forces. While both pendulums and egregores arise from collective human energy, there are nuanced differences. Pendulums, as described by Zeland, are primarily energy information structures. Egregores, on the other hand, have a more mystical connotation, often perceived as having their own independent will and consciousness. What I am saying is that when a pendulum becomes powerful enough, they become an egregore, where they are consciously taking your energy, like a vampire. The concept of egregores raises profound questions about the consciousness and power of collective thought forms. Writers like Stavish argue that egregores, once formed, can become autonomous psychic entities that can positively or negatively influence individuals and groups that feed them. This autonomy is what sets egregores apart from just a standard normal pendulum. I have a friend, Sarah, who's a graphic designer. She had joined a large advertising firm known for its competitive and high-energy culture. She was drawn to the firm's prestige and creativity. However, over time, she began to feel pressure from what she said was a literal egregore, a conscious entity within the company, a collective entity fueled by ambition, competition, and a relentless pursuit of success. Her colleagues, once supportive, started to seem more like competitors. Sarah noticed that her values and work ethic began to shift. She was working longer hours, prioritizing work over personal well-being. The corporate egregore had subtly influenced her personal reality, altering her behavior, value, and even her perception of success. I have a friend who is a part of an online gaming community that claims that it has become not just a pendulum, but a conscious egregore. He had engaged with this community and he noticed a positive change at first, and then suddenly it became quite negative and significantly affected his own energy and his life. He lost all motivation for what he had done, and he claimed that he could actually feel and hear the power of the egregore within this community. Understand that the journey through the world of pendulums is not about just their influence, but also learning to align with those that can positively impact your own life. At the beginning of the teaching of pendulums, as I have heard from interviews and discussions from people at the very beginning of reality transurfing, people sort of escaped into their own house and were afraid to go out. They were afraid of every pendulum. You cannot exist in this world without pendulums. It is impossible. And by doing so, you lose all ability to interact with the outside world. Some pendulums can provide a positive energy on your life. So we must first identify pendulums that resonate with our personal values and aspirations. This requires a deep introspection to understand what truly motivates and inspires you. Once identified, you can consciously choose to engage with these pendulums, be they related to personal growth, professional development, or social causes. To draw energy and inspiration from pendulums, One effective technique is to immerse yourself in the collective energy of the group while maintaining always a clear sense of your personal intention. This could involve participating in community events, engaging in group meditations, or being part of professional networks. These groups of 8 are active pendulums that positively work towards enabling a more powerful reality for you. The key is to participate actively and mindfully absorbing the positive energy of the group while contributing your own unique skills and perspectives. Visualization and affirmation practices can be powerful tools. By visualizing yourself as an active, positive contributor receiving positive energy from the pendulum, you can align more deeply with its energy. One of the most critical aspects in interacting with pendulums is balancing their influence with your personal goals and aspirations. It's essential to remain aware of your core values and not lose sight of your individuality. This balance can be achieved by regularly reflecting on your actions and motivations, ensuring they align with your personal truth and not just the collective will of the pendulum. By consciously engaging with pendulums that resonate with your values and aspirations, you can harness their collective energy to fuel your personal growth and achieve aspirations, all while maintaining your own unique identity and purpose. The key to gaining energy from pendulum lies in our ability to ride these waves of collective inspiration without losing ourselves in them. It's about finding that sweet spot where our individual creativity meets the collective energy of the group. Think of it as a dance where you are both participant and observer, fully engaged yet distinctly aware of your rhythm. To achieve this, you must become adept at navigating these waters, learning when to dive in and when to maintain your course. This requires a heightened sense of awareness, an ability to discern which pendulums align with your essence and which might pull you away from your true path. We've all met people that are highly spiritual, loving, incredible people, and they get caught up in some group, in some movement, and the next time you speak with them, it's like they're not the same person at all anymore. They believe in something completely opposite, and you're like, how can this person say and believe in the things that they're stating? So you have to be aware of this process. Engaging with the right pendulums can amplify your creative potential exponentially. It's like plugging into a vast network of ideas, inspiration, and energy. This connection can fuel your imagination, spur innovation, and propel you into realms of thought and creativity you might never have reached alone. But how do you tap into this reservoir of collective energy? It begins with curiosity and openness. By remaining open to new experiences and ideas, you position yourself to receive the wealth of inspiration that pendulums offer. It's about letting go of rigid perceptions and allowing yourself to be carried by the currents of collective creativity. To truly harness the power of pendulums, you must learn to synchronize with their rhythm. This doesn't mean losing your individuality. Rather, it's about finding harmony with your personal frequency and the resonant frequency of the pendulum. It's an intricate dance of give and take, where you contribute your energy and ideas while drawing from the collective pool. This synchronization can be achieved through practices like meditation, focused intention, and conscious participation in group activities that resonate with your personal values. By doing so, you align yourself with the pendulums that can best amplify your energy and help you soar towards your aspirations. These energy information structures are omnipresent, influencing your decisions, behaviors, and even your emotions. Recognizing their presence is the first step in navigating the world of pendulums effectively. For instance, consider the daily ritual of reading the news. The media can be seen as a powerful pendulum, swaying public opinion and emotions. Also, the anti-media is a pendulum as well. So when a particular news story becomes a topic of widespread discussion, it gains momentum, fueled by the collective attention and emotional reactions of its audience. Similarly, the corporate world, with its distinct cultures and values, forms pendulums that influence employee behavior and mindset. A company's mission and practices can create an energy field that employees tap into, shaping their work ethic and attitudes. Developing awareness and discernment in our interactions with pendulums is critical for maintaining our autonomy and making choices that align with our true self. Awareness begins with observation. Take a step back and examine how different pendulums influence your thoughts and actions. For example, in social situations, peer groups can form pendulums. Their collective opinions and behaviors can subtly influence your individual choices, from fashion preferences to political views. To cultivate discernment, it's important to practice critical thinking and self-reflection. When faced with a strong influence or decision, ask yourself, does this align with my values and goals? Am I acting out of my own free will or being swayed by the energy of a pendulum? For instance, when making a career choice, it's beneficial to consider whether the decision is driven by personal passion or interest, or by societal expectations and norms. Another key aspect of developing discernment is learning to recognize emotional triggers. Pendulums often exert their influence through emotional reactions. By identifying what triggers us, be it a news story, a social media post, or a workplace interaction, you can begin to understand how different pendulums are affecting you. They love to use fear as a way of taking your energy. This understanding allows you to respond rather than react, making choices based on informed awareness rather than unconscious influence. While it's nearly impossible to completely avoid the influence of pendulums, you can learn to engage with them on your own terms. This involves balancing your engagement with a sense of independence and self-preservation. It's about being a part of a group or movement while maintaining your unique identity and perspective. A practical approach to this is setting personal boundaries. Decide how much of your time, energy, and attention you're willing to give to a particular pendulum. For example, in a workplace setting, this might mean contributing to the company's goals while also setting aside time for your personal projects and interests that fulfill you. Consider the pendulum in your professional life. Industries and market trends often dictate the direction of your career. By understanding these forces, you can position yourself in a place where your growth is accelerated, aligning with pendulums that resonate with your aspirations and strength. It's about riding the wave, not being swept away by it. While some pendulums can be sources of inspiration and growth, others can drain your energy and detract from your path. Detaching from such pendulums is a critical skill in creating your best reality. This detachment begins with awareness, recognizing which pendulums are misaligned with your values and aspirations. The process of detachment is not about conflict or resistance, but about gently disengaging and redirecting your focus and energy. Not resisting it, not vocally saying how much you hate the pendulum. It involves consciously choosing where to invest your attention. For instance, if social media becomes a source of negativity, reducing engagement and focusing on more uplifting activities can help detach from a harmful pendulum. Just as you can detach from harmful pendulums, you also have the power to create and nurture beneficial ones. You can create your own pendulums, and there are some people that are very good at this. It involves bringing together like-minded individuals and fostering a collective focus on positive goals and outcomes. That is how I view the reality revolution, a positive and beneficial pendulum whose energy is freely available. These pendulums can be centered around personal interests, community service, or professional objectives. Building a beneficial pendulum starts with a clear vision and intention. What do you wish to create or achieve? What values do you want this pendulum to embody? From there, it's about drawing in others who share your vision and passion. This can be achieved through community gatherings, online events, online forums, collaborative projects. Nurturing these pendulums requires consistent effort, positive energy. It's about creating a space where everyone's contributions are valued and where the collective energy is directed towards a common goal. Celebrating small victories and milestones can keep the pendulum's momentum and ensure its continued growth and positive influence. Imagine the process of engaging with the pendulum as a form of personal alchemy, where the raw materials of collective energy are transformed into the gold of your desired reality. This transformative energy requires you to both be the artist and the scientist, understanding the intricate dynamics of pendulums, and creatively applying this knowledge for your personal evolution and reality creation. The key to using pendulums for your own growth lies in recognizing that you're not a mere bystander. You are an active participant capable of directing these forces to sculpt the contour of your life. When you align with pendulums that resonate with your deepest passions and values, you amplify your potential, accelerating your journey towards your goals. For instance, consider the entrepreneur who taps into the startup's ecosystem dynamic energy by aligning with this pendulum. They gain access to a wealth of resources, knowledge, and inspiration, fueling their entrepreneurial journey. The entrepreneur is not just riding a wave, they are harnessing its power and propelling their vision forward. Detaching from harmful pendulums is akin to freeing yourself from invisible threads that bind you to energies that no longer serve your purpose. This act of liberation is not about forceful separation, but a conscious choice to disengage and redirect your energy toward what truly resonates with you. Detachment begins with heightened awareness. It's about recognizing when a pendulum influence is leading you away from your path. Is the pendulum telling you to hate? Is the pendulum telling you to be fearful? Ask those questions. Once this awareness is achieved, the next step is a gentle but firm redirection of your focus. It's like changing the channel on a radio, moving away from stations that broadcast noise and tuning into frequencies that play your soul's music. Create your best reality with pendulums as a dynamic dance. It requires you to be agile, adaptable, and attuned to the rhythm of your environment. It's about knowing when to step forward into an embrace with a beneficial pendulum and when to gracefully step back from one that seeks to lead you astray. It's not a solo performance, it's a dance. It's a collaborative art where you engage with others, learn from their movements, and contribute to the collective rhythm. It's about creating a harmony where your individual moves resonate with the group's energy, resulting in a beautiful symphony of collective creation and personal realization. As you look towards the future, the evolution of pendulums and their interplay with human consciousness presents a fascinating realm of possibilities. You can speculate that as our collective awareness grows, so too will the nature and impact of these pendulums. They might evolve from being mere reflections of our collective energy to becoming conscious entities like egregores, capable of more direct and intentional influence on our lives. The social memory complex, as discussed in the raw material, is a concept that refers to a group of entities or souls that have evolved to such a degree that they share a collective consciousness or memory. This complex represents a unified, harmonious group where individual identities are blended into a collective awareness. It's a concept deeply rooted in spiritual and metaphysical perspectives, focused on the evolution of consciousness and unity. This, to me, is the ultimate evolution of a positive pendulum. I see a future where understanding pendulums is a fundamental aspect of human knowledge, where educational systems and governance models and social structures are built around the principles of energy and consciousness dynamics. People who are aware of the pendulums they contribute to and engage with them more consciously, choosing to fuel those that align with the greater good. In this future vision, humanity could harness the power of pendulums to address global challenges. Collective thought and action could be directed towards creating pendulums focused on peace, innovation, and global well-being. This could lead to a more harmonious and collaborative world where collective energies are channeled towards constructive and beneficial outcomes. As we stand at the crossroads of history, looking towards a future shaped by our collective will, let us be mindful of the pendulums and egregores that sway around us. Let us choose wisely the entities we feed with our energy and intention. And in this choice, let us find the balance between self and society, between the individual flame of our spirit and the shared fire of our collective soul. For in this balance lies the harmony of existence, the symphony of human experience. As Friedrich Nietzsche once said, the individual has always had to struggle to keep from being overwhelmed by the tribe. If you try it, you will be lonely often, and sometimes frightened, But no price is too high to pay for the privilege of owning yourself. As Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, to be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment. So let's do a short meditation to escape dangerous pendulums and align with positive ones. So for a moment, close your eyes gently. With each breath, let go of any tension or stress. Feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation. Imagine a gentle wave of calmness flowing from the top of your head down to your toes, relaxing every muscle. Now visualize yourself walking down a beautiful, serene path. With each step, you feel more relaxed and at peace. The sounds of nature around you are soothing. The ground beneath your feet supports your every step. As you walk, you come across a dense fog ahead. This fog represents the negative pendulums in your life, the energies and influences that you wish to release. Acknowledge their presence, but know that you have the power to walk through them. Slowly step into the fog. Feel its cool mist around you. As you walk forward, visualize the fog dissolving, representing your release from these negative pendulums. With each step, you feel lighter and more liberated. Emerging from the fog, you find yourself in a field bathed in sunlight. Here, imagine calling back your energy. Visualize strands of light flowing back to you from all directions. These strands are your energy returning to you, leaving the negative pendulums behind. Feel your energy being restored, filling you with strength and clarity. Now, in the distance, you see a radiant, glowing orb. This orb represents positive pendulums that align with your highest good. Begin walking towards it. With each step, feel a sense of alignment with positivity, growth, and purpose. Reach out and touch the orb. As you do, you feel its warm, positive energy merging with yours. This energy brings inspiration, joy, and peace, aligning you with pendulums that uplift and support you. Take a deep breath, absorbing this positive energy. Hold for a moment, and then exhale slowly, releasing any last bits of tension. In this state of deep relaxation, say these affirmations with me. I am in control of my energy and alignment. I attract positive influences and release those that no longer serve me. I am empowered, clear-minded, and at peace. I possess strength and wisdom to detach from negative influences and align with positive energies that enhance my life. I am in control of my thoughts and actions. I choose to engage with forces that uplift and empower me. Every day I grow more aware of the energies around me, and I consciously choose those that foster peace, growth, and positivity in my life. I am not defined by the crowds or trends around me. My path is guided by my own unique light and purpose. I have the power to break free from harmful cycles and surround myself with constructive and loving energies. My mind and heart are clear. I easily recognize which influences serve my highest good and which do not. I am an individual with my own will and direction. I am not swayed by negative collective forces. I embrace positive connections that encourage my growth, creativity, and joy. With each breath, I release the hold of destructive pendulums and welcome in harmony and personal empowerment. I am deserving of a life filled with positive influences, and I consciously seek out energies that align with my true self. In the chaos of the world, where pendulums swing, invisible threads to our souls they cling, whispers of many a collective song, in their rhythmic sway we are carried along. Oh, the pendulum swings in the vast sky of fate, uniting our hearts both in love and in hate. Like moths to the flame, in trance we are drawn, in the whirl of their dance from dusk until dawn. Each swing a story of laughter and tears, of hopes and of fears, of seconds and years. In their magnetic pole our spirits entwine. In the orbit of destiny, your path and mine. But listen, my heart, to the wisdom of the sky. Not all that beckons us is meant to comply, for in the cosmic dance where freedom is king, our souls like birds are meant to take wing. Let us not be bound by the pendulum's chain. In its hypnotic rhythm, let us not remain. For beyond the swing lies a world so vast, in the garden of truth, where love breathes its last. Seek the pendulum that sings to your soul, that makes your broken heart once again whole. In its celestial rhythm, find your own beat, in the harmony of existence, so profound, so sweet. So dance, my friend, with the pendulums of time. In their symphony find your rhythm and rhyme. But remember in their embrace to be ever so wise, for true freedom lies in our own heart's rise. Chapter 9. Reducing Importance to Manifest. My discovery of importance, its value, and the way that it affects what we try to manifest in creating realities was so transformational that it changed everything. For many, many years, I would add importance to things and I would completely derail what I wanted. It's really simple and easy to understand. We've all had a relationship that we wanted to get into, and we tried too hard. Perhaps we sent flowers too often, or sent too many text messages, and the other person realized we were trying too hard and we pushed them away. Well, it works this way with what you're manifesting. This is a concept called excess potential that is discussed in Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zeland. You must understand this concept, and I want to talk about ways in which you can reduce importance for the things that you want in order for you to achieve whatever it is you desire. Understand that everything in nature strives towards balance. Changes in air temperature are balanced by wind. Differences in temperature are compensated by thermal exchange. Wherever there is excess potential of any energy form, balanced forces emerge to correct the imbalance. We see it everywhere. We see it everywhere in nature. We are so accustomed to such statements on the nature of things that we fail to ask ourselves why it must necessarily be so, or how exactly the law of balance works. This law of balance is fundamental and cannot be altered or changed. Zeland says that all laws of nature are secondary and derived from the law of balance, that literally this is the most important law. The law of balance is primary, as it appears to be, and it is impossible to explain why equilibrium should exist in nature in the first place, or more specifically, where balanced forces originate from and why indeed they exist at all. The fact that we have become accustomed to something doesn't mean it is the way things necessarily are. One can only imagine what the world would be like were it not for the law of balance. An atmosphere jelly or an aggressive furnace, perhaps. However, the unsightliness of such a world is hardly a reason to support the existence of the law of balance, and so we are left to accept it as fact and to wonder, at the perfection of the world. We are used to the fact that there are good and bad spells in life, and that success is followed by defeat. For this is all a manifestation of the law of balance. You ever look at a stock chart and you can see how it moves from up to down? It's always moving in balance. Or if you can watch the water in a lake and you start a little wave, eventually it will move to balance. Complete balance is when nothing happens. Absolute balance doesn't exist, or at least no one has yet managed to observe it. Oscillation is observed everywhere in the world, night and day, incoming and outgoing tides, birth and death. Even in a vacuum, elementary particles are involved in a process of continual birth and dematerialization. The entire world can be seen in the form of pendulums that oscillate, fade, and interact with one another. Every pendulum receives a jolt from its neighbors and in turn gives out its own. One of the main laws governing this complex system is the law of balance. Ultimately, everything strives towards balance. You are also a kind of pendulum. If you take it into your head to destroy the balance and sway sharply in a particular direction, you will brush against the neighboring pendulum, creating commotion all around, which will then turn against you. Balance can be destroyed by actions and also by thoughts. And not only thought is followed by action. As you know, thoughts radiate energy. In the world of material realization, everything has an energetic foundation. We've discussed this before. Everything that occurs on an invisible level is reflected in the world of visible material objects. It might seem as if the energy of our thoughts is not powerful enough to have an impact on the world around us. Excess potential is created by mental energy when too much importance is given to a particular object. For example, let's compare two situations. In one situation, you're standing on the floor in your house, and in the other, you're standing at the edge of a precipice, on the edge of a canyon, for instance. In the first case, the situation causes you no concern. In the second case, the situation is grave significance. One step forward and the mistake is irreparable. You die. On an energetic level, however, the fact of simply standing is of equal significance in both cases. Standing above a cliff, you fear heights intensely and create an inhomogeneity in the energy field. At this point, balanced forces emerge, aimed at neutralizing the excess potential. You can even feel their influence. On the one hand, an inexplicable force seems to pull you down, and on the other, the force draws you to step away from the edge. To eliminate the excess potential of your fear, the balanced forces are required either to drag you away from the edge of the cliff or to cast you downwards and be done with it. It is the impact of the balanced forces that you are experiencing. Quantum physics tells us on an energetic level, all material objects are of equal significance. It is we that attribute specific qualities to them, such as good, bad, cheerful, sad, attractive, repulsive, kind, wicked, simple, complex. Everything in this world is subject to our own opinion. The assessment itself does not create an incongruity in the energy field. Sitting in your chair at home, you can make the assessment that sitting there is safe, but standing at the edge of a cliff is dangerous. At the moment of making that particular opinion, the situation you're considering does not worry you, and so balance is in no way disturbed. Excess potential only appears in cases where the level of importance attributed to the assessment is excessive. This is why importance is such a big deal when it comes to manifesting. The amount of potential is increased if the assessment, which is attributed huge value, also greatly distorts reality. Generally speaking, if an object is very important to us, we are incapable of objectively assessing its quality. For example, an object of worship is always attributed excess worth and an object of hate, excess detriment, an object of fear, terrifying qualities. Thought energy strives to artificially produce a certain quality there where in fact it is not present. As a result, excess potential is created, which summons the wind of balanced forces. An example that I can give you is a friend of mine kept on getting very close to signing a big movie deal. Over and over again. He would go into the studio, they'd say, "We want to do this is going to make sense. We just need to go through the assessment." And then he would sit at home and think about nothing else. He would just sit about thinking about this deal that has to go through. It's going to change his life. He's got to have this deal. This deal is going to be the big game changer for him. And he would sit and think about this all the time. And then eventually the deal would fall through. This literally happened a dozen times. And every single time he would spend hours and hours pining, praying, "Please, this has got to work," putting thought energy into it. And every time it didn't work. And we were talking and I told him, "You got to reduce the importance." So he had a similar situation. Movie deal came up. Went in, everything was the same as it always had been. And I told him to forget about it. Act like it wasn't important. Reduce the importance of it. Go and distract yourself. Do something else. Find some creative outlet. Laugh about it. Every time it came up, just minimize the importance of it. This was very hard for him because whenever he would think about it, it would be important. But he strove to reduce the importance of it, letting it go essentially. And he signed the deal. It went through smoothly. And if you go back in your life and you look at the things that you really, really wanted badly, you never got them. Why is it those things you desperately, desperately want so bad that you put importance into, that you place on a pedestal, always falls through? Why is that always happening? Excess potential is invisible and intangible, and yet it plays a significant and even insidious role in our lives. When balanced forces eliminate excess potential, they can generate a myriad of problems. Paradoxically, the end result is often the exact opposite of the original intention, and people do not understand why this happens. It is the phenomenon that sometimes makes us feel as if some inexplicable dark force has a grip on our lives. Some people believe that if you devote yourself fully to your work, you will achieve great results. And if you look at this from the point of view of scales and balance, it is obvious that immersing yourself so heavily in work is like placing your work on one dish of the scale and absolutely everything else in the other dish. Naturally, balance is destroyed and the consequences become visible all too soon. The result of prioritizing work to this extent will be the exact opposite of what you expected. This idea of balanced forces may be hard to understand because it's so mysterious. Perhaps you really, really want something and then suddenly you get sick or depressed or something derails what you want. There are a lot of things that can create imbalance. Money, love, hate, superiority, inferiority, contempt, vanity, dependent relationships, idealizing someone or overvaluing something. But the number one cause of excess potential, creating imbalancing forces, is importance. And importance arises when something is attributed excess meaning. Importance represents excess potential in pure form. In the process of eliminating importance, balanced forces create problems for the person that created it. There are two forms of importance, inner and outer. Inner or personal importance represents an overestimation of your own virtues or shortcomings. The formula of inner importance goes along the lines, I am an important person or I do important work. When the arrow of perceived personal importance goes off the scale, balancing forces get involved and the hotshot gets a disappointing slap. They will discover that their work is unimportant or not needed. Obviously, people that are not humble, that brag, that puff their chest up in the air, will experience balancing forces when people see that. But the other side of the coin is being excessively modest and self-deprecating. You've seen that all before, and the amount of excess potential is the same in both cases. Outer importance is created when a person attributes huge meaning to an object or event taking place in the external world. So if you have a deal that's going through, if you have a relationship that you want, if you want to close on a house, all that's happening in the external world. In this case, the formula goes, such and such means so much to me now. I need to have this. It is really important to me that this happens. It is the most important thing in the world that this thing happens. Consequently, excess potential is created and things suddenly go wrong. Whereas the feeling of inner importance can be controlled, it is much harder to do so with outer importance. Imagine that you have to walk along a plank lying on the ground. Nothing could be easier. Now imagine that you're forced to walk along the same plank, which has been placed between the roof of two high buildings. Walking the plank will have escalated in importance, and there will be nothing you can do to persuade yourself otherwise. You're going to be imbalanced as you walk along because you're worried about falling. The only way of eliminating outer importance is to have a safety net. The form of the safety net will be subjective and depend on each situation. The most important thing is not to place everything on one side of the scale. There has to be some kind of counterbalance, protection, or alternative plan. All unbalanced feelings and reactions, such as indignation, dissatisfaction, irritation, restlessness, anxiety, despondence, embarrassment, despair, fear, remorse, attachment, admiration, exaggerated affection, idealization, worship, delight, disappointment, pride, conceit, disgust, resentment are all manifestations of importance in one form or another. Excess potential is only created when you attribute excess importance to an object, individual, or event that exists inside or outside of yourself. Projected importance creates excess potential, which calls forth the winds of balanced forces. These in turn lead to a mass of different problems, and life becomes a battle for survival. Now you can judge for yourself how much inner and outer importance complicates your life. To return to a condition of harmony in whatever it is you're manifesting, you have to be able to diminish importance. You have to be able to keep your inner guardian from dozing off so that it can observe the level of importance you place upon yourself and the world around you. You have to reduce your ego in many cases because the ego is an importance factory. By reducing the level of importance you place on things, you immediately reestablish a state of balance. The emptiness or absence of excess potential gives the outside world nothing to hook into, and the balancing forces will not have a place to interact, no means of establishing control over you. I'm not asking you to be numb or to reject or fight your emotions. Just keep yourself in check and stay calm. While everything is bubbling up over on the inside, just creates more excess potential. Emotions stem from attitudes. So instead of fighting your emotions, it is more purposeful to change your attitude. Feelings and emotions are simply a consequence of your relationship or attitude to something. I have noticed that balanced forces will only noticeably affect your life if you are very strongly attached to your own ideas of how things should be. If you're obsessive or you've just gone too far. We all come under the influence of the outside world, and the main thing is to be very aware of the mechanism for the control of the outside world upon us, and pendulums in particular, and how they hook into you and how far you will let them go. Reducing importance does not just significantly eliminate problems from your life. Once you've let go of inner and outer importance, you obtain the treasure that Zealand calls the freedom of choice. By projecting importance, our entire lives are spent battling with actions of balanced forces. There's simply not enough energy left to make conscious choices or think about what we really want in life. We have a freedom of choice if we don't make one thing more important than others. All the importance we attribute to things is simply a projection. No one is of any true importance in this world, and yet the riches of life are available to us. If you're not aware of the effect of importance on reality creation, then the world can seem very hostile, where you never really get what you want. In fact, the only obstacle on the path to fulfilling your desire is the projection of artificial importance. There's all the cliches that I've used hundreds of times before on the podcast that we hear New Thought teachers use all the time. The idea that when you plant a seed, if you sit and stare at that and then dig it up and check on the seed, it's never going to properly sprout. It is the proper way in which things manifest. The idea that you are putting importance on something also carries an energetic signature of worry, of concern. If you're sitting and dwelling on something that you're waiting for to happen, then you're worried that it doesn't happen. Your mind, in its imagination, will naturally go to that part that says, what if this doesn't happen? Oh, it's going to be so terrible. The importance that you are putting on something always carries with it a subconscious signature of fear, concern, and worry about whatever it is you want to manifest not occurring. This is clearly taught in the Bible. This is the way that God created the earth. As we are told in the book of Genesis, God created the earth in 7 days, and on the seventh day, he rested. And that is what you have to do. You have to keep the Sabbath. This is what Neville Goddard teaches in his lecture on keeping the Sabbath. Neville says, "And so God created it, and behold, it was good, and very good. Then God rested on the seventh day from all his work, which he had done." Now that the seventh day could come at this moment when someone asks something of me and I wonder, what would it be like if you could tell me, instead of asking it to me, tell me that you have it? What would it be like? And then you completely forget it. Completely forget it. And so when you tell me tomorrow or next month or next year, or whenever you tell me for that matter, and I completely forget it, then I kept the Sabbath. For the Sabbath is part of the creative act of God. So when it happens, I may not relate it to anything I have done, but it could not possibly come unless I've kept the Sabbath relative to it. Now the Sabbath, which is the seventh day, which is divine perfection, is 7 in Scripture, divine perfection. The Sabbath means to cease, to desist from, to be at an end. Always the end, to be at an end. I always start at the end. I see the whole vast thing just as though it were true, and then I rest in the end, and the end determines the means by which the end will be fulfilled. But I must rest in the end and keep the Sabbath. The first psalm begins with a blessing, a beatitude pronounced upon the one who keeps the law of God. This is part of the law. Blessed is he who delights in the law of the Lord, for in all that he does he prospers. It begins with the wonderful beatitude pronounced upon man who keep the Sabbath. It's part of the creative act. That you can do no more, you've done it. And the whole thing is one of complete relief. Of all the pleasures of the world, relief is the most keenly felt. So you perform a creative act and you reach the point of climax, and then there is relief. And there's no pleasure comparable to that moment of climax of relief. You can't continue with the act, it's done. Well, now you can keep the Sabbath after you've reached the climax. You've seen it clearly in your mind's eye. You've constructed a scene, which would imply the fulfillment of a dream, and you bring yourself to the point of complete climax in your love of what has happened. Well, then you drop it. You fertilized it, and that whole thing is done. You go about your business, creating other things, not waiting anxiously or adding importance. When you're manifesting, you're going into your imagination. You imagine what you want. As we've learned from Neville, you can do it during sleep or deep meditation, and you feel it in your body. You imagine it. The feeling of it becomes real to you. You hear it. You see it happening in your world. Imagination creates reality. And then you're done. There's relief. And you let it go. After you're done, it's done. There's no doubt that it's going to happen. There's a bridge of incidents that's occurring, and It could take 6 days, 6 months, 6 years, whatever it is. When you go about adding importance to something, dwelling on something, becoming anxious about it, then you derail your whole manifestation by creating a new manifestation that says it might not happen. So I'm pleading with you to reduce importance. So I want you to bring up right now something that you're struggling with for it to occur in your world. And I want you to evaluate the times that you've worried about it, you've been anxious about it, that you placed importance upon it. Now, what techniques can we use to reduce the importance of it? One of the first things that helps me is I consider the possibilities that it doesn't work. It's not the end of the world. I'm not imagining it not working, but I accept the possibility that it might not work. When it comes up in my thought, I reduce the anxiety level. I try to anchor myself to some positive and powerful thought. I might even think of God, or I might try to do a heart coherence in that moment. And then I let it go. It seems like there's a portion of imagination that's waiting for you to forget to allow for something to happen. So you got to distract yourself. One way to reduce importance is to distract yourself. Watch a movie, read a book, listen to some music. My favorite technique is to laugh. Find a good comedian and just laugh. Watch a comedy and laugh. Find a joke and laugh. It is impossible to add importance to something when you have a sense of humor about it. I sure hope that deal goes through, and if it doesn't, oh well. I'll wait for the next one because I know it's going to go through. Any kind of importance that you're adding to something is an expression of doubt, an expression that it may not go through. I know how hard this is. This happens all the time. I was in the mortgage business and a deal had to close on a certain day and it became very important. And everybody wanted that house. They got money down, things are going to happen. So you got to figure out a way to reduce importance. Have you ever been in a situation where you put something up on a pedestal and added importance to it and then you minimized it? Those are the things that we need to figure out. I have a balancing meditation on the channel that you can try that will try to keep you into the mindset of balance. It's okay to be enthusiastic about something, to really want something. I don't believe that it's bad. But you know the difference between really wanting something and putting something up on that pedestal so that it becomes so important, so that if it doesn't go through, that it's bad. And it never goes through. I'm asking anybody that's listening, have you ever struggled to have something happen and you wanted it so bad and it didn't happen? I can pretty much guarantee that everyone listening has had that exact phenomenon occur. So we're trying to find this beautiful balance that is discussed in Zen. When you find that balance where you're not worried about it not occurring, then it actually will occur. See, the secret behind all of this is when you reduce importance, it is much more likely to occur. And when you're adding importance, you are pushing that thing away. So I recommend going into meditation and seeing this thing that you're trying to manifest, add energy to it, face it from the end, meaning it's already happened. And if you have other images come up about the results of it not happening, minimize those, the size of those in your imagination. Reduce your emotions about it. Let it go. Feel expectation around this event. Expect it to occur. If you are adding importance to it, and that usually means it's important if it doesn't happen, then you are derailing it. So try to evaluate in your meditation, am I adding too much importance to this? There has to be a point in your manifestation process where you let it go. So one technique is to see this thing that you want, feel it, feel the end of it, see how bright and beautiful it is, and then in meditation, shrink it. See it in a bubble, and then see it going off into the distance and getting smaller and smaller. And the smaller it gets, the more likely that it will occur. and see it and watch it become a little point, and then once it disappears, you stop thinking about it. It's really interesting when you go and look at modern magic techniques. A lot of the people that teach magic, their biggest recommendation is to forget about it. As soon as you do the magic spell, you immediately forget about it. You don't think about it. Now, I believe that that is impossible for most of us, and I do believe that we want to maintain an energetic signature that this thing has already happened, an expectation that it will happen. I think that that does aid in the expected outcome. But more important is to reduce the importance of it. You're not thinking about it all the time, and when you reach that sweet spot where you sort of forget it, then it's going to happen. So let me know if you're experiencing something like this. Please share your techniques for reducing importance. There are a variety of techniques, and many times it's idiosyncratic for you. For me personally, it's laughing, it's shrinking it in meditation, it's distracting myself, it's finding alternatives when the thoughts come up where I'm adding importance to it. Now, of course, I'm going to have people say, Brian, my mom has stage 4 cancer. It's obviously very important. And that is why it's so difficult for us to change the fabric of realities on very excessively significant things like cancers or bankruptcies or things like that. And if you can get to that point, like the Stoic is a philosophy that has been effective for many, many years, thousands of years. And the reason that Stoicism is effective is because it induces a balance in which you let go of outcomes. So if you can figure out a way to let it go, no matter what it is, you will find greater success in what it is you're creating. Chapter 10. Creating Reality from the Higher Self. This chapter is focused on creating your reality from the higher self. To claim your creation, merging the ego and the higher self. Our focus is claiming the universe as your creation. You might be thinking, wait a minute, the universe as my creation? That sounds a bit grandiose, and you're right, it's a bold statement. Because this concept has the power to revolutionize how you perceive yourself and the world around you. Everything that you experience, every interaction, every circumstance, every moment of joy or challenge is not just happening to you. It is in fact an extension of you. The universe you perceive is a reflection of your consciousness filtered through the lens of your unique perspective. This isn't about claiming ownership of the physical universe in a literal sense. It's about recognizing your role as the creator of your experience of reality. It's about understanding your perceptions, beliefs, and choices actively shape the world you inhabit. Why is this important? Because when you truly grasp this concept, it shifts you from being a passive observer to an active participant in life, even a co-creator. It empowers you to take responsibility for your experiences and, more importantly, to consciously shape them. We're always creating our reality, but sometimes we create from the ego. And if we can learn to truly create from the higher self, amazing things can happen. Recently, in an episode, I read an Arcturian council channeling, and they explained it is the perfect time for you all to stand on your own 2 feet and look out into this universe, claiming it as your creation. We also suggest that you see the universe as a projection of your consciousness that is also colored by the lens of your perception of it. We know that you have heard about these truths before, but what you may not have considered is which aspect of you has been doing the creating of your reality, and you may also be unclear about how much of the circumstances that you have been living were predetermined by you prior to birth. It is true that when the ego gets a hold of this information, it wants what it wants. Like a kid in a candy store, the ego runs wild and sets out to create everything that it has ever wanted. And that approach to creating a reality does serve you. That is why that information is given to the ego. But what you really want to do, what you really want to demonstrate to yourself, is your ability to create your experience of reality in the way that you want to create it. Everything is about your perception of it and what you're willing to make out of it. Given your circumstances, how can you shift your perception of your reality right now to actually change it? You are changing your experience of it and therefore creating it. Now, your higher self has been the aspect of you that has been creating your reality, at times in conjunction with the ego and at times in spite of it. What can you do then to create your reality in the truest and fullest meaning of that statement? You can merge your ego with your higher self, and you can become that reality you are creating. When you see yourself in the state of oneness, you truly have everything that you on all levels of your being could ever desire. Have you ever noticed how two people can experience the same event completely different? This isn't just a matter of opinion, it's a fundamental aspect of how we interact with the world around us. Our perception literally shapes our reality. Think about it this way. Right now, you're perceiving this video through your senses, but your brain isn't passively receiving information. It's actively interpreting what you see and hear, filtering it through your past experiences, beliefs, and expectations. This process happens so quickly and seamlessly that we rarely notice it. But here's where it gets interesting. This interpretive process doesn't apply to simple sensory information. It extends to how we perceive and interact with the entire universe around us. Let's use an example. Imagine you're walking down a busy street. You might see it as a vibrant, exciting place of possibilities. Someone else might see the same street as overwhelming and stressful. The physical reality is the same, but the experienced reality is vastly different. That is what we mean when we say the universe is colored by your lens of perception, your unique combination of beliefs, expectations, past experiences, and current state of mind acts as a filter through which you perceive and interpret everything around you. Now you might be thinking, but surely there's an objective reality out there independent of how I perceive it. And you're right, there likely is. But here's the crucial point. You can never experience that reality directly. You can only experience your perception of it. This isn't just philosophical musing. It has practical implications of how we live our lives. If our perception shapes our reality, then by changing our perception, we can change our experienced reality. For instance, if you believe the world is a hostile place, you're more likely to notice and remember negative events, reinforcing your belief. Conversely, if you believe the world is fundamentally good, you're more likely to notice and remember positive events. Same world, different experience. This doesn't mean we should ignore real problems or pretend everything is perfect. Rather, it's about recognizing that our perception plays a crucial role in how we experience and interact with the world. By understanding this, we gain a powerful tool for personal growth and transformation. We can start to consciously examine and shift our perceptions, gradually changing our experienced reality. Remember, this isn't about denying your current reality or pretending everything is perfect. It's about recognizing that your consciousness is constantly interpreting and giving meaning to your experiences. By becoming aware of this process, you can start to have more influence over it. Now let's dive into a crucial question. Who exactly is doing the creating? Which aspect of yourself has been creating your reality all this time? This is why there's so much confusion about the creation process, the law of attraction. It might seem like you have never really been able to create reality, or you sit and try to manifest using visualization techniques or some suggested techniques that you get from YouTube, and nothing seems to happen. But then things start to happen. Which aspect of you created that? To answer this, we need to consider the different aspects of self that make up who you are. Broadly speaking, we can divide these into two main categories, the ego and the higher self. The ego is the part of you that you're most familiar with. It's your everyday conscious mind, your sense of individual reality. It's the voice in your head that says, I want this. I don't like that. The ego is concerned with your immediate desires, fears, and survival needs. On the other hand, the higher self is a deeper, more expansive aspect of your consciousness. It's sometimes referred to as your soul, your spirit, or your true self. This part of you is connected to the broader universe and has a perspective that goes beyond your immediate circumstances. So which of these has been creating your reality? The answer might surprise you. It's both, but in different ways and often with different agendas. Your ego has been actively shaping your reality through your conscious choices, beliefs, and actions. When you set a goal and work towards it, that's your ego in action. When you react to a situation based on your fears or desires, that's your ego influencing your reality. But your higher self has also been at work, often in more subtle ways. Those moments of intuition, unexpected synchronicities, or deeper inner knowing. These are often attributed to the influence of your higher self. It's been guiding you towards experiences that contribute to your overall growth and evolution. Even if they don't always align with your ego's immediate desires. Now let's address the question of predetermined circumstances versus ongoing creation. There's a school of thought that suggests we choose between key experiences or lessons before we're born. This is what Quo tells us. These would be our predetermined circumstances. Think of it as setting up the basic structure of our life's journey. But here's the key: even if some circumstances are predetermined, how you respond to them and thus what you create from them is an ongoing process. It's like being given a set of ingredients, and what you choose to cook with is up to you. Moreover, many aspects of your reality are not predetermined, but are being created moment by moment through your thoughts, beliefs, and actions. This is where your power as a conscious creator really comes into play. So in essence, you're always creating your reality, but from different levels of your being, something I really haven't talked about in previous reality creation episodes. Your ego is creating through its immediate choices and reactions, while your higher self is creating on a broader scale, guiding you towards experiences that serve your overall growth. When you're shifting into realities, your higher self is the ultimate check. So you have to find some way to merge with your higher self to truly shift into realities that you want. So in essence, you're always creating a reality from different levels of your being. Your ego is creating through its immediate choices. The challenge and opportunity lies in aligning these two aspects of yourself. When your ego and higher self are in harmony, you become a much more powerful and intentional creator of your reality. At the beginning of my channel, I often taught heart-mind coordination, aligning the heart and the mind. This is the next level. Once the heart and mind are connected and aligned, we must find a way to align the ego and the higher self. In practice, this might look like listening to your intuition alongside your rational mind, considering the long-term implications of your choices, not just immediate gratification, and being open to experiences that challenge you to grow, even if they're uncomfortable. Remember, you're not just a passive recipient of a predetermined reality. You're an active creator, constantly shaping your experiences through your perceptions, decisions, and actions. The key is to become more conscious of this process, bringing your ego and higher self into alignment to create a reality that truly affects your highest potential. Now let's zoom in on the ego's role in this process. Understand how your ego responds to the idea of reality creation. This is crucial. It often drives your conscious efforts to shape your life. When the ego first encounters the concept that it can create its own reality, its reaction is typically quite enthusiastic, and understandably so. Imagine being told that you have the power to manifest anything you desire. It's like being a kid in a candy store, isn't it? The ego, with its focus on immediate desires and personal gain, often responds with excitement and a flurry of grand plans. I'll create a mansion, it might think. I'll manifest $1 million, my dream job, the perfect partner. This initial response is natural and can be incredibly motivating. It's the ego recognizing its potential power and wanting to use it to fulfill all its wishes. This ego-driven approach to creation does have its benefits. It can, first of all, provide strong motivation and drive. Secondly, help you clarify your desires and goals. Third, encourage you to take action towards what you want. And fourth, boost your confidence and sense of personal power. When the ego is engaged in the creation process, it often leads to tangible results. You might find yourself working harder toward your goals, taking more risks, or being more assertive in pursuing what you want. This can lead to real changes in your external circumstances. However, ego-driven creation also has its limitations, and it's important to be aware of these. First, short-term focus. The ego tends to prioritize immediate gratification over long-term fulfillment. It might push you to create circumstances that feel good in the moment, but don't contribute to your overall growth or happiness. It also leads to fear-based decisions. The ego is often driven by fear. Fear of lack, fear of missing out, fear of not being good enough. Creation from this place can lead to a reality that reflects and reinforces these fears. Third is the attachment to outcomes. When the ego is in charge of creation, it tends to become very attached to specific outcomes. This can lead to disappointment and frustration when things don't manifest exactly as imagined. Fourth, disconnection from the whole. Ego-driven creation often focuses solely on personal gain, potentially at the expense of others or the broader environment. This can lead to a reality that feels isolating or conflictual. And fifth, overlooking inner growth. The ego is primarily concerned with external circumstances. It might push you to create changes in your environment while neglecting important inner work and personal development. Let's use an example to illustrate this. Imagine someone who uses the principle of reality creation to manifest a high-paying job. The ego-driven approach might focus solely on the salary and status, pushing to make it happen at any cost. This could lead to success in getting the job, but potentially at the expense of work-life balance, personal fulfillment, or alignment with deeper values. Does this mean ego-driven creation is bad? Not at all. The ego plays a vital role in our earthly experience and can be a powerful ally in shaping our reality. The key is to balance its influence with that of our higher self. Ideally, we want to harness the ego's enthusiasm and drive while tempering it with the wisdom and broader perspective of our higher self. This balanced approach to creation allows us to pursue our desires and improve our circumstances while also staying aligned with our deeper purpose and contributing positively to the world around us. In practice, this might look like first setting goals that excite your ego but also align with your higher values. Second, taking inspired action towards your desires while remaining open to unexpected opportunities. Third, celebrating your achievements without becoming overly attached to specific outcomes. And fourth, regularly checking in with your deeper self to ensure your creations are serving your highest good. As we move forward, remember that the ego is a tool in the creation process, not the master of it. By understanding its responses and tendencies, you can work with your ego more consciously, creating a reality that satisfies your immediate desires while also supporting your long-term growth and fulfillment. Let's turn our attention to a more subtle but equally powerful force, and that is the higher self. While the ego's influence is often more obvious, your higher self has been shaping your reality in profound ways that you might not have fully recognized. Your higher self, also known as your soul or spirit, is the part of you that's connected to the broader universe. It holds your deepest wisdom, your life's purpose, and a perspective that extends far beyond your current circumstances. So how has this aspect of you been influencing your reality? First, intuitive guidance. Have you ever had a gut feeling that turned out to be right, or a sudden inspiration that led you down an unexpected but rewarding path? These are often manifestations of your higher self guiding you. Secondly, synchronicities. These meaningful coincidences that seem too perfect to be random, a book falling open to just the right page, or meeting exactly the right person at the right time, are often attributed to the workings of your higher self. And third, dreams and visions. Your higher self often communicates through symbols and imagery in your dreams or meditative states, providing insights and guidance for your waking life. And fourth, challenges for growth. Sometimes the situations that your ego perceives as obstacles or setbacks are actually opportunities for growth orchestrated by your higher self. And fifth, alignment with purpose. Your higher self gently, and sometimes not so gently, nudges you towards experiences that align with your soul's purpose, even if they don't always make sense to your ego. Now you might be wondering, if my higher self is so wise, why doesn't it just take over and create a perfect reality for me? This brings us to the crucial interplay between the higher self and the ego in the creation process. Your higher self and ego are not in opposition, but rather are designed to work in harmony. A lot of spiritual teachings tell you to completely forget about the ego, but that is just simply impossible. That would mean that you are dead. You can minimize the ego and understand its role, but think of your higher self as the composer of a symphony, while your ego is the conductor, the interpreting and expressing the music in the physical world. The higher self provides the overarching vision and purpose, while the ego provides the drive and focus to manifest that vision in daily life. When they work together, magic happens. Here's how this interplay typically works. First, the higher self inspires. It plants seeds of inspiration, often through intuition, dreams, or synchronicities. Secondly, the ego interprets. It processes these inspirations through the filter of your beliefs, experiences, and current understanding. And third, the ego acts. It provides the motivation and focus to take action in the physical world. And fourth, the higher self guides. It continues to provide subtle guidance, often through feelings of alignment or discord. And fifth, the ego learns and adjusts. As it experiences the results of its actions, the ego can learn to better interpret and act on the higher self's guidance. This dance between higher self and ego is ongoing and dynamic. Sometimes they're in perfect sync, and you feel a sense of flow and alignment in your life. Other times, there's friction, often manifesting as inner conflict or a sense of being stuck. The key to harmonious reality creation lies in fostering communication between your ego and higher self. This might involve practices like 1. Meditation, quieting the ego's chatter to better hear the whispers of your higher self. 2. Mindfulness, paying attention to your intuitive feelings and the synchronicities around you. 3. Reflection, regularly checking in with yourself to ensure your actions align with your deeper values and purpose. 4. Surrender, learning to let go of the ego's need for control and trusting in the higher wisdom of yourself. And 5. Integration, consciously bringing the insights from your higher self into your everyday decision-making. As you cultivate this relationship, you may find that your reality begins to shift in subtle but profound ways. You might notice more meaningful coincidences, feel a greater sense of purpose, or find yourself naturally drawn to experiences that fulfill you on a deeper level. Remember, your higher self isn't trying to override your ego or deny you earthly pleasures. Rather, it's guiding you towards a reality that satisfies your immediate needs. Now, let's discuss the powerful concept of merging the two aspects of self and how this integration can lead to more intentional and effective creation. Merging the ego and the higher self doesn't mean eliminating the ego or constantly living in a transcendental state. Rather, it's about creating a harmonious partnership between these two aspects of yourself. Think of it as a dance where both partners move in sync, each contributing their unique strengths to create something beautiful. So what does this merger look like? First, aligned decision-making. Instead of making choices based solely on immediate desires or fears, which is the ego, or on abstract spiritual ideals, which is just the higher self, you make decisions that honor both your earthly needs and your soul's purpose. Secondly, balanced perspective. You're able to see both the details of your daily life and the bigger picture of your spiritual journey, integrating these perspectives in how you approach challenges and opportunities. Third, intuitive action. You learn how to act on your intuitive nudges with confidence and practical planning, which is both the ego and the higher self. And also with purposeful desire. Desires become aligned with your higher purpose, so pursuing what you want also contributes to your spiritual growth and the greater good. And finally, conscious presence. You're fully engaged in your earthly life while maintaining an awareness of your broader spiritual identity. Now, how does this merger lead to more intentional creation? First, it provides clarity of intent. When your ego and higher self are aligned, you gain crystal clear clarity about what you truly want to create. This clarity of intent is a powerful force in shaping your reality. The next thing would be increased energy. Instead of your energy being split between ego, desires, and spiritual aspirations, all aspects of you are working together, amplifying your creative power. It also leads to inspired action. You're able to take decisive action, which is your ego, that's guided by your highest wisdom, your higher self, leading to more effective and fulfilling results. It will also lead to reduced inner conflict with less friction between different aspects of yourself. You'll spend less energy on inner turmoil like guilt and more on actual creation. And it leads to a heightened state of awareness. You become more attuned to opportunities, synchronicities, and subtle guidance, allowing you to co-create more seamlessly with the universe. And your manifestations are more balanced. You create realities that satisfy your immediate needs while also serving your long-term growth and greater good. And you'll be more resilient. When faced with challenges, you can draw both on your practical problem-solving skills, which is your ego, and your broader spiritual perspective, which is your higher self, making you more adaptable and resilient. To illustrate this, let's use an example. Imagine you're considering a career change with a merged ego and higher self. Your ego provides the drive to succeed and the practical skills needed for the transition. Your higher self ensures the new direction aligns with your overall life purpose and values. Together, they guide you to opportunities that are both practical, viable, and spiritually fulfilling. And you're able to navigate challenges with both strategic thinking and intuitive insight. The reality you create is one where your work is both materially rewarding and deeply meaningful. So how can you foster this merger? Here are some things that you can do. First of all, self-reflection. Regularly check in with yourself. Are your actions aligned with your deeper values and purpose? Then you want to meditate. Practice quieting the ego's chatter to better hear your higher self's guidance. I suggest my meditation connecting with your higher self. Also, mindful decision making. Before making decisions, you consider both the practical implications and how they align with your higher purpose. Develop your intuition. Pay attention to and act on your intuitive nudges, then reflect on the outcomes to fine-tune your inner guidance system. Do shadow work. Address and integrate the parts of yourself you've been rejecting or ignoring. This creates more internal harmony. Appreciate both your earthly experiences, which is the ego, and your spiritual journey. Try to use I am statements that reflect both human identity and your spiritual essence. As you continue to integrate these aspects of yourself, you may find that your ability to intentionally shape your reality becomes more powerful and refined. Your creations become not just manifestations of your desires, but expressions of your highest self and purpose. So my question to you is, how are you creating your reality right now? Are you focused just on egotistical concerns? Is it just immediate gratification? Or are you focused on spiritual obligations? The truth is, you want to have a balance of both. If this is all just spiritual, then you kind of disengage from third density reality. But if this is all just ego, then you lose the higher purpose of what you're doing. The very point and essence of this episode is for you to focus on balancing both of these urges. This allows you to join with the higher self. What happens is, your higher self is always there and is always the prime creator. But if you ignore the ego then starts to contradict with the higher self. The higher self will always just back off. It's going to let the ego do its thing. But if you can bring the higher self into this process and you can work together, ultimately the ego's negative side will diminish and you will start to see things on a much larger scale. The true power is from the higher self. But for you to utilize this power, you have to integrate these aspects together, taking a larger view. You can create from the ego, but it doesn't always have the best end point. You might create from the ego and it might have disastrous consequences. So when you utilize the higher self and it knows and is aware of the right things that you can do, it gives you its power. And that's the secret I want you to know. When you align with the higher self and integrate the higher self, not ignoring the ego entirely, that's when you open up the true reservoir of your higher power. This power allows for immediate manifestation, effective achievement of goals, and more importantly, you find yourself setting very powerful intentions beyond what you thought was possible. Once you start playing with these forces, you start to realize that you can accomplish anything. You are inspired, you are motivated, and you think beyond yourself. Once you start moving into the higher self, you start moving into an idea of serving others. You start thinking of things beyond just the ego. And when you do that, that's where the true power starts to flow. Serving others is the secret to magic, is the secret to manifestation. And if you can integrate that, then amazing things happen. Usually, ultimately, the ego is serving yourself. But it's not as simple as that. It's not as black and white as that. The ego is your personality, and your ego can effectively serve others if it understands its role and starts to work in harmony with the higher self. And ultimately, that's what I want you to do, is to work in harmony with the higher self, to invite the true power and awaken it within you. And only then you can create reality from the higher self. Chapter 11. The Manifestation Activation. This is designed to awaken your manifestation power. We all have the ability to manifest at every moment with every breath, but many of us walk around blocked, unable to fully manifest and use our gifts appropriately. By listening to this activation, you will reprogram your subconscious mind and find that you're able to manifest much faster in an accelerated fashion with greater ease and effectiveness. This is the manifestation activation. You stand now at the threshold of a profound journey, one that will awaken the dormant power within you and align your very essence with the cosmic forces that shape your reality. In this sacred space we're about to create together, you will discover the true nature of your being, a being of infinite potential, intimately connected to the vast, pulsing energy of the universe. This is not merely a guided meditation, but a mystical activation of your innate ability to weave the fabric of reality itself. Through me, you created this activation prior to ever coming to this planet. You knew at this time, when you heard this activation, that your power would awaken. Your journey will take you through the mists of consciousness, beyond the veil of the mundane. You will learn to dissolve the illusory barriers that have kept you from your true power. You will craft visions of your deepest desires with such clarity that the universe itself will conspire to bring them into being. We will delve into the alchemy of emotion, transmuting doubt into unwavering certainty. You will master the art of cosmic dialogue, learning to both speak and hear the whispers of the universe. You will come to understand the delicate power of divine timing and the interconnectedness of all things. You will learn to manifest not just for yourself, but for the highest good of all, creating ripples of positive change that extend far beyond your individual existence. Ultimately, you will step into your role as a true creator, a being in perfect harmony with the universal flow, capable of shaping reality through the power of thought and intention. Remember, manifestation is not a mere technique to be learned, but a sacred gift to be honored and cultivated. It is the very essence of creation, the process by which thoughts become things and dreams become reality. I invite you to open your heart and your mind to the infinite possibilities that await. Trust in the process, for you are about to unlock the secrets of manifestation. As we begin our descent into the depths of your consciousness, take a deep, centering breath. As you inhale, imagine drawing in pure golden light, the very essence of universal energy. It's also very simple. If you just take this small little command to take this deep centering breath, your mind becomes attuned to the sound of my voice, and it will also become attuned to the instructions that are found within this activation. As you exhale, feel any tension, any doubts, any connections to the ordinary world dissolve away. With each breath, you sink deeper into a state of profound relaxation and heightened awareness. See a warm, gentle light emanating from the center of your being. This light grows with each breath, expanding outward, enveloping your entire body. Feel it pulsing in rhythm with your heartbeat, a reminder of the life force that flows through you, connecting you to all of creation. As this light expands, it begins to dissolve the boundaries of your physical form. Your consciousness begins to expand just through the sound of my voice. Reaching out beyond the confines of your body, you are becoming one with the space around you, merging with the vast, infinite energy of the universe. In this expanded state, you become aware of your inner self, the eternal, unchanging essence of who you are. This is the key to manifestation. This is the part of you that exists beyond time and space, the wellspring of your true power. Feel yourself connecting deeply with this core of your being. You are attuning to your inner self. You are beginning to sense the presence of universal energies all around you. These are the cosmic forces that shape reality, the raw materials of creation. Open yourself to these energies, allowing these particles to flow through your body freely. You might perceive these energies as colors, sensations, sounds, or simply as a knowing. However they appear, welcome them. You are a conduit for these forces, a bridge between the seen and unseen realms. In this state of deep relaxation and expanded awareness, you are now perfectly attuned to the power of your manifestation. Your conscious mind, your inner self, and the universal energies are aligned, creating a powerful synergy of creative potential. Remain in this receptive state. Know that with each moment you are becoming more attuned to the cosmic forces of manifestation. Take another deep breath. Feel yourself fully present in this now moment, in an expanded state of consciousness. You are ready to begin the sacred work of manifestation. In this expanded state, it is time to create your sacred space, a sanctuary within your mind. You can go to at any time, where the art of manifestation can flourish unhindered. This is your personal temple of creation, a place where your thoughts shape reality and your intentions ripple out into the universe. Envision before you a door of light. This door is uniquely yours, adorned with symbols and patterns that resonate with your soul. As you gaze upon it, know that beyond this threshold lies your inner sanctum, your place of power. With reverence, reach out and open this door. As it swings wide, you are bathed in a soft, radiant light that welcomes you home. Step through the threshold and enter your sacred space. This space is a reflection of your highest self, a manifestation of your deepest truth. It may appear as a serene garden, a majestic temple, a cosmic expanse, or any form that feels right to you. Allow the details to emerge naturally, trusting in your inner wisdom to create the perfect environment for your manifestation work. Take a moment to explore this space with all your senses. Feel the energy pulsing through it, alive with potential. Breathe in the sacred air filled with the essence of creation itself. Listen to the subtle harmonies that resonate through your sanctuary. At the center, see a source of light, perhaps a crystal, a flame, or a glowing orb. This is your direct connection to source energy, the wellspring of all creation. Approach this source, feeling the power emanating from it growing stronger with each step. As you stand before this source of energy, extend your hands toward it. Feel the energy flowing into you, filling every cell of your being. This is the raw material of creation, the energy that fuels your manifestations. Allow this energy to flow through you freely, purifying your thoughts, energizing your intentions, and amplifying your creative power. Feel yourself becoming one with this universal force, recognizing that you are not separate from it, but a conscious channel for its expression. In this space, you are connected to universal energy. You stand as a creator, a manifester, a shaper of reality. This is your true heritage, your divine birthright. In this sanctuary, the boundaries between thought and form dissolve. You remember your true nature as a being of infinite potential. Take a deep breath, fully inhabiting this sacred space. You can return here at any time to tap into this manifestation power and to commune with universal energy. This space is always within you. Bask in the energy. Allow it to infuse every aspect of your being. You now begin to deepen your work of manifestation, grounded in your personal power, connected to the vast energies of the universe. Within the sanctuary of your sacred space, turn your awareness inward. Beneath the surface of your everyday consciousness lies a vast ocean of untapped potential, a wellspring of power that has been dormant, waiting for this very moment to be awakened. Envision this potential as a radiant, pulsing light at the core of your being. With each breath, this light grows stronger, more vibrant. As you focus on this inner luminescence, you begin to feel a stirring, a sensation of energy awakening within you. This is your true power, the essence of your ability to manifest and create. It has always been here, waiting for you to recognize and claim it. As you recognize, you begin to acknowledge this power, feeling it resonating with every cell of your body, every facet of your consciousness. You begin to see tendrils of light extending from this core, reaching out through your entire being. These tendrils represent your connection to the cosmic flow, the ever-present current of universal energy that permeates all of existence. These tendrils of light extend beyond your physical form and begin to synchronize with the rhythm of the cosmos. Feel yourself aligning right now through my voice with this grand celestial power. The boundaries between your individual energy and the universal flow begin to blur. In this state, you become a conduit for cosmic energy. The power within you and the power of the universe are one and the same. Feel this harmonious flow coursing through you, amplifying your intentions, magnifying your ability to manifest. Recognize that in this aligned state, you are not separate from the universe, but an integral part of its creative force. Your thoughts, your intentions, your very being are woven into the fabric of reality itself. As you continue to bask in this newfound awareness of your inner power and cosmic alignment, you carry this potential with you always. This is your birthright as a conscious creator in this vast universe. Take a moment to fully embody this awakened state. In this timeless space, I send you my light, and we all send each other light in this moment. Feel it. Feel the confidence, the certainty, the limitless potential that is flowing into you now. Recognize your true power and align with the cosmic flow. You are now ready to wield this awakened power to shape your reality with intention and purpose. And as you stand in this power, address the shadows that may obscure your light. Within the depths of your being, there may exist energetic blockages, remnants of past experiences, limiting beliefs or fears that hinder your full manifestation potential. Scan your inner landscape with compassion and honesty. And as you do, you may sense areas of resistance or stagnation. These are your energetic blockages, the barriers between you and your deepest desires. These blocks may appear as dark clouds, tangled knots, or heavy stones within your energetic body. Whatever form they take, acknowledge them without judgment at first. They are not your enemies, but teachers, aspects of yourself calling for transformation. Begin the sacred ritual of release. Envision a golden chalice appearing before you, filled with shimmering, purifying light. This is the elixir of transformation, capable of dissolving any energetic barrier. Take the chalice in your hands. Feel its weight and power. Set your intention for release and transformation. Speak to the universe. Silently or aloud, declare your readiness to let go of what no longer serves you. Bring the chalice to your lips and drink deeply of its light. Feel the warmth, transformation spreading through your being. A liquid love. Seek out those areas of blockage and resistance. As the light reaches each barrier, it begins to dissolve. Dark clouds dissipate, knots unravel, heavy stones crumble to dust. With each release, feel a surge of energy and lightness coursing through you. See these dissolved blockages being transmuted into pure, radiant source energy. This energy now joins the cosmic flow, no longer a hindrance, but fuel to your manifestation. As the last barriers dissolve, take a moment to feel the newfound spaciousness within you. Where once there was resistance, now there is possibility. Where there was fear, now there's courage. Where there was doubt, now there is unwavering faith in your ability to manifest. Breathe and allow this transformed energy to settle into your being. Feel yourself becoming clearer, more powerful. Your eyes are glowing and shining with power. You are a more powerful channel for manifestation. Whenever you sense a blockage arising, you can return to this practice. Use the power of your intention and purifying light of the universe to dissolve any barrier. You stand now unburdened and free. Your energy is flowing in perfect harmony with the cosmic currents of creation. You are ready to manifest with unprecedented clarity and power. In this sacred space, free from energetic barriers, you stand at the threshold of creation. It is time to craft your vision, to crystallize your intentions with such clarity that they become a beacon for the universe's manifesting power. Allow your deepest desires to surface. What does your heart truly long for? What would bring your soul profound joy and fulfillment? Allow these desires to take shape in your mind's eye, unbound by the limitations of what you believe possible. As your vision begins to form, see it not as a vague wish, but as a living, breathing reality. Engage all your senses in this vision. What do you see in this manifested reality? What sounds surround you? What textures can you feel? What aromas fill the air? What tastes linger on your tongue? Now distill the essence of this vision into a clear, powerful intention. Craft it with precision, using words that resonate with your soul. Speak this intention aloud, feeling the vibration of each word in your very being. Let your voice carry the unwavering certainty of your desire. As your intention hangs in the air, envision it taking physical form before you. It may appear as a brilliant crystal, a flame, or any shape that feels right to you. This is the seed of your manifestation, the core from which your desire will grow. Now we imbue this seed with our spiritual source energy. Reach out with your hands, palms facing your crystallized intention. Feel the connection between your heart and this seed of manifestation. From the infinite wellspring within you, begin to channel pure, radiant energy into your intention. As you do this, see your intention beginning to pulse with light. It grows brighter and more vibrant with each passing moment. This light is the life force of your desire, the spiritual energy that will attract the circumstances and opportunities needed for its realization. Infuse your intention with the full spectrum of your emotions. Let your joy, your excitement, your unwavering belief flow into it. Feel the love you have for this vision, the gratitude you hold for its manifestation. These elevated emotions are the fuel that will propel your desire into reality. Your intention glows with energy. See tendrils of light extending from it, reaching out into the universe. These represent the connections and pathways forming to bring your desire into physical reality. Trust that the universe is already aligning to manifest your vision. Take another deep breath. And as you exhale, release your energized intention into the cosmic flow. Know that it is now a living force actively drawing to you the elements needed for its manifestation. Feel the certainty that your desire is already in the process of becoming reality. It is no longer just a possibility. It is an inevitability set in motion by the power of your vision and the spiritual energy you've imbued it with. Carry this crystallized vision with you always in your heart and mind. Return to it often, reinforcing its energy and your unwavering belief in its manifestation. Your clear intention charged with spiritual energy is now a powerful force in the universe working tirelessly to bring your desires into being. Like a vast ever-changing sky, your emotions flow and shift. So acknowledge any doubts or fears or hesitations that may linger in the shadows of your mind. These are not your enemies. but the raw materials for your alchemical transformation. See these doubts as dark, heavy clouds in your sky. Feel their weight, their texture, and imagine golden light emanating from your heart center. This is the flame of your inner alchemist, transforming your reality with the power of your higher self. As this light touches those clouds of doubt, watch as they begin to change. The darkness starts to shimmer. Feel the shift within you as doubt gives way to certainty. The weight lifts, replaced by a profound sense of knowing. Your vision is not just possible, it is inevitable. Harness the power of your elevated emotion. Think of a moment when you truly felt alive, profoundly joyful, or deeply loved. Allow that memory to fill your senses. Feel the warmth of that emotion spreading through your body, illuminating you from within. As this elevated emotion grows, see it as radiant, colorful within you. It might be the warm gold of joy, the deep blue of serenity, or the vibrant green of abundance. Whatever color takes shape, allow it to expand, filling every cell of your being. Feel your vibration rising as your emotion increases, raising your energetic frequency. In this heightened state, you become a powerful attractor for your desires. Like calls to like, and your elevated emotional state calls forth experiences that match its frequency. Direct this potent energy towards your vision. See your intention bathed in the light of your elevated emotion. Growing even more vivid and real, feel the magnetic pull between your empowered emotional state and your desired manifestation. In this state, you are the creator in the truest sense. Your transmuted doubts have become the bedrock of your certainty. Your elevated emotions have become the irresistible force drawing your desires into reality. Breathe deeply. Allow this transformation to settle into every aspect of your being. You are no longer at the mercy of fleeting emotions or nagging doubts. You are the master, capable of transmuting any emotional state into fuel for your manifestation. Carry this power with you. Know that at any moment you can transmute doubt into certainty, fear into courage, hesitation into decisiveness. Your emotions are not just reactions to your reality, they are the tools and the paints with which you can craft it. Feel your connection to the universe strengthen. You are now vibrating at a frequency that aligns perfectly with your desires, creating a clear channel for manifestation. Embrace this newfound power. You are the alchemist of your own experience. You are not a silent observer. You are an active participant in a cosmic conversation. Take another deep breath, feeling the energy of your desires collecting within you. And as you exhale, release this energy outward in a brilliant stream of light. Now is the time for your desires made manifest in the language of energy and intention. Speak your desire out loud. Say it with me now. Let your voice resonate through the field. Feel the vibration of your words rippling outward, touching the very fabric of reality. Say it with me. Speak your desire aloud now. The universe is always listening, eagerly awaiting your declarations and commands. Now open yourself to receive. The universe speaks not in words, but in the subtle language of signs and synchronicities. These are whispers, guiding you toward the manifestation of your desire. Your senses expand, you become attuned to the delicate threads. Perhaps you notice repeated numbers, meaningful coincidences, or sudden flashes of insight. Each of these is a brushstroke in the universe's response to your desire. See yourself surrounded by a swirling mist of potential. Within this mist, images and symbols begin to form. These are signs the universe is sending to you. They may appear as vivid visions, fleeting thoughts, or intuitive nudges. Trust in your ability to interpret these signs. Your intuition is the decoder of this language. Feel the resonance between the signs you receive and the desires you've expressed. The resonance is the confirmation that your message has been received and that the universe is aligning to manifest your desires. Recognize that every moment holds the potential for this communication. The universe is constantly speaking to you, guiding you toward the fulfillment of your desire. Your task is to remain open, attentive, and trusting of this process. In this state, you have become a conscious co-creator with the universe. The universe is your partner. Your desire are the seeds, your communication is the water, and the universe's response is the sunlight that brings your manifestation to fruition. Feel the profound connection between you and the universe. You are engaged in a wonderful pathway of creation, a continuous exchange of energy and intention. Carry this awareness with you always. Know that at any moment you can enter into a dialogue with the universe, speak your truth, express your desires, and listen. Listen with your ears, your eyes, your heart. You are now a master of this dialogue with the universe, fluent in the language of manifestation. Trust in this process. As you float in this cosmic river, release any need to control the exact moment or manner in which your desires manifest. Like a leaf on the water, allow yourself to be carried by the current, trusting that it knows the perfect path and timing for your journey. Visualize your desires as glowing orbs of light floating alongside you in the river. Watch as they navigate the currents, sometimes moving swiftly, other times swirling in eddies or momentarily caught in still pools. Turn your awareness to the unseen processes at work beneath the surface. Imagine intricate patterns of energy weaving together, creating the precise circumstances needed for your desires to manifest. Trust that even when you cannot see or understand these workings, they are always in motion, always guiding you toward your highest good. Feel a profound sense of peace wash over you as you release the burden of trying to force or rush your manifestations. Feel this peace remove any sense of importance or excess potential. Cultivate a deep, unwavering faith in the perfection of divine timing. Know that the universe's wisdom far exceeds your own, and its timing is always impeccable. Notice how your body relaxes, how your mind becomes calm and clear. Surrender and trust. Embrace the understanding that delay is not denial. If a desire has not yet manifested, it is because the time is not yet right, because something even better is in preparation. Listen closely, and you may hear the whisper of the universe. All is unfolding as it should. Trust in my timing, for it is perfect and wise beyond measure. Understand your manifestations are not isolated events, but catalysts for change that echo throughout the cosmos. Infuse your intentions with compassion and love for all beings. This is the secret sauce. As you manifest your desires, set the intention that they serve not only your highest good, but the highest good of all. feel how this elevated intention amplifies the power of your manifestation, aligning you with the grandest plans of the cosmos. Understand that as you raise your vibration, you raise the vibration of existence. Your personal growth, your joy, your abundance creates a ripple effect that is raising the vibration of the whole. In this moment, I want you to step fully into your power as a co-creator with the universe. Feel the mantle of creatorship activated, not as a burden, but as a crown of light, acknowledging your divine nature. Recognize that you are not separate from the creative force of the universe, but a conscious embodiment of it. Embrace this role of reverence and joy. Feel the awesome power that flows through you as you align your will with the universal creative force. You are the artist, and reality is your canvas. With every choice, every intention, you paint the masterpiece of your existence. Bring to mind the reality you've been manifesting. See it not as a distant goal, but as your present truth. Step in to this manifested reality. Feel it solid and real beneath your feet. Breathe the air of this new world that you've created. Let every cell of your being align with this truth. Live in alignment with your manifested reality. It is the final key to fully bringing this into existence. You will now walk, talk, think, and feel as though your desires are already manifest. For in the grand cosmic scale, they already are. You are simply allowing them to filter into your physical experience. Take a moment to reinforce your connection to this energy so that it remains with you as we end this activation. Place your hand over your heart and feel the warmth, the glow of your creative power pulsing within you. This is your eternal link to the universal source, always available, always abundant. May your steps be guided by divine wisdom. May your thoughts be seeds of magnificent creations. May your heart be a beacon of universal love, and may your very existence be a masterpiece. You are a living miracle, a unique expression of the universe's infinite potential. Go forth and manifest miracles, for that is your birthright and your destiny. Your manifestation power has been activated. The universe awaits your command, and now is the time to give it. Conclusion. As we conclude this journey into reality creation, I want you to take a moment to reflect on how far you have come. From understanding the fundamental power of your thoughts to mastering advanced manifestation techniques, you've equipped yourself with powerful tools for conscious creation. Remember that the principles we've explored, managing your energy field, working with pendulums, reducing importance, and maintaining clarity in your manifestations, are not just theoretical concepts. They are practical tools that become more powerful with consistent application. Each concept builds upon the others, creating a comprehensive system for reality creation that you can rely on throughout your life journey. You've learned that manifestation isn't about forcing outcomes or struggling against resistance. Instead, it's about aligning your energy, maintaining clear intention, and allowing your desires to unfold naturally. The art of reducing importance while maintaining focus, the practice of energy clearing, and the skill of working with universal forces, these are all pieces of the same magnificent puzzle. If you've experienced challenges or doubts during this journey, know that this is a natural part of the process. Every moment of uncertainty has been an opportunity for growth. Every question a stepping stone to deeper understanding. The manifestation activation has given you a tangible experience of your creative power. But remember, this is just the beginning. Your reality creation practice will continue to evolve as you do. And some days you'll find yourself manifesting with ease, while others may present opportunities for deeper learning. Embrace both experiences equally. Know that each contributes to your growth as a conscious creator. As you move forward beyond these teachings, I encourage you to trust in the foundational practices that I have taught. Stay curious about your own creative power. Maintain regular energy clearing practices. Approach manifestation with both intention and detachment. Remember that you're always creating, whether consciously or unconsciously. You now have the knowledge and tools to create your reality with greater awareness and purpose from your higher self. Utilizing an understanding of pendulums and outside forces and a deeper understanding of the nature of your mind. The power has always been within you, and these teachings have simply helped you recognize and refine it. I want to thank you for spending all this time with me. Know that you carry within you everything you need to create the reality you desire. You always knew this. You didn't need these teachings at all. I want you to trust in your power, stay committed to your practice, and watch as the universe responds to your conscious creation. It is so fun and wonderful to observe this practice. This isn't goodbye. This is just the beginning of your enhanced journey as a master reality creator. Until we meet again, keep manifesting, keep growing, and keep believing in the extraordinary power of your mind. May your reality reflect the highest vision you hold for yourself. Welcome to the Reality Revolution.
We return you now to your local announcement.